Oh, a little bit trigger happy there for Zane, but and we've got the starters checkered flag.
Sorry.
And so this one, should we have a time limit on this race?
We've got the international Scalextric judge there with the stopwatch, and I think we're ready. I'm going to attempt to count laps as we go,
and we might need perhaps two. Craig, if you count the blue laps, I'll count the yellow laps. How's that? I'll count Zane's for Lightwood.
Okay. Are we ready? Drivers, are you ready?
Do we have a time limit on this?
Adjudicator, are you ready? Stewards, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off, and the blue car comes straight off to Robbie Williams' corner. But the yellow car is steaming down Stanley Matthews' way. Blue car having a little bit of a struggle in that corner. That's a 2. And yeah, the yellow car has made 3 laps already and is steaming ahead. Some nice sensitive driving from Zane there. He's taking it a little bit easy because he knows how dangerous it is on the Robbie Williams corner. All around and around the Wedgwood, past the second grandstand.
Oh, yes, a little bit of drift there around Robbie Williams' corner from Violet.
5 circuits from Zane. 5 and 6. He's got the measure of this. Zane really getting into his own.
She was doing so well there, Violet. And she comes off again on Spode chicane there. And Zane takes it nicely into Stanley Matthews.
To put her 7, 10.
Oh, start, give it a nudge. You have to give it a little bit of a nudge down Stanley Matthews straight. It does get a little bit tricky. A little bit of oil on the track there, I think.
Yes, absolutely. 9, 10.
How long we got left?
10 laps in 1 minute 2 seconds. That's magnificent, I think.
9,
Violet sadly came off the track a few times.
I think it was 9 for Violet, 10 for Zane. That was very, very close.
Yeah, but I could tell, Zane was the... obviously, Violet's come straight from Monaco. She might be a little bit overzealous in her driving, whereas Zane, the quiet man from Lightwood, has really got the measure of this circuit and is steaming around faultlessly. Excellent driving from Zane. Very good. Unfortunately, there isn't a Gold Cup, a Hanley Cup to offer you, but you can go back home. There are treats upstairs, I'm reliably informed.
So quite a crowd gathering in the shop window of River Island now. They are transfixed. They're watching the action here. We've got 3 children and 3 women there and 3 men, all dressed for summer, which is okay today. It is quite mild inside the building here.
Yellow car seems to have developed a minor fault, I think. Seems to be struggling. I think Zane has burnt out that engine, and the pit stop crew are going to need to really attend to that vehicle, as he was very smoothly driving around the circuit earlier, and there's been a couple of minor faults. So but the victory is assured anyway. And Violet, of course, the Hanley is a regular. Hanley Grand Prix is a regular on the circuit, but normally happens between Monaco and Imola Grand Prix. And is also attracting some very fine sponsorship as well, seated as we are right outside River Island.
So we've got the driver from Mercedes Petronas finished her drink now and is ready to go, I think, itching to get up there. Maybe they could take on Zane, perhaps, as the winner of the previous bout. See,
it's going to be a
how
challenge.
Zane moves up.
As Zane really got the measure of that yellow car. He's
Waiting for a little bit higher pay grade, so waiting for the pay grade to change, and then she'll be ready.
Okay. So still driver from Petronas there, just waiting their turn here, just trying to get the measure of the track, waiting for conditions to be perfect, waiting for the cars to just have got used to this
and as
track.
if the driver from Mercedes Petronas didn't have enough sponsors on her jacket, is kind of clearly holding out for more.
And again, Robbie Williams' corner there, just causing a few difficulties.
Yes, past the ambulance station, which should have seen a lot of action, and I hope they've got enough beds in that little ambulance station, because we've had some terrible rolls and crashes already this morning at Robbie Williams' corner. Yellow car just making its way past Wedgwood and the Armitage Shanks turn. Well, it's more like a, I think of it more like a U-bend. And blue car. Could we put the blue car back on there? Thank you, pit stop.
Stewards having to work very hard today. Of course, many of them will have been out late last night and would have been expecting a bit of an easier ride this morning. Expecting racing perhaps not to kick off until 2 o'clock, but with the busyness of the circuit these days, drivers are expected to start racing pretty early doors, even before midday. And Zane Violet takes that nicely there. Then just comes off by Wedgwood Forest there. There's neck and neck down.
And Stanley Matthews
Stanley
way.
Matthews
The blue
straight
car taking a
and
tumble
through
and
Robbie
a roll
Williams' corner.
over there at the Armitage Shanks U-bend. And you can really build up some speed on Stanley Matthews straight there, but you have to be very, very cautious when you are pulling up, ready to go around the Robbie Williams turn. Take that! Oh, the yellow cars ended up taking a tumble on that turn. Oh my God! And both cars off the circuit there. Right, we're going to start another time trial by the looks of things. The adjudicator just checking the vehicles. Weather conditions fair to middling here at the Hanley Arena. The circuit was quite wet earlier on, and we've got to check for some oil spillages after that accident. And they're off, and the blue car has come straight off the circuit at Robbie Williams' turn.
Too eager to get ahead, and it's all gone wrong for Zane at the moment. He's come off twice there.
But also Violet's got a little technical problem. The vehicle seems to have come to a halt. But that's a goodbye to Violet and Zane, who have been excellent drivers there. So well done to you two.
Indeed.
Magnificent driving here at the Hanley Arena.
They're a very knowledgeable crowd here, of course, in the Potteries shopping centre. We've got 2 new drivers coming in now.
We have on the yellow car, we have a young man named Jagroup and Jagroup and Jasleen. Jagroup and Jasleen. Jasleen is on the blue car. Jagroup is on the yellow. For those listeners around the world just tuning in, welcome to the Hanley Arena here in the Potteries Shopping Centre, where we are conducting the Stoke-on-Trent Grand Prix. Come and have a sit down, make yourselves nice and comfortable.
That's right, the crowd beginning to gather there, just walking around the track, trying to get a measure of
yes, we've got an intruder in the arena at the moment.
Oh, and the crowd have just been attacked by a giant in a red hat. Unprecedented scenes here as an enormous giant comes in and picks up the arena with hardly any effort at all there. And this is unprecedented here at the Hanley Arena. I think everyone is okay. The giant, though, is still just pacing around trackside there, hoping perhaps for a little meal, something.
And the giant is taking hold of the checkered flag. The giant is going to be in control of the start of this race. He's a little bit over keen. He's desperate to probably turn that grandstand over and eat all of the occupants. And there are tears. It's going to be tears now, but...
a little bit of shenanigans there, a little bit of trying to get ahead of the game there, a little bit of gamesmanship, but the international adjudicators having none of it. And we're just waiting for the flag to drop now, and we are off.
And we're off, and
little
people can watch the cars going, and the blue cars up ahead. The blue cars, and the giant has stepped straight into the middle of the arena, but the yellow car's doing magnificently well at the moment. Oh, the grandstand, the little people are being plucked off the grandstand, and now on the track. It's a scene of utter devastation. The giant has grabbed hold of the grandstand and has tipped all of the spectators onto the...
This, I'm sure, was not in the risk assessments for the International Scalextric board. And, and they've crashed into the first aid hut. Now this is turning into carnage. What was just a simple day's racing is now utter carnage here at Hanley Potteries Shopping Centre.
I can't believe what we've just witnessed there, Craig. It is a terrible, terrible tragedy what has happened to all those spectators. But the race must go on, and the blue car takes a little the yellow car takes it. Oh no, there's a terrible mistake from one of the steward, me, of putting the yellow car on the blue circuit, but that seems to have been rectified by an eagle-eyed steward. So now the yellow car is steaming ahead, and they're off, and beautifully controlled driving. The blue car taking a tumble at Robbie Williams' turn, past the Armitage Shanks U-bend and through the chicane and straight into the Stanley Matthews straights there. Needing a little push there from the driver, Jasleen. And the yellow car has overtaken the blue car now, but the blue car is back in control and is chasing the yellow car straight down the Stanley Matthews straights. A little wobble there on the Robbie Williams turn, but they're still on course. Magnificent driving there, and wonderful control from our two young drivers here, who I'm not sure what towns they're representing. Where have you come from, you two? Where have you come from? Where do you live? India. Oh, they're the Indian team.
Right, flew in last night to Hanley International Airport, sponsored by Air India, of course. So they must be a little bit jet lagged today, but it's not affecting performance too much. And they'll be pretty proud of their son back home in India today if they're watching.
A little nudge there for the blue car as it makes its way around. Oh, terrible, terrible turn and spin there on the chicane. Down the Stanley Matthews Straight. Yes, fortunately, the blue car seems to just pause right in front of the driver's grandstand, which is always helpful. Oh. Past the Wedgwood, down through the Armitage Shanks Bend, and they are off. These two drivers, you know, they're very young, but they've got a wealth of experience already. You can tell, very skilled driving. They got terrific futures as motor racing drivers, these two. And they will remember the Hanley Grand Prix for a long time after this. Worth asking what they had for breakfast, these two, because they're clearly well prepared.
What did you have for breakfast?
Egg burger. Yeah, fueled on egg burgers by the sounds of things. Well, it's working. Yeah, the yellow car really in control at the moment. As the blue car losing its concentration a little bit round the Armitage Shanks Bend, down onto the Stanley Matthews Straights.
Now the blue car, though, has got the measure of that little bit of straight there, and the adjudicator brings the race to a stop, but the blue car not having it, wants to carry on. This is going to cause potentially a bit of an international incident here, as we got... So we're just going to have a final processional lap there to see who is going to be faster. The adjudicator just gets the flag ready, just making sure everything's right, down to the last millimetre. Millimetres count, of course, in Scalextric, because, of course, we are working to scale here. Countdown.
3, 2, 1.
Flag
and
drops.
they're off. And the yellow
And
car
the yellow
straight
car's
off
off.
the circuit at the first turn. A little bit overzealous into that first turn. The blue car still struggling
Blue car
a little
just
bit on the Stanley
takes
Matthews.
it there, takes that lap.
Ooh,
And
little collision there, a little nudge as the blue car tries to nose right up to the back side of the yellow car, but the yellow car now just having a little pause. He's just stopping for a little breather, and he's back on it. And that's the end of the race. Magnificent. Thank you, Team India, for that gripping performance which had us all spellbound. And as we have a little pause while the drivers change, I think perhaps Mercedes Petronas team will be ready for... No, not quite yet. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Still in preparation. Kind of Mercedes Petronas needs to exactly find the right moment and the right competitor, obviously.
And here they come now. So we've got two international races here. And what's your name? We've got Charlotte here from McLaren and Jade from Mercedes Petronas. And whereabouts in the country are you from?
Here.
Stoke? Yeah. Where about? In Longton. So we've got Longton and Stoke here.
Stoke. Charlotte and Jade is racing the yellow car and Charlotte the blue.
That's right, Charlotte in the blue, Jade in the yellow there. The international adjudicators just making some notes, just getting the drivers to sign in. These two also at Monaco yesterday as well.
And sporting lots of sponsors, so these two drivers are have got lots of endorsements on their vehicles.
Adjudicator just explaining the system here, which it's we operate the 1947 protocol, where we race for a certain period of time, and whoever's completed the most laps in that time is declared the winner. Of course, that was adapted in 1950, but they've now since gone back to the 47 protocol after the incident in Crewe.
3, 2, 1. And they're off, and the yellow car immediately takes a lead, but the blue car, they're neck and neck at the moment round the Armitage Shanks down the Stanley Matthews Straight. Blue car just behind, but inching ever closer. The yellow car struggling a little bit on Robbie Williams' corner, as all our previous drivers have, of course. You need to really master that corner by speeding down the Stanley Matthews, but then slowing up right at the end.
Oh,
and
beautifully done there.
Beautifully done it, Jade, there in the yellow car. And Charlotte, though, really speeding.
A little bit of drift there. Charlotte
chasing.
just tried to take on the outside there. But now Charlotte's down. Stanley Matthews Straight just flicked off there. And Robbie Williams' corner again causing trouble for Jade in the yellow car.
Yes, we're going to need a steward on that chicane, I think, because there seem to be repeated problems there. But the blue car steaming off, but Charlotte's back on course, and Jade, really getting into her stride now. Total pros. Oh, the terrible collision there at Robbie Williams' corner. Take that, as they say, and it's quite harsh, and repeated problems on that corner for both drivers. That seems to be the real sticking point for most drivers on this circuit. Of course, that's why it's so important to really study the form of the circuit beforehand, and to make sure the conditions are absolutely right. There's obviously a threat of rain as well, so we might have to change tyres at some point during the race here. But both drivers really getting into their stride now.
There's a few seconds left now, according to the adjudicator. And Charlotte just spins off there, got safely around Robbie Williams, but then suffered past Wedgwood Woods.
We seem to have alternator problems on the blue car. The yellow car actually going into reverse there, or attempting to just then, which we seem to have some real problems there with the blue car. Sadly, it's gone into the pits. It's an extraordinarily close race, but we have the final results from that test drive, and the yellow car has got 18 laps in. That was Jade, and Charlotte in the blue car 17, so 18 to 17. Astonishingly close, but a worthy winner, Jade in Mercedes Petronas there. But what a magnificent race.
And the crowd very
True
appreciative
pros.
there. In their thousands, they get to their feet. Standing ovation for our two drivers
Jade,
as they leave the arena.
Take a bow to the audience. Wonderful. There's bottles of champagne popping off left, right and centre. Magnificent driving. Well done indeed.
And they're on their feet in the window of River Island as well, in appreciation of that.
And on the balconies,
effort,
up on the balcony, they're all clapping as well. Yeah, magnificent. Do pop by later and have another race if you're able. That's, well,
standard's been set there, Graham. I think standard been set there with 18 laps. It's going to be interesting to see how that pans out during the day now. People listening at home will be thinking, I think I could do that. And they'll be coming in. So, of course, the Grand Prix happening all 3 days this week. Last year, we were cut down just to 1 day because of that trackside fire. But this year, we're hoping that we're going to last the whole 3 days. So if you are listening at home and you fancy beating that record of Jade's at 18 laps, then do come here to the Hanley Arena in the Potteries Centre. Just going to have a word with the international adjudicator here. Just how many minutes? 2 minutes. So 18 laps in 2 minutes is the standard that has been set by Jade from Longton, I think she was from.
and that's in accordance with the 1947 protocol, obviously. But it shows the growing standard of skill in this game. We've got our stewards just welcoming a new team, I think, on to the circuit.
Of course, what a lot of drivers like about the Hanley Grand Prix, of course, Graham, is it does give you the opportunity to do a bit of shopping at the same time. Of course, we know that these drivers, very wealthy people, so that's why they like Dubai and they like Hanley, because the shopping opportunities are excellent. Once you've done your driving, you can get yourself down the shops. So Diamond Emporium at the end of our row here, which I'm sure Jade has just gone into now to spend her prize money.
Spend the winnings. Yeah, obviously after that bottle of that magnum of champagne, she's probably feeling a little bit lightheaded and is going to spend some of her winnings on jewellery. Obviously, we've got the entertainer behind us as well, so a little gift or two for the younger drivers, perhaps, who are less tempted by the jewellery.
So we've got a family now just going into the entertainer. It's half term, of course, and many drivers will be on holiday with their families. Another reason why they like the this particular Grand Prix. It does very much a family occasion. As a couple walk past, having just been to the entertainer. Bought a JCB in their bag.
Flannels, you can sort yourself out with your driver's costume in flannels, which is open at the moment. Get yourself some fresh handmade cosmetics. Craig, you're a bit partial to that.
It does take its toll, of course, all this international race touring, so we do have to look after our skin as well, don't we, Graham?
Well, when you're doing the job that we do, of course, you never know what kind of climate you're going to end up in if you're in the Dubai Grand Prix or the Kigali Grand Prix. But here in Hanley, it's quite humid, mild, very mild.
A little bit humid, but good race conditions. No crosswinds, no headwinds here, of course, because we are in a controlled climate situation.
That's
as
right.
specified in that 1947 protocol.
The Hanley Arena obviously is covered. We have a skylight over the top to prevent rain from getting onto the circuit.
That's right, crowds beginning to gather on the balcony now. Of course, it's an ideal vantage point, an aerial view. Drones, of course, not allowed inside the shopping centre, so they built the balcony instead to allow that bird's eye view. And a new team just arriving, just thinking about it. Maybe
it's a young driver just flexing muscles, having a little stretch there, thinking about whether she's prepared to come and have a go. Two young gentlemen just passing. But no, they're not ready. They're not quite ready to race today. But there is a gentleman here who might turn his hand to the race. Just a spectator.
That's right. That's the good thing about here as well, that you don't have to, it's a weekend ticket, so you only have to pay once and you can stay and watch for as long as you like. Some people, of course, like to watch the warm-ups. Some people just come for the racing, but perfect trackside location here with comprehensive views of the track. Some circuits, of course, Graham, you can't see the whole track, can you? And you can only see a portion of it. You're sitting here, but here at Hanley, you can see the whole track.
That's right, Craig. And in fact, this particular track is symmetrical, you might say, from the best seats in the house. So we've got, for those of you listening around the globe, We've got the long Stanley Matthews straight, which is the opportunity to really pick up some speed, but that's been the pitfall of many a driver, as we've already found out this morning, because then you've got quite a sharp bend, a 90-degree turn to the right in the Robbie Williams corner before a very windy section past the ambulance tent and Wedgwood into the Armitage Shanks turn. And
Here we go.
we've got two gentlemen who are now stepping up to flex their own muscle in Scalextric. Now, can we just have some names? Yeah, we've got Joe and Charles. Joe is in the yellow car, I believe, and
Charles
right?
in the blue.
Charles is in the blue.
Just having a little warm up round the track. Just getting a measure of it. Yes.
Joe's in the yellow,
Joe's in the
I
yellow.
believe, and
Charles in the blue.
Joe taking it nice and easy. He's a true pro. He's done this before. He's just having a little pause there. Yeah, just to get the measure of the circuit.
That's right. These cars, of course, new to these drivers. That's part of the 1947 protocol, is that you have to use the car you're given, not one that's been specially manufactured for you. One of the pitfalls they're having there is just not quite going fast enough into Stanley Matthews Straight. The adjudicator just describing the rules. 2 minutes, and the person that does the most lap in those 2 minutes. Crowd now pouring out of River Island just to get a closer look at what's happening here. It's a busy shopping day, of course, Thursday. The flag is up. 3,
The checkered
2,
flag
1, go!
is off, and the blue car
and
straight,
blue car
a little
straight
bit
off
over
there,
straight
but Charles in
Robbie
yellow
Williams corner.
is just taking it nice and easy down Stanley Matthews Straight and round Robbie
Yes,
Williams
Joe
corner.
knows. He's studied the form.
Nicely round Robbie
Clearly
Williams
a
corner
little bit better
too.
than Charles has, and is taking it nice and easy. He knows that to spin off the circuit is going to be a catastrophe and will lose him valuable time. So the yellow car now going through the Armitage Shanks, along past through the chicane. He hasn't come off once yet, straight into the Robbie Williams turn, and he's off again and straight past the engineering corner and down the Stanley Matthews. Nice and steady. He's really setting the pace here in this race. Charles, meanwhile, had seems to have developed a slight technical fault there, coming past the grandstand. Big cheer from all the spectators as they go past along the Armitage Shanks.
It's good to see the spectators back in full health after the earlier incidents. If you were listening at home, you remember when a giant invaded the track and picked the grandstand up one-handed and started to pluck people from their seats. As a coat rail comes down the escalator at River Island. All eyes on the track here, of course, as Charles and Joe fight it out. Time must be nearly up, I should think. Adjudicator checks the stopwatch. Just fills in the paperwork.
Charles desperate to actually pick up some pace. He knows he's got a couple of laps to catch up on here, but it's always a huge gamble when you're putting your foot down on that accelerator.
10 seconds remaining. Can Charles just grab something now as he goes into Stanley Matthews Straight?
But Joe seems
And
to have stopped. Oh, magnificent.
This must be close.
What a
Just,
magnificent race.
just waiting for
That
confirmation
was.
from the international judge.
So Joe, 17 circuits to Charles's 14. That's a victory there for Joe. Take a bow, Joe. Magnificent performance there from Joe.
Amazing scenes here.
Excellent.
He's very happy with that.
Excellent driving.
Of course, still Jade still set the mark here with a amazing 18 laps. So that still remains the...
That's true, but Joe took a terrific strategy with that, that race there. Not too fast. He knew that there were perils along the circuit and he was determined not to spin off. And he had a fantastically controlled delivery and execution of that race. Now, I think we have some young drivers from all the way from...
So the international adjudicator's just been called away to move their car from the car park. No favouritism here. You can only leave your car for a certain amount of time.
And we have two young drivers all the way from London, Veer and Vimay.
Veer and Vimay.
Veer and Vimay come round to the driver's enclosure.
So you will have seen Veer and Vimay, of course, at Brands Hatch many occasions. This is their first appearance in Hanley, and we are just going to... so, what's your name?
That's
Vinay.
Vimay.
Vimay. You've got the blue car here, Vimay.
Vimay is on the blue.
And that
And
must make
Veer
you... Veer.
Is on the yellow.
Yeah.
The sun has
So
just
if you
come
come
out
over here.
and we've got wonderful light cascading down through the Potteries Shopping Centre here at the Hanley Arena.
Couldn't be a more perfect setting for these two racers from London here than what they heard about Stoke, but they weren't expecting it to be as beautiful as this, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
Going to have a little practice lap first. So you just press this. You can do it fairly gently. You have to be careful around that corner because you'll come off the track.
So
And
test
you
circuits
can go
now.
quite fast down here. That's it. There you go. So have a little practice. That's it. That's it. Get a bit more. So you can keep your finger on it a little bit. That's it. That's it. Yes, you got it. Nicely done. So they're just getting the measure of these cars. Of course, 1947 protocol means you are given the car that you are given. You don't get a choice. So there's none of that fancy Formula One business where the car is kitted out just for you. It's a very much level playing field here at Hanley. And they're still on their practice laps now. And I think we're nearly ready for the race proper.
The yellow car.
So we're just going to put them on the start line. As I say, the international adjudicator's been called away to move their car. So we're going to have to do the timing as well.
And there is a, just to say that, Craig, that there is, I think there is a prize for this, but a sponsor has very generously donated a mystery prize.
That's right. Fortunately, we are next to a couple of shoe shops, so, you know, a nice pair of school shoes, something like that will go down very well, I'm sure, with our racers. So I'm going to take the role of international adjudicator while they move their car, hand the commentary over to my erstwhile colleague, Graham.
And as Hanley Arena starts to fill up, we've got lots of new spectators who are just taking their seats in the arena. And plenty more are welcome to come forward and watch this magnificent Hanley Grand Prix, which is taking place here at the Potteries Shopping Centre. So we've got the yellow and the blue cars. The adjudicator is just making his final tests, and just to make sure that everything is perfectly legal about the vehicles and nobody's souped them up in an unnecessary fashion. So here we are. We got the yellow car and the blue car, both drivers, young drivers from London, and we're counting down 3, 2, 1. And they're off, and the blue car comes, both vehicles come straight off the circuit immediately. They've got a bit overzealous in their starting. It's very typical that the drivers go too quickly in the first instance and come careering off at the Robbie Williams turn. But both vehicles now getting into their stride. The blue car steaming ahead, and it seems to be yes, ahead, but he's come off. The blue car has come off the circuit at the Robbie Williams turn. Still ahead, but the yellow car is catching up now through the Armitage Shanks bend, and once again the blue car cannot cope, and the yellow car has managed to catch up. They're both neck and neck as they go around the Shell turn and down the Stanley Matthews straights, but the blue car clearly every time falls foul of that and keeps crashing off the circuit. Now they're neck and neck, and the blue car once again is off, and the yellow car seems to be ahead at the moment, taking it nice and easy, and the blue car seems to have developed a fault. I think it needs its points checking, and but it's back on the circuit, and they're now neck and neck as they go round and down into the Stanley Matthews straights. It's really neck and neck. These two young drivers clearly have been training together and are not going to let it lie. Neither of them wants the other one to win. Oh my goodness, it's really tight. It's really tight. Only 30 seconds left of the 2 minute, and the blue car once again comes off. The blue car really struggling at the moment. The yellow, and if we could have a steward put the vehicle back on, that would be many thanks. But just coming up to the very end of the race now. Absolutely neck and neck. 5, 4, as they... And both vehicles. Magnificent crowd response there. A huge cheers from all the assembled throng here at the Hanley Arena, because there's some real motorsports enthusiasts here. And Craig,
Thank you, Graham. This is going to be tricky for the sponsor here, because they've not just got one prize to award; they've got two, because we have a dead heat here. We have Via in the yellow car with 16 laps, Vime in the blue car with 16 laps, and the drivers bow to the crowd, and they shake each other's hands, and they congratulate each other. It's good to know that with all that rivalry, that there still can be friendship. Luckily, thought that was the fire bell going off there. Would have been a repeat of the 2022 Hanley racing, but fortunately the alarm's gone off now. So a big round of applause from the crowd now for Via and Vime, and they make their way to the sponsors there, who's going to treat them to something very special. So we've got two Spider men trainees here on the bench, and they are stepping up to have a go.
And
just
let's have a little check on the names of these two Spider boys. Spider boys, what are your names? Lewis.
Lewis and Zach.
And we've got Lewis and Zach.
Lewis and Zach from Stoke here. We've just lost the cars somewhere. Oh, there they are on the track, and the engineers just bring those back. Thank you very much. So, of course, we get a little practice lap here before we go. So, let's see.
Welcome to the
Zach,
Hanley
you've got the blue car.
Arena for those who have just arrived. Come and have a sit down.
You've got the yellow car. So you just hold that down fairly gently and let it go around. Okay. So just hold that little button. That's it. You got it. Not too hard. Just gently. That's it.
Now the skill with Scalextric racing obviously is to be very sensitive, because on this circuit at the Hanley Arena here at the Stoke Grand Prix, we have a unique circuit with lots of potential perils along the circuit, so the drivers have to be super skilled at being able to navigate around the circuit. These two young drivers, Lewis and Zach, all the way from Stoke. obviously they're local drivers. They know the terrain here. And they're getting used to the circuit as, whoop, but it's very easy to spin off. You know, fortunately the car careered into the crowd then, but somebody very kindly replaced it on the track. So, Lewis and Zach are about to race. So, crowd in Hanley, get ready to show your enthusiasm for these fine young drivers. Some of you will be Zach fans, obviously, and some of you will be Lewis fans. These intense rivalry that exists between these two young Spider boys will be tested to the absolute limit with this Scalextric here at the Hanley Arena. The adjudicator is just sorting out his paperwork, making sure the vehicles are legal, obviously, that they haven't been souped up. And he is there with his checkered flag, ready for the start. 3, 2, 1, and they're off. And immediately the yellow car careers off at Robbie Williams' corner. It's having to take the chicane very, very slowly. These two young drivers taking it nice and cautiously now because they don't want to spin off the track too. They'd like the blue car, to take a terrible, terrible crash there at Robbie Williams' corner. Take that, they say, and the yellow car, nice and easy, taking it. The blue car once again careers off. This is the most perilous part of the track. The yellow car seems to have got the measure of that and he's taking it nice and easy. But the blue car onto the Stanley Matthews straights, down round the chicane, beautifully handled there, round the Armitage Shanks and towards Shell Corner. The yellow car struggling a little bit technically. I think there's a little revving of the engine there from the blue cars. A little wheel spin as it came round the chicane, and the blue car once again has come off the circuit. Both cars, in fact, struggling a little bit now, but they need to get back into their stride. They've kind of lost a little bit of the momentum they had before, but and they're off. Oh, it's a difficult Armitage Shanks U-bend there, but the blue car seems to have regained control. And onto the Armitage Shanks, these two boys concentrating very, very hard, as well you might, because this is a sport which requires dexterity, skill and patience. The yellow car, little wheel spin that took it off the track there, and there's only 20 seconds left of this race before we count up this number of circuits, and the blue car's really struggling now. I think the anxiety and the nervousness has really got to the driver there, but they're off, and the blue car once again slips off the circuit. Nice and easy does it, and the two Spider boys, magnificent, great racing there, great racing. Big round of applause from everyone here at the Hanley Arena. Terrific, a little bit of wheel spinning as there from the blue car.
That's right, massively appreciative crowd here, and they are starting to gather from all corners of Staffordshire. Let's just stop racing now, lads.
That's it, we had clutch problems there on the blue car at the end.
So the results have been sent to Geneva to be verified and have come back, and I can announce that Zach in the blue car had 12 laps. Lewis in the yellow car had 13 laps, so it was
Lewis, a victory
very,
for
very
Lewis
close
there.
call indeed there. Both boys can be very proud of themselves here today.
Lewis following his namesake, obviously, but yes, Zach only just behind there. What great racing from those two young Spider boys. Now, as the next drivers come on board, we've got a little person here who is his named Squad. Or he's part of the dog squad or the puppy squad, I can tell. And I think we could probably do with somebody else who'd... Is there anybody else who would like to join in and have a race? Yes, we've got somebody from Hogwarts is just making their way over. So these two junior drivers. And if we could just get...
What's your name? Reggie? Reggie.
So we've got Reggie in the Hufflepuff top, and I think it might be appropriate that Reggie races the yellow car, because you're wearing yellow. Indeed. Reggie's on yellow. Sean. So we've got Reggie in the yellow and Sean on the blue car. And these two drivers are very little. The spectators are just still spilling into the Hanley Arena here, taking their seats. Obviously, this is the spectator event of the year for Hanley. To come and watch the Stoke Grand Prix here in the Potteries shopping centre. The weather is very changeable, it's fair to say. We had some nice sunlight coming through the skylight earlier, but no more. It's very grey. So there's always the threat of a little bit of rainfall on the circuit. Although we are covered here, thankfully. Now, we had a bit of an oil spillage earlier on, but I think the stewards have managed to clear that up. The two drivers, Reggie and Sean, are just getting used to the lay of the land, just building up their confidence. Sean is Captain Speedy at the moment. He's managed to find a perfect way of getting around the circuit, nice and speedy. And Reggie's having a bit of a problem at this corner, aren't you, Reggie? This is the Robbie Williams corner, where there seem to be quite a few problems. So, yes, he's learning to just slow down as he comes to the end of the Stanley Matthews Straight in order to get round that difficult turn. We've got the biggest number of spectators in the arena that we've had all morning so far, so it's getting very, very popular here. And the two drivers are up to the starting grid. Our adjudicator will just be getting his paperwork ready. There are a few basic checks, obviously. Checking the driver's licenses, making sure that it's all legal. Checking the vehicles to make sure that one of them hasn't souped up the vehicle in an illegal way. You know, rebored the cylinders beyond the regulation size. But these two boys look really up for it and ready. How exciting. Are the crowd enthusiastic and ready for the race? I think so. A little ripple of applause there. A ripple of excitement. And if our steward Craig is ready at that end near the chicane, where we've been having all sorts of problems this morning. 3, 2, 1, and they're off. And the yellow car comes straight down into the Robbie Williams, but comes off. And now the blue car is ahead. Blue car taking it nice and easy, but all the yellow car is now steamed ahead. We seem to have a few technical issues. I think there's carburetor problems with the blue car at the moment, but now they're still on circuit. The blue a little bit behind, but the yellow car has come off at Robbie Williams, and now the blue car takes over. The blue car has overtaken the yellow car. They're onto the Stanley Matthews Straight, and the yellow car once again takes charge, and then the blue car takes over. It's really neck and neck. They're just like a real dogfight, the yellow car. is ahead again. Now the blue car's ahead. It's round the Armitage Shanks and towards Shell Corner, down the straights, and beautifully handled by the blue car there. Sean really got it, but he's come off after the chicane. So it really is absolutely breathless driving from these two young drivers here at the Hanley Grand Prix. At the moment, I think the yellow car is ahead, but seems to have developed a slight fault, or was it just dawdling there, waiting for the blue car to catch up? Now the blue car's ahead. On every turn, there seems to be a change of leadership in this race. It really is breathtaking stuff here at the Stoke Grand Prix. The blue car sneaking ahead through the Armitage Shanks, but then takes a tumble and really stalls there at the chicane back onto the Stanley Matthews straights, where the blue car appears to be ahead. The yellow car having a little bit of a fault there, slowing down quite dangerously. I wonder whether there's a technical problem there with that vehicle. Now the blue car is stalled. And the two vehicles come to a stop, and a magnificent applause there from all the gathered ensemble here at the Hanley Arena. The adjudicator just checking the timing, just to remind you that each race is a time trial, 2 minutes you're allowed.
The results have been verified. Reggie in the yellow car has 11 laps, and Sean in the blue car 10 laps. So Reggie is our winner of that race, and the crowd go wild with appreciation. Even the cleaners have stopped to have a look, and we know how busy they are. Just goes the level of excitement that we've got here today in the Potteries Shopping Centre.
Well, that was a terrific race. Some magnificent driving from these very junior drivers here. They've got great careers ahead of them in motor racing, I suspect. Yes, the paparazzi are out in force, just capturing images of the victors as they recuperate. The adrenaline must be absolutely popping through the roof, I would think. Now, is it possible that Reggie has a challenger?
Okay, so Reggie...
So, Reggie, if you're happy to stay on the yellow car, is that okay?
So, of course, this is 1947 Protocol Appendix C, winner stays on. And so we have Reggie here, of course, with a race-winning 11 laps, and we have a new contender. What's your name? Nathan here, and where are you from? So we've got two local lads from Stoke here. So we're playing for local pride. If you want to come round here.
So we've got Reggie still in the yellow car and Nathan in the blue car. And these two young drivers. Obviously Nathan still a little bit exhausted after that last race, I shouldn't wonder. Reggie, sorry. Reggie. But Reggie, are you up for that? You're okay? You're still fighting fit? Oh! Fighting fit after that first race. Now Nathan a little bit trigger happy at the moment on the vehicle. So Reggie in the yellow car taking it nice and easy. Of course he's got a little bit of an advantage because he's already raced and understands the circuit in a way that Nathan perhaps doesn't. But all the same, that Robbie Williams turn is going to really fall foul of most drivers at some point in the race. You really have to slow down before you hit that turn, because it's a very sharp 90-degree turn. Fortunately, there's an able steward just manning that station, ready to stop wayward vehicles as they come off after the straight. So, here we are. For those visitors who've just arrived, this is the Stoke Grand Prix, live to you from Hanley Arena. And we are broadcasting live to the world, the live action commentary as you see it. So we have two contenders here. In the blue car, we have Nathan, and in the yellow car, we have Reggie, both blokes from Stoke. Young men who are just starting out their career in motor racing. And young Reggie is driving with the Hufflepuff team, and Nathan is from the Boston team. Is that right? Boston team, yeah. Nathan probably used to Indy 500 IndyCar racing, so he's which is lots of speed but less curvature in the circuit. So yeah, Nathan having a few problems on this turn here. The car keeps coming off the circuit. So on the starters grid, we have both vehicles just revving up, just their tyres are already warmed up and they're ready to race. Are you ready to watch them race? Are you ready? Are you excited? I think we got some budding drivers here in the audience as well. So the adjudicator has the checkered flag, and he's about to count down 3, 2, 1, and they're off. And very sensibly, the blue car takes it nice and easy on the first circuit. Both cars doing magnificently at the moment, and just taking it nice and easy as their tyres warm up to the circuit around the Armitage Shanks. And the yellow car taking the Robbie Williams at a nice speed, nice sensible speed. They are both doing terrifically well. Obviously here the skill is about getting round as many circuits as you can in the allotted 2-minute time frame. So if you take it too quickly, then you come off the circuit, and that's the gamble you've got to take, trying to go as quick as you can without coming off, because that's where you lose valuable time. So both vehicles doing well at the moment, but the blue car has come off a couple of times at that perilous Robbie Williams turn, and he's really got to master that. Through the chicane at the Wedgwood is also a bit of a problem, but both doing well. I think it's fair to say that Reggie hasn't come off the circuit yet, so he's doing pretty well in that regard. There are no collisions. Really good controlled driving from both drivers now, as we come up to what must be the second half of the race, and 30 seconds left. And obviously there's a tendency when it comes to the end of the race to want to speed up, but you can't afford to do that here, not on this circuit. And the blue car really struggling now to get a grip. It could be the slippery surface. Oh, he might need a change of tyres in the pit stop.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop racing.
And the two cars come to a stop. But let's have some appreciation from the audience here for these magnificent young drivers from Stoke.
Indeed, magnificent racing here at the Hanley Arena. Of course, there was no racing last year after the incident, but we're back with a full 3-day programme here today. And we've got the young pretender Nathan there up against Reggie. Reggie you'll be familiar with from our previous race with 11 laps. This time Reggie managed to get 13 laps.
Which is terrific, a terrific improvement on the last race even. But what did Nathan get?
And Nathan, it was very, very close. Nathan, the new one, the new kid on the block, he got 12. So Reggie's experience there just pipping, but it's only half a lap, quarter of a lap in it there. So unbelievable scenes here at Hanley Arena today. And the two drivers, they shake each other's hands. They shake hands and congratulate each other. So it's very competitive, of course, but there's also great camaraderie here at the Hanley Arena. So well done, Reggie.
Well done indeed to Nathan and Reggie. We've got two motorsport stars in the making there. And we'll just have a little breather just there because that's too much even for us. But here at the arena, the crowds have been picking up. This is a capacity of probably about 12,000, I would say, this arena. And we've got some new contenders for racing in the audience. We've got a couple of young drivers, I suspect, who are just coming forward to the drivers' area. They'll need to do a little bit of limbering up, I suspect, and just get themselves in the zone mentally so that they're ready to have a crack at this. The Stoke Grand Prix, obviously, it's a new feature of the Grand Prix circuit. It's neatly fitted in between the Monaco Grand Prix and Imola. And, you know, gone are the days of Brands Hatch and Silverstone, because all the creditable racing these days happens in Hanley. Yeah, the drivers just having a test run each, just to warm up their tyres, get used to the circuit. We've got some terrific driving, but one of the things they're going to have to get used to is this nasty turn. Which
family rivalries here today with Oscar and Sienna, of course. That kind of driving skill often gets passed down through the generations, and it's good to see mother here today, of course, who was a big champion in the past at Hanley Scalextric Racing when she first had a set for Christmas that one year. So we'll be expecting great things here today from Oscar and Sienna. Just
Oscar's
on their
in the blue car and Sienna's in the yellow car. Sienna's taking it nice and cautious at the moment, but she knows that her brother can have a tendency to be a little bit impulsive, and we know what effect that has on the circuit, don't we? Yes, it's always wise to take it nice and easy, and Sienna is really taking this in her stride. She just sneakily.
This is the trouble with family rivalries, is that family rules come in rather than international rules. But of course we must abide by those here today at Hanley. So they're on the starters grid. Oscar there just trying to sneak a millimetre of advantage, which when you're driving at a scale like this, a millimetre means a lot. So the international adjudicator is back from moving their car, and they've got their flag at the ready. 3, 2, 1, go! And they are off neck and neck round Robbie Williams' corner, and slightly ahead at the moment. Oh no, Sienna's gone ahead, and Oscar just panicked slightly there, I think, and he's just had trouble around there, but he's now he's got a little bit stuck on that oil slick down there, but he's safely round Robbie Williams' corner. So is Sienna, and past the forest, and they're back onto Stanley Matthews straight, both through there nicely and round. Oh, you can see where the family skills have been passed down from generation to generation with these two, because this is some of the finest performances we've seen so far today.
Yeah, absolutely, Craig. This is really terrific stuff. But
oh no,
obviously there's a tendency
we said too much. That's always the commentator's curse there, and they come off the track on Robbie Williams' corner,
and oil slick really
stock on that oil
interfering
slick
with the blue car. Unfortunately, round the Armitage Shanks bend, for the blue car, which comes off again on the Robbie Williams, and the blue car overtaking the yellow car, but the yellow car steaming back into pole position.
1 minute left. They just need to find their rhythm again. It was all looking so good a while ago, but now they've lost some of their rhythm. And that's it.
That's
better
where
now
the-
round Robbie Williams' corner for Oscar and Sienna. Down Stanley Matthews straight. Just again, needs to take the foot off the gas a little bit sooner. Coming down Stanley Matthews straight. Pit stop team there, not doing quite such a good job. And that's beautiful for both of them there around past the woods into Armitage Shanks. Round Spode, down Stanley Matthews, back through Robbie Williams, and off again at Robbie Williams. Must be just a few seconds left now. 15 seconds left. I've got no idea now who is in the lead. This has got to be very, very close. It's neck and neck. Stuck on the oil stick. Round Robbie Williams for Oscar. Sienna down the back straight. Down Spode into Stanley Matthews. Round Robbie Williams and down Spode past the woods into Armitage Shanks. Down Stanley Matthews and again. He's got 5 seconds left. Can Oscar just get time? Stop
3,
racing.
2,
Oh
and
my
that's
goodness.
the
That
end of
was unprecedented here at Hanley. And now the adjudicators just got to count up. It's going to be a difficult job, I think.
The excitement was so palpable here in the Potteries shopping centre.
So, family, now it's going to be an interesting tea time today here in this household. Sienna had 17. Oscar had 16. So it's a win for the sisterhood here today. I think that was just a little bit trigger happy for Oscar at the end there. Meant he came off. He lost a lap or two, I think, round Robbie Williams. So close. You were that close. I mean, look how close it is, neck and neck. You're really close. But no hard feelings. They shake each other's hands. And they give each other a hug. And look at that. Lovely family scenes here today at Hanley Arena.
All that
big smiles for
family
Sienna.
rivalry just discarded.
And a trip to the entertainer, I suspect, is in hand after that victory. Or maybe River Island for some new school shoes. We'll see.
Absolutely neck and neck. That was indeed a photo finish between Oscar and Sienna.
Some of our highest scoring laps there as well. Not quite getting up to Jade's 18, but still in the lead. But Sienna there, 17 laps. Fantastic
17
achievement.
to 16, and that's really pushing Jade for the absolute top mark. Jade, of course, earlier got 18 laps during the 2 minutes. So Sienna, it's definitely the women who are getting the best results at the moment. Victory for womankind. But yeah, Reggie. I think it's fair to say that Reggie's itching to have another go, and perhaps, who's this little person with you? What's her name? Reva. So, Reggie and Reva are just making their way up to the driver's enclosure, because we're going to have another sibling race. Yes. Reva just not so sure at the moment. She's having a think about it. Doesn't feel entirely confident. And obviously there's good reason not to be so confident when Reggie has won 2 races on the trot. So Reggie knows what to do. Reva probably needs a little test run. So if the two of you could have a little test go. Yeah. Reva, get used to the blue car. Reva's in the blue. And Reggie will be racing his yellow car, as he always has. That's his lucky car. Little bit of a wheel spin there from Reva, and she's off. She's got the hang of this, but yeah, she's got to watch the speed coming down the Stanley Matthews, because it's gonna take any established driver by surprise.
That's right. Robbie Williams been the nemesis of many a driver today here at Hanley. And the adjudicator pressed into service there to... a lovely down Stanley Matthews straight, but again, caught out by Robbie Williams. He's just got to know just to take the pedal off the metal a little bit there, going into Robbie Williams. If you go too fast into Robbie Williams, then all kinds of trouble can ensue, as we have seen today.
So I think Reba might need another little test circuit just to make sure she's got the measure of all the little nooks and crannies of this circuit.
Crowd beginning to gather again, Graham. As, yeah, the driver's just pointing out that the barrier's come off, but safety quite low priority here at the Hanley Grand Prix. Though we do have a first aid hut there.
Yeah, Reva trying a new technique of pointing like a TV remote control, pointing at the vehicle, but that's not going to work. I don't think that's not going to make it go any faster. But one or two little minor technical faults, I think. The yellow vehicle is struggling. I mean, there's probably not enough turnaround time in the pits for the yellow car to have a thorough check, I suspect. And this is going to be a tricky one, this race, I suspect, because our chief contender, our Reggie, who has won 2 races on the trot here at Hanley. His vehicle looks like it might have one or two minor technical problems. So it's not quite got the speed it had. On the other hand, Sister Reva is trigger happy and keeps spinning the vehicle off the track. So as the two drivers, Reggie and Reva, brace themselves at the starting grid.
Adjudicator just reminding them to wait for the flag. Explaining that this is 1947 protocol, 2 minutes, most laps in those 2 minutes. Reggie, of course, I think has got 12 laps so far. His record. He went up 2 last time. Can he get to 14 this time? 3, 2, 1, go, and they are off. And Reva just comes off at Robbie Williams there, and just needs to slow it down a little bit.
We're going to need a steward on that far corner, helping out. There's the two danger.
Keep pressing.
Danger zones are the Robbie Williams corner and the chicane, but the yellow car, Reggie, obviously with his superior knowledge of the circuit, is steaming ahead at the moment. He's taking it nice and easy, whereas Reva's going a little bit too fast. She's trying anxiously to catch up, but it would be advisable to go a little bit slower for her, I think. Meanwhile,
nicely done there by Reva. She's got that one. She streaks past there around Armitage Shanks.
We seem to have a technical problem on the yellow vehicle.
Not quite pressing enough, perhaps, and just needs to a little bit of an oil slick on there. It's come off the guide. Oh, and off again at Robbie Williams for Reva there. She'd had it so well just on that previous lap there, but she's lost a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of concentration maybe. But I'm sure she'll get it back. And Reggie there guiding his car around there as if it's on the end of a long stick. Driver and car in perfect harmony there around Robbie Williams, past the forest, into Armitage Shanks, round Wedgwood corner, back down into Stanley Matthews Straight, and in he goes to Robbie Williams. Beautifully done there. It's almost like a piece of choreography now for Reggie. He's leaning into every corner. Reva there, beautifully done as well.
Reva, yes, really coming into her own now. She's taking a few lessons off her brother and is really
down
got
Stanley
the measure
Matthews. Stuck on Stanley Matthews on that oil slick again.
That oil slick really
Oh, and she's off at Robbie Williams.
Trying to overcompensate there, coming through the...
Coming off the forest, there's just 10 seconds left. They're both on the same
they're on
track.
the same
This
track
is
now. It's
unbelievable now. The
unprecedented.
stewards are going to have to say something about this as they come off, and time is up. Stop racing. So this one's going to have to go to Geneva, I think, just to see what happens when two cars get on the same track. And just doing a little bit of maths there.
It's gone to VAR here, and there seems to be a bit of controversy in the results here, because obviously Reva's vehicle went onto the wrong track temporarily, but Geneva seem to have overlooked that. They've given out the okay. So there's no disqualification for that.
They've pretended the race stopped a lap in advance of that, which is acceptable under the 1947 protocol subsection C1, and so according to that, Reggie Reva wasn't disqualified for that, and she finishes with 8 laps.
8 laps. Can we have a round of applause for Reva on 8 laps?
And Reggie continues his winning streak with 11 laps. So not as good as he did last time. 13 last time, but 11 this time. So well done to him. And big round of applause from the crowds, and
all the assembled
run into the arms of their supporters there. Of course, it's not just about the rider, the racer, it's about the people back home as well, who get up early mornings to set up the Scalextric track in the bedroom and pay for the electricity.
That's the thing, isn't it, Craig, that quite so often you just see the driver, you see the magnificence of the driving, but you forget about all the backstage crew, all the pit stop crew who are labouring intensively to make this the spectacle that it is. Here we are live from the Hanley Arena. We are broadcasting to you a live running commentary of the Stoke Grand Prix. It was Monaco Grand Prix last week, and it'll be Imola next week, but this is the latest addition to the sporting calendar, the Stoke Grand Prix. And if we have a couple of names. Driving the yellow vehicle, we have...
So we have father and daughter racers here. Tia on the yellow and Gary on blue. Of course, many in the audience will recognise Gary from 2021 when he took the place by storm.
And Tia sporting her characteristic pink fireproof suit is really got the measure of this in the...
Gary then a little bit tentative going into Stanley Matthews. He needs to give that a bit more, that's better, but he's just got to learn to take the throttle off. Tia is here giving the lessons to the master. The child becomes the parent here at the Potteries today. Tia off again at Robbie Williams, down Spode past Armitage Shanks, and she spins off the track again. Gary's pit stop team back on the track. Just got to give it some welly, Gary. Don't be too tentative. That's it. Down Armitage Shanks.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Tia showing her dad the how it's done.
And the adjudicator just lining up the cars. But, Gary there, a bit trigger happy. He's got to wait for the starter's orders. And the crowd waiting on the edge of their seats. And,
so there is a 2-minute time trial, and the winner is the driver who can get the most laps in on the 2 minutes. So after the 2 minutes, the race will conclude. There is no need to cross the finishing line, apart from obviously just a grandstand for the assembled throng. And the adjudicator is on the starting lineup.
Oh, they decided to back out this time. Just practice round, but a big round of applause from the crowd though for that. More of a demonstration race than an actual race, and good to see there.
Meanwhile, two eager beavers, one sporting his Stoke City top, and the other one probably with his Port Vale pants concealed beneath. They have stepped up.
So we got Will in the yellow car and Sterling Moss making an appearance here. That just shows the prestige that we have now here at Hanley, that we get the greats coming into race as well. Sterling, though, he's being a little bit tentative. He's got to remember that outside track is a little bit slippy. You've got to give it some welly down Stanley Matthews. There we go. Now he's got it. So the old skill's still going, but yellow car possibly in the lead at the moment.
Sterling Moss obviously used to the Le Mans racing himself, so he's familiar with the taking the long haul approach to the race.
Oh, he's got stuck on the old slip. Just that's it. Give it a little bit of welly down Stanley Matthews past Armitage Shanks, round Spode. Will's just come off there at Armitage Shanks.
Back to the starting grid for these two. They've warmed up their tyres and they're ready now for the race itself.
So a little bit of gamesmanship there from Will. That's not going to go down well.
That's so typical of Stoke City as well.
That's right. Always trying to sneak an advantage, Stoke City, and never play fair. So we'll see whether he can, can buck that trend today. Adjudicator gets the flag ready. 3, 2, 1. Go around there off. And he's off for Robbie Williams already. Will
careering off.
Sterling Moss just takes it easy round Spode. Armitage Shanks down into Stanley Matthews. He needs to give it a bit of welly. You're going to have to give it a nudge. That's right. You've got to give it some welly down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams. Past Spode and Armitage Shanks. And it's round Stanley Matthews, Robbie Williams. And Sterling Moss just tries to get an advantage there down Stanley Matthews, but he spins off, and Will just manages to take the lead again, and he crosses the line once more, but he comes off at Robbie Williams.
Moss took a little bit of a knock there, but he's back, and he's
very
taking
tight.
pole position straight round the corner.
Sterling Moss just a little bit anxious, so he's more used to a bespoke car, but here, of course, you just get the car that you are given. And nicely done down Sterling Moss. Round Robbie Williams, Spode, Armitage Shanks back into Stanley Matthews. And he spins off there, Will in Robbie Williams past the Forest. Wedgwood past into Robbie Williams.
Sterling Moss,
Armitage
obviously
Shanks
a
down into Stanley
veteran of
Matthews. Stuck on that oil slick again.
Oh,
Will needs a little nudge into Robbie Williams. That was a chance there for Will. Sterling there just going nicely. Off Will comes at Robbie Williams. Just a few seconds left.
I think we've definitely got contenders for the prize-winning top number of circuits with this race. Actually,
Jade is going to be listening in trepidation at home. A record of 18 laps, definitely in jeopardy, I think, here with these two.
But then you wouldn't expect any more, would you? Or any less, rather, from Sterling Moss, veteran as he is. He certainly hasn't lost any of his determination and courage on the circuit. Will taking a little bit of a tumble there. There's a bit of a problem. We need the stewards back to rectify the situation there. And yeah, Will really taking a bit of a tumble now, but he's going to have to really speed through. We're coming to the end of the race. Sterling Moss came off at Robbie Williams Junction, as did So the results are through from the adjudicator, and we can confirm that Will had 17 laps, but unsurprisingly, Sterling Moss, the great veteran himself of motor racing, with 19 circuits in the 2 minutes, which is the top laps for today, beating our earlier contender for Mercedes Petronas. That was Jade, who had 18 circuits. So Sterling Moss, magnificent. A big round of applause from everyone in the arena. Goodness me, what spectacular motor racing we are seeing today, Craig. We've got 2 new contenders, and they're all the way from...
Gentlemen, where are you from? Where are you from?
And from Warrington, we've got Matt and Adam. And Matt is on the yellow car. Adam is on the blue car. Matt on the yellow, Adam on the blue car. All the way from Warrington
So
here to the Hanley Arena.
we saw Matt and Adam on the benches, trackside earlier, just getting a measure of this, and it looks like that research has paid dividends. Oh, I said that commentator's curse again there. That first lap nice and smooth, but they both came off at Robbie Williams. And they just got to learn to take it fast down Stanley Matthews, but take the foot off the throttle as you go into Robbie Williams, because it's so easy to come off on Robbie Williams. Past Armitage Shanks, down Spode into Stanley Matthews. And a little bit of trouble on that oil slick that we've got down there. And we're back on track. Give it a bit of welly.
And the Stanley Matthews, both cars just drawing up to the starters grid, where they're revving up. You can just smell the rubber. And in front of a packed grandstand here, the Matt and Adam are about to give us a choice display. 3, 2, 1, and they're off. And immediately the blue car, that's Adam, has come off the circuit, but they're both back on course now. And Matt taking it very nice and easy. He's got the real measure of this. He's taking it cautiously. Adam, meanwhile, Adam perhaps a little bit overzealous at times, but oh no, Matt has come off the circuit there. The oil slick causing a constant problem there for the blue vehicle, but both vehicles taking a more strategic approach to this race as the blue car round the chicane has come off there at the Wedgwood, put back on by one of the stewards, and it's through the chicane, round the Spode corner, down the Stanley Matthews, and round. At the moment, the yellow car seems to be pipping it as that comes around the Spode. Blue is back as they come down the Stanley Matthews and round the Robbie Williams corner, through the chicane, round the Spode corner and back down past the grandstand. Both cars neck and neck, absolutely. There's scarcely a hair's breadth between them at the moment.
This is beautiful racing, isn't it, Graham? Neck and neck. Oh, and just there again, the commentator's curse, and he comes off at Robbie Williams. That's just that classic. You know, there's not much time left. You're trying to get an inch or two on your rival, and you just give it too much. But nicely done there, down for the blue car, down Stanley Matthews. Yellow
very
car now
cleverly, the blue car accelerating
the line,
into the Robbie Williams there, which is a
little nudge and a shimmy there.
But
past Wedgwood, into Armitage Shanks, Spode, Stanley Matthews, 10 seconds left.
Oh,
they both come off. It's amazing what those magic words, 10 seconds, can do to a driver's temperament.
And we've got real technical problems with the yellow vehicle.
Time's up, and we've got a crash now.
Terrible incident.
And this is going to have to go to the stewards, I think, there to see if there's any foul play at all in that one.
The blue car taking a victory circuit. Adam thinks he's won. Now he's doing wheel spins and revving his engine in a rather aggressive way, but we're soon going to find out whether he's actually won or not. He thinks he's won, but it might not be quite so straightforward as that. So as we await the adjudicators' report.
So we've got the results through. There's no punishment for that crash. Adam in the blue car, 18 laps.
That is magnificent.
That's up there in the top 3 at the moment there. And so we just need to, I just need to double check this. 5, 10, 15, 20. Matt in the yellow car. 21 laps.
21 laps.
21
That
laps
is
to Matt.
absolutely magnificent.
I think
The
that
crowd
takes our
go
overall lead as
absolutely
well.
wild.
Huge
is-
scenes now from the crowd here.
In fact, that is a record for this circuit. It's fair to say
21
the Hanley
laps.
Arena has never seen anything over 20 laps before, so that is a new record for the Stoke Grand Prix. Great driving.
They
there
shake
from
their
Matt and
hand. They
Adam.
shake hands though, and there's no hard feelings as they head towards the jewelers, where I suspect Matt's going to buy himself a nice new watch to celebrate there with his winnings. And people coming in and out of the shops here, in and out of River Island. H&M doing pretty well today, as are Primark. Not sure where they're heading next. Something else to complement that outfit, perhaps, that they've got from H&M. Couldn't find it in River Island. There's still a few other places to go, though. As the adjudicator just gives the Ethan and Ben. Ben in yellow, Ethan in
Ethan
blue.
and
Two
Ben.
friends. Will they still be friends at the end of this? We've seen friendships made. We've seen hearts broken today, Graham.
We have.
How will it go with Ethan and Ben? Good
I
start
think-
so far on their practice lap. Nice and easily down Stanley Matthews, round Robbie Williams. That little bit of watching trackside helped them a
A
lot.
little bit of an
Come off
incident there
there.
on the chicane.
Going to give you a little nudge on that oil slick. Keep it going. That's it.
That's always the peril, though, if you accelerate too hard out of the Stanley Matthews, then you're going to come a cropper on the Robbie Williams turn.
Nicely done there. They just the right amount down
You
Stanley
just need-
Matthews into Robbie Williams. Not enough that time. Stuck on that oil slick. It's all about the rhythm. It's all about touch here today at the Potteries Shopping Centre. Off at Robbie Williams again. The stewards have had to put new soft barriers up at Robbie Williams there to stop people coming off on that corner. The adjudicator just lines up the cars, and the next team have already arrived. They're going to sit trackside, get the measure of this track here today. The adjudicator gets the checkered flag out to start the race.
The light conditions are falling a little bit, it has to be said, here at the
Getting a little
Hanley
bit
Arena.
gloomy.
The cloud cover is such that it's quite grey and quite dark. So
It has
now
gone a little
we've
bit
got a-
gloomy. It's not quite. So we've got a
So-
new flag waver here today. Big celebrity in these parts invited up to wave the flag. And 3, 2, 1.
and
they're
they're
off.
off.
Beautifully round Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, into Armitage Shanks, round
Round
Spode,
Spode
back
corner and down,
into
back into Stanley Matthews.
Going to have to go a little
The
bit
blue
faster
car
down Stanley
hit that
Matthews.
oil slick, which is not good. The blue car's a bit troubled. It needs to find a little bit more speed round the Spode corner in order to get the momentum to go round. But that's the problem, you see. Once you get the momentum on the Stanley Matthews run, then there's always the danger of coming off on the corner. But both drivers seem to be getting into their stride now as the blue car comes around Spode corner, gets
Not
stuck
enough,
on the oil
not enough
slick
on
again.
Stanley
It's a bit
Matthews. You've got to give it some welly and then come off the throttle before you get to Robbie
They're
Williams.
going to be really annoyed with that.
And they come together there, the cars at that. And again, he's stuck on that. It's just not giving it enough down Stanley. That's better round Robbie Williams there. And he overtakes at Spode,
magnificent.
round Armitage Shanks. Still not giving it enough coming round there. That's beautiful round Robbie.
Right,
Down
past
Spode,
Anthony's
Armitage. Give it some
turn
welly
and
now.
the
Go
Spode
on.
corner.
Oh, again,
And
he's
the-
not. That's it. Oh, and then too much. It's all about touch here.
Yeah, we might have to get the engineers on that bit of the circuit as well, because there is clearly a problem which the blue car is repeatedly falling into, a little trap there, which is not gonna
That's
help
it.
their
We can take it
attempt.
off though. He's too fast down there. Too fast round Robbie Williams. Past Wedgwood into Spode. That's it. Nicely done there. Now he's got it. And Spode, Armitage Shanks over the line. Keep going through Stanley. Don't let go. Give it a nudge there, Stewart.
Meanwhile, the yellow vehicle
Nicely
coming
done,
round
Robbie.
Spode and very much into its stride. The wind effect created by the turbulence created by the passing vehicles at Wedgwood seems to have tipped all the trees over. That's an extraordinary effect that this race has had. They're going so fast. Blue
Time's
car
up.
struggling
Buzzer's
a bit.
gone off.
It
The
was an unfortunate,
adjudicator.
that was a difficult race there for the blue car, no question. That was having all kinds of technical issues. Which
That's the
must
thing when you're driving a
be
car you're not
incredibly
used to,
frustrating.
on a track you're not used to, but it's very close. So, as we suspected there, that little bit of oil slick causing problems for Blues. He's got 13 for Ethan and 16 for Ben in the yellow car. And big congratulations there. Big celebrations. They shake hands. Massive round of applause from the crowd here as Ben and Ethan leave the arena to a standing ovation. We got these...
Terrific response here from the capacity crowd at the Hanley Arena. Our next competitors have stepped up to the starting grid and are just familiarizing themselves with the technical apparatus. They'll need to have a couple of test runs of the circuit, obviously, just to familiarize themselves with the pitfalls and the terrors that will befall them, because this circuit here at the Hanley Grand Prix is a very challenging one. So you've got Edis in the blue car and Lewis. Edis and Lewis. Edis in the blue car, Lewis in the yellow car. And obviously Lewis is a name that's familiar to most aficionados of motorsports. Edis in the blue, Lewis in the yellow. Now, the blue car just taking a little tumble there around the chicane. Past the Wedgwood, round Spode corner, the yellow and blue coming off the track there. Just getting into their stride.
Round
These are
onwards is
warm-up
Shanks for
rounds.
blue, down Stanley Matthews again, coming off at Robbie Williams. The practice lap is over, and blue car comes back to the start line. Just lines
We've still
himself
got
up
that
on the start
little
line.
oil slick is causing problems there just before the beginning of the starting grid. So our adjudicator has recruited a new flag waver. So sporting the checkered flag today is...
What's your name? Flag. What's your name?
Eliza is going to be our flag bearer.
That's what's great about the Hanley Grand Prix, of course. We get so many local celebrities in to wave the flags.
2, 1, and they're off. And immediately the yellow car comes straight off the circuit. That took that first corner a little bit too quickly, which is immediately repeated by the blue car. But they have to get into their stride and not be too speedy. That's the great challenge of this race, of course. It's when you're in competition conditions, racing conditions, the tendency is to want to go as quickly as possible, but of course that's not going to always work out, particularly on this circuit, which is challenging to say the least. Now we've got the oil slick, which keeps confounding the blue car, which we're going to have to get the engineers onto that. At the moment, the blue car's come off at the chicane round by the Spode corner, but the yellow car speeds past and is round Robbie Williams corner, past the Armitage Shanks, and it keeps going. The yellow car seems to be on a roll at the moment. Meanwhile, the blue car, lots of technical problems. I think there's a carburetor problem there. Whether it checked its points I'm not sure before the start of the race, but
Oh, now they're going
they're
nicely
neck
down
and
Spode.
neck.
Give it some welly down Stanley Matthews. Oh, he's just come off the blue car into Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, round Armitage Shanks and Spode, down Stanley Matthews. Beautifully done there. Now he's got the measure of that. Down Stanley Matthews and into Robbie Williams. Just got to give it some and then take it off nicely there, done by the blue car. Making up ground here, I think, on yellow, but he's stuck on that oil slick again, but he's nudged off again. Nicely round Robbie Williams, past Spode, Armitage Shanks, down into Stanley Matthews again, round Robbie Williams past Wedgwood, and the yellow car has just come off. Pit stop crew are having to do some adjustments. This is looking good for blue. This could be an opportunity to catch up here.
Oh,
he
that's another
just
comment.
overdid it there a
Taters.
little bit.
Curse.
Going round the first aid corner. Oh, beautifully done there by yellow there.
Very elegant
He's
driving.
come off there. That's unusual. Time's up. Time is up.
Big round of
Stop
applause
racing. The crowd on their feet
Edis
here
and
today
Lewis.
at it's a draw. It's a draw. It looks like it was gonna be yellow all the way, but it's 16 all. 16 laps
16 all, and it's
each.
fair to say that the blue car there really came into its own on the second half of the race and caught up magnificently on that after a sterling start from the yellow car. We've got two new contenders who are just stepping up to the driver's arena, just preparing themselves. Let's hope they've had a good breakfast this morning.
We've seen some spectacular racing. If you're just joining us at home, we are broadcasting live from the Potteries Centre for the 2024 Hanley Grand Prix. We've seen some remarkable scenes here today. In the lead so far with 21 laps is Matt. It's 21 to beat at the moment. We've had an appearance from Sterling Moss earlier in the morning. We've got
And as our contenders, we've got Lauren and we've got Eliza.
Lauren and Eliza.
Who are a mother and daughter combo. And we've got Lauren, I think, in the blue and Eliza in the yellow. So Lauren's on the blue, Eliza is the yellow. And Eliza at the moment really getting into her stride. She's in a nice gentle pace there. She's just getting used to the circuit, getting the measure of it. Not too quick round Spode corner. There's always the peril, obviously, of coming off at Robbie Williams corner, but you have to learn that the hard way. Lauren, meanwhile, is learning that oil slick is going to be a real problem. So
That's
she's
right,
going to have
you've got to give it some welly down
give some
Stanley
welly
Matthews.
round
Go
the
for it
Spode
now.
corner,
Go.
and then
That's it. The only through and then
That's
off.
it, yes.
Beautifully done there.
Yeah, take your
Now
foot
she's
off
got
the
it.
accelerator and you're away. I
Go
think
for
these
it. Go
two-
for it. Round Armitage Shanks. Now welly
That's
down.
it,
Now
and
foot down.
oh,
Not
yeah,
enough.
that's
And
a
she's
pro-
stuck on that oil slick. You really got to give it some and then take it off before you get into Robbie Williams. So we're still on practice laps here. Taking it nice and easy. Think they're ready
I think
for a
the
race.
two
Very
are ready
tentative
for the race.
around there, though. Got to be a little bit more proactive coming out of Armitage Shanks into Stanley Matthews for Lauren there.
Lauren seems to be taking this very, very coolly. In fact, both of them, yeah, they've got a very easygoing style. Yeah, but absolutely ruthless underneath it, I suspect, because once you see these two racing together, then it's going to be a big family rivalry.
So
The
adjudicator has the flag. 3, 2, 1, go.
And
they
they're
are
off. And the blue car takes the first corner, Aiden very capably, and then they're neck and neck at the moment, going round the Spode corner. Excellent. Lauren in the blue seems to have really got the measure of that Spode corner. Oh, Eliza's come off
Too
there.
slow round there.
And got
Gets stuck
stuck
on
in
the oil.
slick. And they're off round the chicane, round the Armitage Shanks and the Spode corner, down into the Stanley Matthews, gets some welly, but oh, there seems to be a bit of a problem there, a bit of a technical hitch in the blue car. The yellow car steaming ahead there, but oh, we got a bit of a problem on the Robbie Williams corner. The yellow car ahead at the moment, I suspect, but keeps running into problems on that corner. So both vehicles not having an easy ride of it at the moment as they go into the Armitage Shanks and round the Spode onto the Stanley Matthews freeway, and they're both drivers getting more and more confident now with the circuit. Bit of a wheel spin there for the blue vehicle. It's taking their foot off. There's only 1 minute remaining, so we're halfway through the race, but the yellow vehicle is now building in confidence. Just steaming around, taking the foot off the pedal as it comes round the chicane and through the armated shanks. The blue car round Robbie Williams and trying to do its best to catch up, but I suspect that the yellow car is ahead at the moment, but who can tell? It's that oil slick which keeps slowing down the vehicle, and it's gonna be a real curse later on if we find out. But the yellow vehicle is now lapped the blue car. I think Eliza is in pole position at the moment. She's steaming ahead, and I suspect this is going to be a really, really magnificent result for her. We're just coming down, we're just counting down to the end of the race now as both vehicles make their way back to the checkered flag, and that's it. The race is over. Big round of applause for our drivers as the adjudicators check the results, check the timing. We've got a fascinating result. Lauren, who had that problem obviously with the oil slick, has managed 14 circuits, but ahead of her with a fantastic 20 circuits is Eliza, and that makes Eliza the second best driver of the day so far. Obviously we had Sterling Moss in behind the wheel earlier with 21 circuits, which is yet to be beaten, but Eliza gets our junior record for certain with 20 circuits. That's magnificent. The two of them clasp hands and head off towards the shops. Great driving. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Hanley Arena. And this is probably a little moment for the engineers to come and do a thorough check of the circuit, because here at Hanley, obviously, the rigours of non-stop motor racing, have an impact on the tarmac. So some of the infrastructure has taken a bit of a bashing, not to mention the vehicles, of course. And there is one particular part of the circuit which is a constant worry for drivers, which is along the Stanley Matthews Straits. There seems to be some persistent oil slick which is slowing down the vehicles. And here, we got Saf, our regular Potteries Centre kind of security, who is coming to just check up, make sure everything's okay. Of course, they run the venue here. The arena is managed by Raf and his team. Safany's team, rather. And it might be difficult to ask him, but we might ask him to see if he wants to do a test run of the circuit at some point. So for those of you listening from around the globe, welcome to the Stoke Grand Prix. Here we are at the Hanley Arena. I keep saying Henley. It's just my accent.
You live in Hanley, don't you? So that's why.
Yes.
Hanley-on-Thames, of course, in that Riverside mansion that you managed to buy with all your commentary earnings.
It's an easy mistake to make.
I still
between
live
Henley
in
and Hanley.
Birmingham, because I didn't quite get the contract right when we first started working together, and seems to be 90%, 10%. Anyway, we don't talk about that kind of thing. We're here for the sporting action. Crowds beginning to. It's
all about who's your agent anyway, as we know.
The arena, they come out of River Island.
And we have some of our previous victors just passing, doing a little victory parade with the spoils of their magnificent victory. They've brought some of the treasures that they've managed to find here at the shopping centre. It looks like So we've got Sierra Sienna and Oscar. Sienna and Oscar, who are here, and Oscar's here for a rematch. He's determined, although I seem to remember, Oscar being on the losing team last time, and it was Sienna who actually won the match, but she just seems to be very nonchalant about it and is tucking into her Greg's pasty or sausage roll, which looks really, really delicious. Meanwhile, Oscar has got himself a baguette with tuna baguette. A tuna what baguette? A tuna crunch. One can only speculate as to what the crunch is. What is the crunch? Is it crisps? Onion and lettuce provide the crunch in the tuna baguette, you'll be pleased to know. And meanwhile, Sienna, I'm not sure she's enjoying that sausage roll or not really. But it's very difficult to tell with her because she doesn't show her emotions on the surface too keenly. And that was perfectly evident when we were racing earlier on. She was very quietly, diligently, and got on with the race and won the race, in fact, without breaking into a smile. But here she is, tucking into her orange juice. And their trainer looks like she's got a salad roll, a tuna roll. Not that we're jealous at all. The life of commentators is, one where you have to just commit to the thing and you're in for the long haul. There's no time for, little lunch breaks or anything like that. Welcome to you all. Here we are in the Hanley Arena, and soon enough we'll be looking for new contestants to race in the Stoke Grand Prix. The shopping centre here in Hanley, the Potteries shopping centre, is teeming with life at the moment, and we've got a young contender who's just eyeing up the circuit. He looks like a little bit cautious, so he's perhaps not going to dive straight behind the wheel at the moment. He's going to make sure he has a good look around, check the vehicles, obviously, because these vehicles can't be driven by anyone. You have to have a special driving license, don't you, for these? Yes, Sienna is just confirming that. She fuels herself on apple wedges. Fresh fruit is obviously a staple when you're a motor racing driver. And meanwhile, in latest news from the shopping centre, Primark seem to be doing a roaring trade here. There's lots of Primark bags that have been passing us. And Poundland bag, WH Smith. More Primark. Primark definitely in the lead when it comes to counting up the bags, the shopping bags. And we're just waiting for the next contenders for the motor racing. There's a gentleman walking past with his racing helmet, but I don't think he's quite brave enough to come and have a go on the Scalextric just at the moment. There's a gentleman with his expert oceanic equipment jacket. So I suspect he's more used to boat racing, perhaps, than motor racing. But seems to be in conversation with one of the stewards at the moment. Meanwhile, we've got a young contender who's just arrived. And in his Adidas endorsed motor racing gear. Adal will be driving the yellow, I believe. Adal is just doing a test circuit now, just to get a measure of the circuit. That's a very important thing to do for any young driver when they're starting to get to know this circuit, because it's full of perils, as we know. Down the Stanley Matthews straight round the Robbie Williams corner, through the chicane, past Wedgwood and the Armitage Shanks, round Spode corner, and back again, past the grandstand, where one would hope you'll be having a grandstand finish later on. Meanwhile, Oscar has joined him in the blue car. Now, the blue car, as we know, faces certain kind of challenges at the moment. But if you can get round that Spode corner with a decent speed and survive the Robbie Williams corner, then you stand a chance of winning. We've got Adal in the yellow and Oscar in the blue. Kind of enticed by the clear energy that these two young motorsports enthusiasts are emanating. The crowd is starting to gather here at the Henley Arena. Old friends catching up. And a little person going to make his first visit to the motor racing circuit. Giving us a nice smile there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, of course the smell of engine oil and burnt rubber will be something that he remembers for the rest of his life, I suspect. 3, 2, 1, and they're off. And it's Adal versus Oscar on this, and both drivers taking it very neatly round the circuit at the moment. They're both very aware of the pitfalls of going too fast around this circuit. And magnificent. They're kind of neck and neck at the moment. The blue's just about pipping it, I would say. That's the blue car driven by Oscar, but Adal is right behind him. Oh, and there's a little collision there. The blue car loses a little bit of ground, and the yellow car takes over. And the blue car's off the circuit, trying to catch up with the yellow one, but the yellow vehicle driven by Adal comes through the Armitage Shanks and round Spode corner, straight onto the Stanley Matthews, and takes the corner. Now that's the problem. Oscar is obviously getting a bit anxious. He wants to regain his lead, but he keeps tripping up at the Robbie Williams corner. That's an eternal problem. I think Adal is pretty much lapped. Oh, we've definitely got problems with the blue vehicle now. Wheel spins on the circuit. Unless Adal comes off too soon, then it looks like he's in the lead at the moment. He's kind of lapped, but the blue car is right behind him, and Oscar's not going to give up that easily because he's determined. He was struggled against his sister earlier, but it was such a tight race. And the yellow car's off the circuit, but he's back on now. The blue car back in position, but not so far behind. We've got a problem there. We need to reposition the blue car onto the circuit. It's more ground lost, sadly, for Oscar, whereas Adal is really, he's got this under his belt, I think, at the moment. Oh, it's such a shame for Oscar. He's really struggling with that blue car at the moment. And there we are at the end of this race. A big round of applause from the assembled crowd for Adal and Oscar. That was a terrific race. Really accomplished racing from these two. And the results are in. Oscar has got 15 circuits, which I think beat his last. Was it not? What was the last? Was it 16 last one? 16, wasn't it? It was 50, so 15 this time, but he had all kinds of technical problems with the car. And Adal, 18 circuits. So Adal is the winner of this particular bout at the Stoke Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oscar could predict that predict the 3-circuit win there. But that's great driving. Well done, both of you. Nice, perhaps, yes, a little wave to each other. Magnificent. Great stuff there. And, of course, the great winner, the real winner is motor racing itself, isn't it? Because we're going to put Stoke on the map when it comes to motor racing. The Hanley Grand Prix is a new fixture of the sporting calendar, and we've got a new contender. Why don't you both play? Or Sienna might play, or... Now, who do we have here, and which of the 5 towns might you be from? And we've got 2 contenders from Stoke, local drivers. So we've got 2 local drivers from Stoke, 2 contenders. And we got Sally and Solomon. Mother and son, Sally and Solomon.
Great
And
to see the generation still driving. Of course, you'll remember we had Sterling Moss earlier. Sally not quite in that league, possibly, but got a wealth of experience of driving, but she's still gone too hard into Robbie Williams there and has come off the corner. Really need to take the pace off after Sterling Moss. She's past Wedgwood into Spode, round Armitage Shanks. And she just pauses there. She's got a little bit stuck on that oil slick there. And again, off at Robbie Williams. Yellow car also coming off round Armitage Shanks. Blue card, a little bit too tentative. Now I need to put the foot down the metal. Oh no, she's stuck on that. You need to give it a bit of welly round into Sterling Moss. And then take the heat off into Robbie Williams. Past Wedgwood, round Spode. That's better around Sterling Moss and into Robbie Williams there. Nicely done. Round Robbie Williams past Wedgwood into Spode and Armitage Shanks, but off at Armitage Shanks there for the blue car. Down Sterling Moss, nicely round Robbie Williams. And the adjudicator calls an end to the practice there. Lines up the cars on the start line. If you're just joining us at home, so we're just checking the contacts of the car there. And the adjudicator puts it back on track. If you're just listening at home, you're joining us for the Hanley Grand Prix here at the Potteries Shopping Centre, where conditions are set fair for today because we are inside racing. So there's no trouble with crosswinds, tailwinds or headwinds here. It's fair for all. We're operating under section 43, 2 minutes in an unknown car. And we got a player from Manchester United squad come down today to wave the flag for us. And we have 3, 2, 1, go. We're off now, racing round Robbie Williams, and it's neck and neck through Spode and Armitage Shanks, but the yellow car comes off, stuck on that oil slick. You've got to give it some welly down. Stanley Matthews, give it a push. That's it, and then take it off the gas. Oh, and the steward's getting in the way there. And back on the track there through Spode. And the blue car just needs to take it a little bit easy. Know when to go hard. That's it. Now ease off. Oh, you've got to ease off on Robbie Williams, or you'll come a cropper past Wedgwood through Spode. Too slow there. Now a little bit too fast. So yellow car now just getting the rhythm. Nicely down Stanley Matthews, but spins off on Robbie Williams. There's the blue car now. It's got the measure of Robbie. Yellow car still a little bit too fierce down there. That's good. Oh, getting stuck on there. Needs a little nudge. Takes a tumble on Robbie Williams. Comes off again on Spode. Difficult to call this one at the moment, I think. I'm not quite sure who's got the edge. Yellow car faster.
My
But,
inkling is that the blue one's got the edge, but it could be, I could be horrifically wrong there. The blue one is grandstanding somewhat by wheel spinning, but it's
nicely down, Stanley Matthews
anybody's
and through
guess.
Robbie for blue car there. Yellow car again coming a cropper at Robbie Williams, just not taking a heat off the pedal early enough. Blue car now needs to give it some welly. No, and she's stuck on that one. Oh, now too much. And off. She comes off at Robbie again, past Wedgwood, through Spode. Armitage Shanks stuck again on the oil slick. 10 seconds remaining.
Oh, and the blue car's ended up on its roof. That's not good. I think
Yellow car's stuck
as
in the
the
barriers.
10 seconds.
Just a few seconds left. No, time is kills all fun, and is looking a little bit anxious on the for the drivers' lanes there as to who is the winner.
So here we are. We've got the results have come through, and it's quite conclusive. Sally has got 10 circuits, but Solomon has got 14.
14
So
for
Solomon is
there.
the motor
Big
racing
celebrations. They
champion
shake
of
hands.
that
No hard feelings.
Hanley Grand Prix.
Very competitive, of course, this, particularly when it's intergenerational like that.
And it's all smiles. It's a family affair, isn't it? So I suspect that Solomon will there get his prize later on. A magnificent magnum of champagne, perhaps.
Some pick and mix, maybe something
Pick and
from the
mix,
entertainer.
yeah.
Who knows? Or maybe a Nutrigrain bar.
Nutrigrain bars obviously are our own personal sponsors, and they are the only health snack that we endorse.
Indeed, other snacks are available, but in order to pay for Graham's Henley-on-Thames Riverside Mansion, we do have to take Torches. You need to just give the car, that's it, give it a little nudge. And away we go now.
So
Comes off at Spode. We just need a steward to come in there. Excellent, good timing. And back on at Spode. Round Armitage Shanks into Stanley Matthews. Need to give it a bit of a push, give it a bit of a nudge.
So we're looking
go a bit
at a
harder through, that's it.
rematch here. This is a familiar, for those of you who've been listening attentively across the globe. This next race is actually a repeat race. The challenger, Oscar, is racing against the previous victor, Sienna, his little sister. And this should be an interesting one, because this was pretty much neck and neck last time. Some magnificent racing, really controlled driving from these two drivers. The previous contest was 17-16 in favour of Sienna. So we'll see what this one comes up with. Of course, the circuit may not, be subject to the same conditions as it was last time. We know that there's been a bit of an oil spill on the Stanley Matthews Straits.
Oscar there just making sure he's got his own area. He's very, very competitive. He wants to win this one. He's just getting a little bit overheated there in the pit lane. Steward's just having to have a word.
He's got his football socks on.
We nearly penalised him there, but luckily he's given him the benefit of the doubt. And so the race is on here now at the Hanley Grand Prix. It's 2024 edition. You get another celebrity flag waver comes in. And
the checkered flag just being unfurled, ready for the start of this race. It should be pointed out that Sienna's wearing her Barbie top. And let's hope that pink rules for this race. She's, of course, driving the blue car.
Oscar's on his toes. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh,
And
and
they're
Oscar
off.
there just snuck a
Magnificent.
little lead there. He was quick off the mark. But Sienna's in the blue car is doing well. Oh, they both come off at Robbie Williams. But not much of an advantage there. Slight one. Oscar slightly takes it now. There's not much in it now. Sienna needs to keep powering through Stanley Matthews. Keep it going. It's come off the track. Needs to go in the groove. That's it. Slowly round Robin Williams, but she takes him there around Armitage Shanks. Nicely there through. Oh, she just loses it slightly on Robbie Williams there. Oscar's celebrating already, but it's a long way to go in this race yet. Don't get too cocky yet. Through Armitage Shanks, round Spode.
That's right. Sienna's
Slows
really
down.
trying hard to catch up with her brother there.
Through Robbie
She's
Williams.
very skillful driving. Actually,
Oh,
she
she's
so
come
nearly
off.
took him there, but came off the track. Meanwhile,
I think
Oscar's jumping with joy. He thinks that he's won already, but he hasn't, because there's all manner of possibilities remaining in this race. And again, Sienna in the blue car. She's off the tracks. Oscar taking it nice and easily. It's almost like doing a lap of honour, thinking that he's gonna win, and he can wave to all the crowd as he goes round. But he's off the track.
Of course,
It's a
we all
terrible,
know
terrible
the
thing.
fable, don't we, of the tortoise and the hare. Bit of showboating from Oscar could cost him dearly, but at the moment he's back on track, and it's Sienna who's losing it. She needs to power down through there, give it a nudge. Oh, and she comes off at Robbie Williams' corner again, past Wedgwood, through Spode and Armitage Shanks. And Oscar playing with her a little bit there. Give it another nudge, that car. You've got to put the belly down.
Sienna having a problem with the oil slick. And there seems to be a bit of a
Oscar's stuck as well. I think he's come off the track.
Oscar's track.
It's not over
he's
yet.
off,
He's come
he's up.
off. It's not over yet. Go on, Sienna.
Come
Give
on,
it some
Sienna.
money. Give it a
Go
push. There we go. Oh, they're on the wrong track. Oh, and there's going to be a steward's inquiry now. This unbelievable scenes here at Hanley, both on the same track. What kind of penalties will the stewards initiate there? Stop racing, I think. Stop racing.
Well, that was not without event
without
or
incident.
excitement. Let we see now. So that was the second race between these two highly competitive contenders, Oscar and Sienna. Now, remember, the last time these two met in a competitive environment, Sienna won by 17 to 16 circuits.
So I've got the results in, no penalties for that.
now?
So they've already taken off a lap for that impingement. So we have Sienna with 12 laps.
12 laps for Sienna.
So slightly poorer performance than previous. And Oscar, can he this time beat his sister? 12 laps for Sienna. It's 13 for Oscar. So Oscar takes that race with 13 laps, punches the air. Crowd are on their feet celebrating. Massive round of applause there.
And
for
a big
Oscar.
hug between the two competitors. Oscar obviously took a little penalty there because he ended up on the wrong circuit, but it wasn't enough for him to lose the race. So that's magnificent. So that's Sienna, 1 win, and Oscar, 1 win. Magnificent racing from those two siblings. And we've got some other competitors who have arrived in the circuit. For those of you who are watching from up above and who are listening from around the world live, this is continuous commentary of the Stoke Grand Prix here from the Potteries Shopping Centre in the heart of Hanley. You are sitting in the Hanley Arena, and we are the commentators. We are bringing you all the live action commentary as it happens. Now, there are 2 vehicles on the circuit, 1 yellow and 1 blue. The vehicles have to stay on their own tracks. As we found out in the last one, a yellow vehicle ended up on a blue track, which incurred a penalty. But our 2 competitors,
got Millie in the blue car.
Millie in the blue car.
And Chrissy in the yellow car.
Chrissy in the yellow car. So, and where are Millie and Chrissy from? Are they, do we know? Millie's from Stoke, and Chrissy doesn't know. She is a person of unknown origin. We'll say Hanley. So Millie's from Stoke, Chrissy's from Hanley. And the two competitors are just being instructed by the adjudicator. There are very strict rules surrounding the race here. Drivers have to, for safety reasons, obviously have to stick to very strict rules and protocols, adherent to the 1947 protocol.
So starters ready with the flag.
Ready. 3, 2, 1, and they're off. And the yellow car is immediately out of the starting blocks, but it went far too quickly, and there was a bit of a problem there as the yellow car comes off the track. The blue car much more controlled, but taking it at a slower pace. So the yellow car a little bit overzealous there as it enters in the Stanley Matthews straight round the Robbie Williams corner and through the chicane past the Wedgwood, down past Armitage Shanks and the Spode corner and onto the Stanley Matthews. Oh, the yellow car really struggling at the moment, keeps coming off the track, but the blue car taking it nice and steady. Tortoise and the hare we've mentioned earlier, and this could be a classic example of the hare taking it nice and steady but actually winning the race. So yellow car now learning a trick or two from the other vehicle, and the blue car has stumbled, having a little bit of a wheel spin there. Yellow car spins off the circuit at the Armitage Shanks U-bend, and the blue car round the Robbie Williams through the chicane and round Spode corner as it hits the Stanley Matthews. Oh, there's a terrible
blockage.
collision.
This is hindering, that might
The
be
fire
cast
crew
as.
are
And
out.
again, the yellow car hindering the progress of the blue car coming off the track
crew
now.
Are out to try and
So around Robbie Williams,
salvage
past
the
Wedgwood,
wreckage.
into Spode, into
There could
Armitage
be
Shanks,
barely
down
10
Stanley
seconds
Matthews.
left. Oh,
Nice,
my
they
goodness,
both
another
come off at Robbie Williams
terrible.
now. And this is carnage here.
These
Those
two
first aiders
drivers.
in that hut are going to be under a lot of pressure. Nicely down Stanley Matthews and round Robbie Williams for the blue car there. Through Spode, round Armitage Shanks, and beautifully down Stanley Matthews, past Wedgwood. The yellow car in all sorts of trouble here today. That's the thing with this racing. It's a great leveler. Everyone gets the same car. And it's how you handle that car. It's not, oh, and that's a bad one. That might be a write-off. Just needs a little nudge down there, stewards. Time's up.
Well,
Time's
my
up.
goodness, that was not without event. This will go down in history as one of the most catastrophic races of all time. We had endless collisions, carnage, incendiary crashes, but we're glad to say that the drivers are okay. You're both okay, aren't you? You're uninjured. And as the adjudicator just checks the timings and the lap count, we'll be able to bring to you news of the victor.
Indeed, news just in, Graham. So with 9 laps in the yellow car is Chrissy. So big round of applause from the crowd
9
for
laps
them.
for Chrissy.
Amazing scenes here. But we have a winner with 15 laps. Smiley t-shirt, smiley face. It's Millie with 15 laps, and the crowd go absolutely wild, and they're on their feet in the windows of River Island as well. Amazing scenes here, and Millie doesn't quite know what to do with herself. She's so pleased. They shake hands. Millie and Chrissy shake hands. No hard feelings. It's competitive, but very good-natured.
And meanwhile,
Yeah.
we've got a celebrity spotting in the audience. Of course, Jade, who was our earlier winner, has come back. She's just watching from the grandstand there, just checking out the competition.
I don't know if Jade's been listening at home or not, but she might have heard that her 18 laps have been beaten by Matt with 21, and I think Sterling Moss got 21.
I think it's the other way
as
around,
well.
actually, Craig, if I can correct you. Sterling Moss got 21 and Matt got 20 laps. So your record has been beaten, sadly, but there may be more opportunities. Do you want another go? Do you want another try in a bit? Yeah, stick around. Now we've got two little contenders here. They're also contenders for the littlest motor racing drivers that we've had so far. They're in matching outfits and yes, pink shoes and pink coats. Now, do we have any names for these delightful little drivers? I stand corrected. My colleague Craig has just informed me that it was in fact Matt who did 21 circuits and Sterling Moss who did the 20. So I stand corrected.
Habiba and Anya.
And Anya.
Sisters must be, I think. And they look like well-seasoned racers, used to this kind of pressure here today, both in their fireproof coats.
Habiba is
not expecting any trouble
today, driving the yellow car, and Anya is driving the blue car. And just for a little test circuit, Anya is just driving at quite a slow measured pace around the circuit just to get the measure of it, whereas Habiba has just immediately driven hers off the circuit, but thankfully, there's a steward on hand to correct the situation.
So, not familiar with these cars, these two, so it's just taking a little bit of acclimatization to get used to the track and the cars. These are not purpose-built, these cars, for them. Everyone gets the car that they are given. That's it, nicely there around Robbie Williams, who comes off into Wedgwood. Lovely there around Armitage Shanks. Just needs to keep it going through Stanley Matthews. Nicely done now. Just doing it without even looking at the track. And,
Who needs to look at the track when you know it that well? You can just point and shoot, can't you?
Just needs to keep the pressure on that button. Too much pumping, not enough driving. And I think we're ready for a race there. Jade watches on now.
Yes, Habiba is just doing
whether
a final
these
circuit
are competition
just
or
to
not.
warm up the tyres.
The adjudicator there just making sure all is in order. We need to get the yellow car back on the track. And the crowd now with their cameras out, wanting to capture this moment. Who knows what's going to happen. Still got Oscar here, of course, basking in his former glory, but it's 1-1. So there may be a rematch later in the day. Now they've lunched up.
Meanwhile, we got some new members of the audience who've just arrived just to see what's going on. I think they're going to be wowed, quite frankly, with the standard of sportsmanship here. The adjudicator just getting their checkered flag ready.
1, go, and they're
And
off.
they're off.
It's
The
a
yellow
slow
car
start for the blue. Oh,
immediately
nicely
starts,
around
but
Robbie
oh!
Williams. It comes off by Wedgwood. It's a stately pace there by Frost Wedgwood for the blue car. And the yellow car is catching up. It's a bit more like a Sunday afternoon drive here than a Formula One race day, but still competitive. That's right, you've got to keep pressing. And the yellow one needs a little bit of a nudge there to get the momentum back going. Slowly round Wedgwood, through Spode, coming round to Armitage Shanks now into the Stanley Matthews straight. Stalls slightly there on that oil stick. You've got to keep the power up. Nicely round Robin Williams and past Wedgwood in front of the grandstand there. And stately pace down into Robbie Williams' corner. And again, come off at Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood. Got to keep that button down. Oh, and off at Robbie Williams. And but nicely there for the yellow car past Wedgwood. The blue car overtakes there into Spode, down Armitage Shanks, and steaming there through. And the yellow car now certainly got the rhythm of this track now, past the commentary position, and the press caught at the corner there. Into Stanley Matthews, lovely there around Robbie Williams, even without looking at it. No idea, looking at the track there, just keeping breasting. Not many seconds left now. It's going to be close, this, I think. Could be a win for yellow, just about, I think. And past Wedgwood. And into Stanley Matthews, and they limp towards the line, and time is up there.
Well, that was quite a challenging race, I think, for both drivers, both juvenile drivers, obviously, so they're competing in the junior stakes. But here we are. We have a result, and with 5 circuits, it's Anya. So a big round of applause for Anya with 5 circuits.
Crowd going wild here for Anya. Very popular figure here, of course, at the Potteries Shopping Centre. Anya,
but
always a crowd favourite.
The question is, Craig, has Habiba beaten the 5 circuits? Yes, because Habiba has 8 circuits. So Habiba has won the race.
For Habiba there. She's no showboating, no big celebrations, just happy with the result there.
But perhaps
Habiba.
the two competitors, if you could shake hands, could you shake hands or give each other a hug? And give us a nice, give a lovely hug between the two competitors.
It is competitive here, but the great thing about the Hanley Grand Prix is that there's always a handshake or a hug afterwards, which is what we love to see here in the Potteries.
Now we've got a returning contender in Jade, who earlier...
Is she going for it?
I think Jade, and who we've got a new sportsman, a new driver.
So Jade trying to beat her 18 laps, catch up with Matt, who is on 21.
Now, do we have a name for Jade's competitor?
Camille versus Jade here. They've never competed against each other before, so it's going to be interesting to see how they do, what tactics they employ. Little practice lap now.
Now, of course, the conditions have changed since Jade was previously racing on this circuit.
Nicely
because
done there
the
for Camille. Oh, there's a little, they come together there at Spode. Round, beautifully done there. And we've got, certainly got a race on our hands here today. The experience of Jade against the newcomer. But that little practice there certainly given them both food for thought.
Well, the crowd are certainly excited, aren't we? Because this race is going to be, it's got all the ingredients of an excellent, excellent competition.
That's
so
right.
A quick reminder of the rules. It's a fixed time trial, 2 minutes only, 2 minutes, and it is the most number of circuits you can do in the 2 minutes is the winner here at the Hanley Arena. Hanley Arena. We've got, it's all right, I live in a big mansion on the side of the Thames at Henley, which is why...
Oh, hold on now. So, here we go. This is a little bit of
me.
confusion there from our celebrity flag. And I think we're going to have to restart the race. We're going to restart the race there. So both so itching to make this one count, but the adjudicator's not having any of it. The cars go back on the track, millimetre perfect. He's a stickler. Is he happy? Yes, now he's happy. So, flag waver, wait for the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go!
Race!
And
the
they're
blue
off.
car is
And
off.
the blue car gets a Jade slow off the blocks there, but she's catching up round Spode. Armitage Shanks. And, she comes off at Robbie Williams. He's not going to be happy with that. Blue car there, nicely round. Can he keep momentum up down Stanley Matthews? Yes, he can. Then neck and neck past Wedgwood through Spode, but he comes off.
And Jade
that's what
has
happened.
the opportunity
Jade's off as well.
to
They're in the
catch up.
yellow
A little bit overzealous there meant that she lost a bit of time as well. But
a
good
little
heavens,
bit of drifting
magnificent
there
drift.
past Wedgwood.
Past Spode corner, round, down the Stanley Matthews and the chicane, and it's magnificent racing all the way.
Jade's off there.
Jade's
Past the
struggling a little
grandstand
bit
for
there.
Camille there.
This is going to be a high circuit race, we can tell. Jade
Past
approaching
Wedgwood.
that Robbie Williams corner a little bit too quickly, perhaps, but you have to. That's the eternal dilemma. You've got to catch up along the Stanley Matthews before you get
1 minute
on.
halfway through the race. Difficult to call. Possibly in favour of blue at the moment, I would say.
I think
Jade
Jade's
struggling with
got
that
a few
Robbie
technical
Williams
problems.
corner.
I think this is a magnificent race, and it wouldn't surprise me if this is very high scoring, Craig.
Max could be in danger. There's 21 laps here. Both of these. Blue's come off. A chance now for Jade. Can she take advantage on Stanley Matthews? Into Robbie Williams. No, she did too much there. And Camille takes it again around Armitage Shanks. Into Robbie Williams. Come on. And Jade's off again. Down Stanley Matthews for Camille. He's come off. Oh, no, he's not. Just getting caught up there.
Jade catching up now. She's trying to make up some
10
ground,
seconds
but
left.
sadly
This could be it. Could she just go round Armitage Shanks through Spode?
She gets
Stanley
another
Matthews.
circuit.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
my
she
goodness.
overcooks Robbie Williams again. Past Wedgwood. Can't be long left now. Time is up.
And
Stop
time.
racing. And the
goodness.
crowd go
What?
absolutely wild here. Big rounds of applause echoing from the balcony above as well. They know they've seen some spectacular racing here. So
well, with the results are through, and I can tell you this is going to be spectacular once the crowd discover the actual result here.
Jade
Because
again with a very, very healthy 18 laps. What she got last time, she's consistent. But we have a winner here, Camille, with 21 laps. Puts him in joint top with Matt. And so if Matt's listening at home, he might want to get himself back down here to the Potteries to have another go. Some fantastic racing. That's what happens when you get two colossal talents like those two head to head. That's when the lap count goes up and up.
supremely consistent driving there from Jade, I would say.
18 laps
Craig,
each time.
18 laps each
time.
Fortunately, there was a few technical issues which took the car off the circuit a little bit too often, but magnificent. And there's I don't know whether that was an offer or a threat there from the Camille team to suggest that he's going to come back and defend his rightful position as
Would he
top
be brave
dog.
enough, though, to take on Camille with those 21 laps? I doubt it.
It'd take a very strong and a brave driver, I would say.
So if you're
take
listening
that
at home,
challenge on.
you join us here at the Potteries Shopping Centre for the 2024 Hanley Grand Prix. We have seen some spectacular racing here. We've got two leaders so far in our leaderboard. 21 laps to Matt, 21 laps to Camille as well. But we've got two new racers, Graham. Who have we got?
We've got in the blue, I think it's the blue. Yes, blue is Abu Baku and yellow is Kevin. So driving the blue car, Abu Baku, and driving the yellow is Kevin. And
So
these two young men who are local boys, I think. Are you both from Stoke?
They just come off at Armitage Shanks there.
Young
A
men.
little tricky
from
corner there. Both from Stoke. So local pride to play for, but whoever wins, Stoke will be the winner. Nice.
Well,
now got the measure
motor
of that,
racing
I
will be the
think.
winner, of course, ultimately, but Of course, the Armitage Shanks is a particularly nasty, tight, kind of a U-bend of a corner, I like to think of it. They're both drivers coming up to the starting grid, where they are preparing themselves mentally for the grueling 2-minute race, which is about to start. Meanwhile,
celebrity flag waver Jade here. It's great to see. Not too proud to get her hands dirty waving the flag. And we are just being reminded of the rules. 2 minutes. The one with the most laps wins. Adjudicated, just making sure that everything is millimetre perfect. Flag wavers ready. Drivers are ready.
Drivers
3,
absolutely
2, 1.
poised.
Go!
And they're off.
They are off.
And immediately the yellow car spins off the track, which is unfortunate, but that's the nature of the Robbie Williams corner, which is a perilous challenge for any driver. Meanwhile, the blue car is back, taking it nice and
nicely
steady,
there, Robbie
getting the
Williams
measure
there,
of
past
that
Wedgwood.
circuit. The yellow car through the chicane, past the Armitage Shanks, and down the Stanley Matthews straight. Blue car spinning off at Robbie Williams' corner, and it looks like the yellow car's got the measure of it at the moment. I think it is slightly ahead. Blue car having to kind of take it nice and easy to get into the pace of the driving, but both cars stalling all of a sudden. Now they're neck and neck around the smoke
and they're on the
corner,
same track. They're on the
It's
same
an
track.
absolute disaster.
I think that might
And
be
the adjudicator, he's a bit of a-
stewards. My problem with the stewards there, I think.
He's a bit of
Gonna
a
have to restart the race.
stickler, the adjudicator, so we can't continue under those conditions, sadly.
So we're going to have a race of 1 minute and 3 seconds there. We're just starting again, just to make sure it's all fair. Jade is ready with the flag. Countdown is going to come. 3, 2, 1, and they're off.
Blue car.
And they're off on the blue. Come off at Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, past the grandstand, the commentary position, past press. Keep it going down Stanley Matthews. That's it. Oh, you got to take the
blue
pressure
spins
off, though. Into
at
that, they
Robbie
both
Williams.
come off
Both
at Robbie
cars
Williams.
Both taking it far
Through
too quickly. They're
Spode,
going to have to
Armitage
slow
Shanks.
right down. That's it.
Nicely done there now by the blue car. He's got the measure of that. Keep it going through Stanley Matthews. Oh, just got to take it off. Round past the first aid kit, past the press box. Down Stanley Matthews again, coming off.
Both vehicles taking the corners far too quickly, losing a bit of control there.
That's better there. Just spinning off though at Robbie Williams. Past Wedgwood. Past the press pack. Keep it going down Stanley Matthews. You're going to have to give it a nudge on that oil slick. Through Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, into Spode, Armitage Shanks. We've got a casualty off the track, I think, somewhere over there. We've just got a few seconds left. Both coming off the track. Who's it going to be? It's got to be pretty close, I think.
And
They cross the line. Time's up. And they are off. And the steward puts the casualty back on the track. I think that's the local landowner. He's had one too many glasses of champagne this morning. So it's just going to final adjudication.
And we have the
Very
results
close.
in. It's
Very
very
close.
close. I can tell you. And the crowd are absolutely rapturous and ready for this. Kevin has a magnificent total of 13 circuits. But Abu Bakr has 14.
It's a win for Abu Bakr with 14. And the crowd on the balcony go wild as well. Up there, they can't believe what they're seeing today. Unbelievable scenes here at the Potteries Shopping Centre. The two drivers.
Abu Bakr and Kevin, if you just
about,
shake hands. Be sportsmanlike about this.
Very
That's
good.
it. And a little nod to the crowd. And there'll be bottle of magnums of champagne and pick and mix and all sorts being enjoyed later on in the green room, I suspect. Well, it's almost too much excitement for one day. And here at the Henley Arena, we are about halfway through day one of the Stoke Grand Prix. Many of you won't even know that there is a Grand Prix in Stoke, but it's a recent addition to the Grand Prix fixture list, nestling as it is between Monaco and Imola. And what better, finer conditions to celebrate the Stoke Grand Prix than a beautiful beautiful mild day here in the Hanley Arena. So the winner from the previous race, Abu Bakr, is defending his
Nearly knocked
title.
the into the water feature, into the coffee feature there.
Yeah.
Sorry, adjudicator. Can you remind me of who the Abu Bakr and Ruben?
So Ruben is on the blue car, and Abu Bakr is now driving the yellow car. You will remember, of course, Abu Bakr was driving the blue car in the previous race, but no more.
See how he does with yellow. He's got a tighter corner there at Robbie Williams, so you have to take it a little bit easier. Of course, inside, you've got a shorter distance to travel, but you do have tighter corners. He's got it there, lovely. And they managed to take him there. Beautiful. So this is going to be one heck of a race, Graham. I think we've still got Jade here on flag duty, which is wonderful to see. And the crowd are on the edge of their slightly uncomfortable wooden benches here today at the Potteries Shopping Centre. Just getting reminders, the drivers there, of the rules. They're in front of the main grandstand. We've got a smaller grandstand on the far edge of the circuit. But the good thing here about this Grand Prix is that you get a complete view of the circuit. Jade's ready. Drivers are ready. 3, 2, 1.
And they're off. We're obviously
both
ready for
taking it
both
way
vehicles.
too fast there on into Robbie Williams. And blue car's just come adrift, I think, going through that chicane.
Yellow car learning to take it nice and easy through the circuit, just getting the measure as the tyres warm
Nicely
up.
done there
But
by
the blue
blue
car
car. Now
right
they got
behind
it.
him.
Now they got it through Spode. Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews, into Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, past the press stand. Oh, both coming off at Robbie Williams. This is going to be tight. Abu Bakr got more experience. He's got that slightly tighter curve, though, at Robbie Williams to contend with. But he's done well. We've just taken a tumble there. Just got to learn to take the pressure off at the moment. It's very close, I think, here. And the crowd's got their phones out filming this. They don't want to miss this moment.
Abu Bakr just taking it nice and easy as he comes round the Robbie Williams corner, because he's learned from previous mistakes that can be terribly perilous coming around that circuit. Meanwhile, a blue car on the Armitage Shanks round the Spode corner and down the Stanley Matthews way, and he's overtaken the yellow car.
Oh, yes, this is looking good. The
tracks.
concentration on the blue car driver's face there is immense.
Both cars back on track, and the yellow car
No quarter
just
given
pipping
round
it
Robbie
as the blue
Williams
car
there.
spins off the circuit.
Not quite back on, I don't
We've got a
think.
little bit of a problem here, I think, with the blue car. Maybe some slight technical fault. And the yellow car's back out of the pits. Oh, a terrible collision there. There was a little knock. I suspect there's some damage sustained by the yellow vehicle there, but we'll have to wait until after the race. It still insists on continuing to race rather than going into the pit stop. There's only 10 seconds left.
Last
of
few
this
seconds.
race.
It's all going to count, though, because I think it's
They
very close.
Get round past. Oh, the blue car and the yellow car both manage a final circuit, and
Time is up. Stop racing.
That's it.
And a big
huge
round of applause from
for
the
assembled
crowd there,
crowd.
assembled here today at the Hanley Grand Prix. It's got to be close. It's got to be close. So,
It is.
last time Abu Bakr scored race 14 laps. This time they've managed 17 laps. Ruben just behind with 16 laps. Oh, could not have been much closer unless it was a tie. Of course, that was Ruben's first race, so that 16,
Drivers,
very
if you could
respectable.
just shake hands, show that
Very
you're
respectable.
Yeah, good sportsmanship. Well
Excellent
done,
racing
drivers.
there.
Excellent.
The crowd being treated to some fine racing. Oscar's up there as well, just watching from above, just to see how his record stands. We've got Matt with 21 at the moment, and someone else with 21.
Yes, it was.
Camille, of course,
Camille.
Camille with 21 as well.
How
So
could we
that's the
forget Camille's
record to break at the
magnificent
moment.
race.
Two very young drivers here, novices. This could be an interesting race here now. How are they going to manage this unfamiliar track unfamiliar cars. They might need a little bit of assistance from their grown-ups just to help them get round.
That's right, Craig. The young drivers just being introduced to their vehicles. Of course, the adjudicator has to check their licenses to make sure that this is all legal. But at the moment, both vehicles are new to the drivers. So there's quite a lot to learn on the job. I mean, if you're a seasoned driver like Abu Bakr, then you, or Jade, in fact, you've already got a good feel for the circuit and for the vehicle. But for these two, it's completely new. But they're off and just
It's a family
testing the
affair,
circuit.
Graham. We've got Daniel in the blue car, Ashley in the yellow car.
Danley and Ashley.
Brother
Ashley
and
on the
sister. We're going to see who
inside
goes
circuit.
home with bragging rights today. They're just having to get used to the track, pressing that button. Nicely done there through Stanley Matthews.
Ashley there knocking over my coffee cup with her yellow car. But thankfully it was all drunk.
So that's it, just getting some tips there. Got to keep pressing to keep the
So
power
these
up.
two, it'd be interesting to find out where these two siblings are from. I wonder where they're from. Do we have a... Yeah, they're Stoke. They're local drivers.
That's right.
They didn't need to come very
It's a
far.
good
this
opportunity to compete in your local Grand Prix. Of course, most drivers in Stoke have to travel internationally all over the world. But since the inaugural Stoke Grand Prix here, it's nice to be on home territory for them.
A little bit of electronic interference there with the broadcast.
So we're
Apologies for that.
Just waiting for the cars to come round after their practice laps. That's it. Got to keep pressing for it to come round the track. That's it. Keep the finger on, and we're stopping there. Adjudicators getting them lined up on the start line here at the Hanley Grand Prix.
Meanwhile,
the Potteries.
the wedge wood looks like it's just been affected by a hurricane. Or perhaps that was Camille going around at breakneck speed, had this effect on the wedge wood. But yeah, trees are rectified to their vertical position now. And
So we're
Jade is still on the checkered flag. You'll be pleased to hear.
just waiting for the starter. The driver's getting some advice from their technical team. Jade's ready on the flag. 3, 2, 1, go. Flag goes down. Cars go down. Fingers go down on the controls. And they are away round Robbie Williams corner, past Wedgwood into Spode and round Armitage Shanks into Stanley Matthews Straight. That's beautifully done there in the yellow car. Bit more tentative on the blue. Got to keep it going. Give it a nudge. Get it down Stanley Matthews. That's it. Lovely round there, but just a bit too heavy on the throttle for going round Robbie Williams. We're into Armitage Shanks now for the yellow. Down Stanley Matthews past Wedgwood. Coming into Spode.
Blue car
and
stuck on
Armitage
an
Shank.
oil
That
slick there.
off again.
But,
And
oh
Robbie-
my
and
goodness,
there's
that's
a terrible collision there.
terrible collision.
The first aid hut has been hit badly there. Let's just hope everyone is okay inside.
You had all the patients from previous accidents will be, because there's plenty of beds in that ambulance centre, first aid centre. But the vehicle's back on the Stanley Matthews run, and the blue vehicle still stalling on that oil slick. There's a little bit of a... Oh my
That's
goodness,
gone right over the new safety barrier, the soft crash barrier that was installed earlier. It's gone completely over that as well. That was such a spectacular crash, but it does its job there. Keeps the car going. Oh, they come together there just round Spode. Down Stanley Matthews past the main stand there, stuck on that oil slick. You've got to keep your finger on the metal. It's come off, I think, of the groove. That's it, they're back. Oh, and they both come off at Robbie Williams. And off at Spode there, just in front of the press box. Off again at Robbie Williams, just going too heavy on the throttle there, past Robbie Williams. And again, nearly going over the soft crash barrier that was installed earlier this morning.
Yes, that crash barrier was installed with this very much in mind, knowing of some of the dangers that this circuit can pose to young drivers especially.
Time's up, stop
and
racing.
that's
Well,
it, that's the
that was an
end.
eventful race. A lot of accidents, couple of comings together there, but we're all going to see what the final reckoning is.
And the results are in. Yes, Daniel has got 8 circuits. A big round of
Crowd
applause
go
for
wild
Daniel.
for Daniel there.
And meanwhile, Ashley has got 11 circuits. So in fact, Ashley has won the Stoke Grand Prix this time around. But some great driving there, and great to see the youngsters here in
That's right.
Stoke.
That score's not going
learning
to
the
trouble
trade.
Matt and Camille, but of course they've got experience on their side. These two new to the racing game, and who knows, 3 or 4 years time they might be getting 21 laps as well. So we hope to see them back next year with another year under their belts of international driving, coming back home to Stoke. If you're listening at home, we're at the Stoke Grand Prix in the Potteries shopping centre, just outside River Island. There are other clothes shops here. Ruben, is it Ruben? Ruben's back. And
Ruben and
we've got a family affair again,
mum.
I think, here. Amanda, mother versus son here. Ruben,
And,
of course, the advantage of having had a go before. He
yeah, but
clumps for the
Amanda
yellow
jumping
car.
straight in and electing to have the blue car, which I suspect might be her favourite colour, her lucky colour. So Amanda on the blue car, Ruben on the yellow car. They're just having a little warm-up circuit here just to test the track, get used to the current conditions on offer here at the Hanley Arena. And Ruben looking very confident, actually. He's just smoothly navigating the circuit round the Armitage
That's
Shanks
it now.
and
Amanda's
Spoke
got
corner
it.
down.
She's got it now, going fast
the
down Stanley
Stanley
Matthews.
Matthews.
Easing off nicely around
Past
Robbie
the
Williams, past
grandstand.
Wedgwood.
Of course, that's it's when you take your foot off the pedal mentally, I think, Craig, that the problems can really start, can't
That's
they?
right,
Once you
it's-
get a little bit overconfident, then
There's a lot of concentration, mental games going on here as well between mother and son. It's, as you say, Graham, it's not just physical. It's a lot about
Oh,
the
yes.
mind as well. So Jade's still on flag duty. Drivers are ready. Jade is ready. Adjudicator's just checking everything's lined up nicely. 3, 2, 1. Oh,
And they're off, and the blue
Amanda
car
there trying to
immediately
steal a
comes
march there, but
straight
she's
off.
paid the price for trying to cheat there by coming off the track. And Ruben comes off again at Robbie Williams, but he's safely past Wedgwood. Spode into Stanley Matthews, takes it nicely down. Nice bit of drift there through Robbie Williams. Can Amanda now catch up?
both
Now,
drivers
yes, now's an
really
opportunity.
getting the measure of this.
To keep it put on there, but she just got stuck on that oyster. She's got to keep the pressure on down Stanley Matthews. She took her foot off the gas there. Keep it going through. Keep it going. Now off. Beautifully done there. Round Robbie Williams. This is looking good for now. Keep it going. Oh, but she forgot to take the pedal, metal off the pedal there. And she's through Spode and Armitage Shanks. Down Stanley Matthews past the main stand. Robbie Williams, Wedgwood. Spode comes off at Spode. That catches people by surprise, that, I think, Spode. They don't expect to come off there. So Ruben now nice and easily, but he comes off at Wedgwood. I think the
Yeah.
pressure of competing with his mum is wreaking havoc with his mental state here.
Yeah, it's a game of great resilience and stamina, isn't it? I think you have to, once you've got the measure, you've just got to really hold your nerve. And the G-force obviously has some kind of impact, particularly going around the Armitage Shanks U-turn and the yellow car straight down the Stanley Matthews and
Difficult one to
rounds.
call this. I think the adjudicators watching very carefully. It's going to be very close, I think. They both crossed the line there in front of the main stand for that lap.
I think
Neck
my money
and
would
neck.
definitely be on the yellow car, but obviously I
It's
wouldn't
very
bet on
close,
this
I
because,
think.
that would be an insider
Can't be long
trading.
left now. Must be a matter of seconds. They're neck and neck past the main stand,
Oh,
the finish line.
terrible accident there with both
And that's
vehicles' career
just a few
off
seconds
the
left.
circuit.
It's time and time. The adjudicator calls time there. Double checks the stopwatch. And Amanda there just a little bit hot and bothered. She wasn't expecting it to be quite that physical, I don't think.
Racing there.
And
the
here we
results
go.
are through, and we have a result.
Ooh, this is
Good
going to be
heavens.
interesting at tea time tonight. It was the last lap that called it here. So we got Ruben with 15 laps. What did Ruben get last time? Can we tell from previous? 16. He's going to be disappointed with himself here because Amanda got 16 laps. It's a victory for the older generation. And it's not just a young person's game, this. It can be, it's that experience tells
That's
as
right.
well. No shame, though, for Ruben there. Very consistent racing. They shake hands. And I think Ruben's going to go and buy his mum a cup of tea there.
That's going to hurt, though, isn't it, Craig? That's going to
Celebration.
hurt. It's going to be really smarting for.
That's going to
for
be a
Ruben,
hard one
that-
to live
that
down,
defeat.
I think. Hard one
And,
to live down.
Yes, he'll want to come back for a rematch at some point, I would have thought, over the next couple of days. We are at the Hanley Arena for the Stoke Grand Prix. And we're going to be here for the next 3 days between the hours of 10 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So come down and have a race with us. It's freeform open Scalextric motor racing par excellence. So for all of you budding motor racers, all you drivers out there, come and play Scalextric and become part of the Stoke Grand Prix 2024. Stoke, of course, is now a regular fixture on the Grand Prix circuit, and legends have been made here in the Potteries shopping centre. One of which, of course, is our very own Jade, who has now kind of graduated to becoming our flag waver. She is now running the checkered flag here for Petronas Mercedes.
So we've got two new racers coming up. The Super Mario Brothers, potentially our brothers as well. Lights faded slightly here. It's a little bit overcast above. We've got a canopy over us, so we're not going to be affected by rain, but we may be affected a little bit by the lights. We're in that strange twilight situation where the electric lights haven't quite taken effect, so it's going to be interesting to see how these two get on. Got Bobby in blue car, Archie in yellow. A little bit trigger happy, these two. They're just going to have to get the measure of the track. And they come off at Spode. Nicely though now for the yellow car and both for the blue car there. They've just got to take it a little bit easy going into Robbie Williams and past Wedgwood. Yellow car now really got the measure of this. Blue car again, a little bit too fierce going around Robbie Williams.
Yes, the secret with this is just to very gently pull the trigger,
and
not
again too much
too
going around Robbie
much
Williams.
throttle too soon. Get
Off
a
at
feel for the
Wedgwood.
car. And Williston. The brothers.
Williston, of course, with a great motor racing heritage. And so proud children of Williston here flying the flag for that town stroke village near here. So the siblings now just being asked to drive up to the start line in front of the main stand here.
And they're almost indistinguishable because they're both driving for the same team, of course, which is the Super Mario Brothers team. These two from Williston, the Williston 2, as they are affectionately known.
Hoping to get their Mario Kart driving skills translated into the real world. This is very different though when you've got a crowd here watching. It's the pressure is very, very different. So Jade on flag is ready. Drivers, are you ready? Yes. 3, 2, 1, go.
Wave that checkered flag and the yellow car is off immediately. Oh,
Blue car, I'm not sure the blue car's quite on the track there, is it? Oh, false start.
false start.
False start.
We've
So
had
we've
to
got a little
take
bit of a problem there with the blue car. That's
to
it.
get the safety car out to do a safety circuit. Oh,
So the Williston Wanderers now just having to restart the race here at the Stoke Grand Prix in the Potteries Shopping Centre. Whoa! And the steward, the adjudicator's going to get a little bit cross in a minute, I think. If he
might
has to do too many false start, there might be a penalty. Is
penalty
he going
deductions,
no.
I suspect.
Benefit of the
therefore.
doubt. They nearly got a time penalty there, but drivers are ready.
Have to remember
Jay's ready
these
on the
drivers to
flag.
be a bit more sensitive with their triggers. Otherwise, they're just going to come straight off at this first corner.
3,
2,
2, 1, go.
And
they're
off.
off. Beautifully done there
taken,
by the blue
but the blue car is off the circuit, and the yellow car
Lovely pace now for the yellow car. Those Super Mario Kart skills
round the
coming
spoke
in.
corner,
And
down the Stanley
blue
Matthews
car
straight.
just gets a little bit stuck on Stanley Matthews. Comes flying off on Robbie Williams past Wedgwood. But and Spode. Yellow card through Armitage Stanks. Lovely now through there past the press position in front of the main stand. Comes spinning off. It's come off the track, I think, there. And
and the yellow car is off as well at Robbie Williams' corner. The yellow car has got a nice
Nicely
measured
now
pace,
through
but the blue
yellow
car
car.
needs to catch up now because it's a couple of laps behind. But the yellow car laps his little brother, and
we've now got a co-driver, which I'm not sure is helping that much, actually. But as we go through, Stanley Matthews coming off again at Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood into Spode, Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews in front of the main stand. You've got to give it a bit of welly down there. Over that oil slick, that's it. And then
that's
off
the eternal
gas
problem,
here.
isn't it? Coming down the Stanley Matthews. Oh, and the blue car's off again round the Armitage Shanks turn. And
a bit
terrible,
overconfident
terrible.
there going into Robbie Williams.
Terrible accident there. The car
Wedgwood.
rolled, but it's back on the circuit.
And they're
as
off again, making
is
good
the blue
use of
car.
that new crash barrier. The crowd are gathering above on their balcony. They know
That's the
they are seeing
grandstand.
something special here today. The Williston Wanderers now must be at least halfway through their race. It's going to be close to call, I think, but it's probably at the moment it's yellow. Can the blue car pull something back now as we get into the last few seconds of this race? Through Spode, into Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews in front of the main stand, off again at Robbie Williams through Wedgwood. Yellow car now into Armitage Shanks, past the stand. Just 10 seconds left. Can the blue car pull something out of the
It's
corner now?
unbelievable. They're
Into
neck and
Armitage
neck as
Shanks.
they
They
come
cross the
into
line,
the
neck and
middle.
neck in front of the
Oh,
line.
my
It must be,
goodness.
and that's time is up and stop racing. Wow, incredible scenes here at the Potteries today. The Williston Wanderers, they're sponsored by Super Mario Brothers. And who is going to be the victor here today? The
Big
adjudicator
round of
has done
applause for the
final
competitors, the Super Mario
So-
Brothers team.
We've got Bobby there he was doing pretty well until the co-driver came along, and so now has just got 9 laps, very respectable. But Archie with a spectacular 17 laps, that puts them up there on the leaderboard. We've got Matt Kieran with 21. We've got Jade on the flag with 18. Now we've got Archie on 17 laps as well. So the crowd go absolutely wild. Huge rounds of applause as Archie and Bobby there shake hands. As they shake hands, they give each other a hug. And they give each other a hug. And they ruffle each other's hair. And they'll go home happy now as they beat each other across the head with a balloon.
Which is obviously it's a regular celebration for those boys from Williston. And we've got 2 new competitors on the circuit at the moment who are young guns from, I suspect, Stoke.
Signing in.
I recognise these two. Are they from Stoke? I think they're from Stoke, these two. As
Signing
the
in with the
Williston boys
adjudicators.
head off with their balloons, their celebratory balloons. They were offered the choice of balloons or a magnum of champagne, but they chose the balloons. Liv in yellow and Jeline. Ilif and Jeline.
Ilith and Jeline. Ilith in yellow, I think, and Jeline in the blue car. The blue one. And who are you?
Jeline.
Oh, now I'm confused. I had it before. Ilith in yellow,
Ilith in yellow.
Jeline in blue. There's been a lot of racing here today. It does tend to take its toll. Jade Still, though, is very much ready to go with the flag. We've got a practice lap first just to get the measure of the track.
And you really have to take it nice and easy on this first practice lap because it's so easy to spin off
And
if you go too
then
fast.
blue car, you've got to power down through Stanley Matthews there. Keep the power on. You might have to give it a nudge. And slowly past Wedgwood.
Yeah, the blue car is
Sidlims from Stoke.
siblings from Stoke. And we've had a lot of drivers here from Stoke, haven't we? Obviously, Stoke is more than Stoke because Stoke is the 5 towns.
Nicely there down through the blue car. That's
So-
got the measure of that. Got to power through Stanley Matthews, but ease off the power just before you get to Robbie Williams. I've got a bit of an oil slick problem on the blue car's track.
It's tempting, obviously, when you're under race conditions to just go as fast as you can. But, of course, as we well know, that can be counterproductive because it's very easy to spin off the course here.
Practice lap is over here. And the drivers asked to bring their cars back to the start line just in front of the main stand. If you're listening at home, we've got Jeline and Irith here at the Stoke Grand Prix in the Potteries Centre. The adjudicator just reminding them it's 2 minutes. Whoever's got the most laps at the end of the 2 minutes will be the winner. Our current holders of the record are Kareem and Matt with 21 laps. That's to beat these two new drivers.
Everyone's ready. Jade's ready
ready
with the checkered flag. The adjudicator's ready, and the drivers are ready. So we're going to count down. 3, 2, 1. And
Go,
the cars
Jade
are off,
goes
and the blue
out.
cars are off immediately. But the yellow car spins off the circuit and loses ground against the blue. But the blue is taking it nice and steady down the Stanley Matthews.
Beautifully done
and
round Stanley
the
Matthews.
Robbie Williams along the Armitage Shanks U-bend, round the Spode corner, and all stalls on a oil slick. But the yellow car, meanwhile, is up ahead, but seems to have developed a slight fault. Perhaps there's
No, I
didn't
think
check
it's
the
just
oh, no,
driver
it's
error.
back,
Now
it's
beautifully
back.
done now.
It's
Keep it
almost
going.
teasing the blue car.
That's it.
By
Past
going
Wedgwood.
round,
Into
creeping
Spode.
along, round
Down
the
Armitage
Armitage
Shanks.
Round the chicane. Oh, and the blue car
blue one
spun
there.
off the
Comes off
Armitage
at
Shanks.
Spode.
It's
Down Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews. You've got to keep the pedal on, down Stanley Matthews, get through that oil slick.
That's the
round
thing, you have to
the
put
Robbie
the brakes on
Williams
just
and
before the
Wedgwood.
Robbie Williams and round the chicane through the Spode corner. And the blue car, both cars in fact, doing extraordinarily well at the moment. There don't seem to be any technical faults at all. The blue car, I think, is ahead and has really got the measure of this circuit round the Robbie Williams and is about to lap the yellow car round Spode corner and down, speeds down the Stanley Matthews.
Beautifully done there,
round the
just
chicane.
toying with the yellow there, but
Oh!
then comes a cropper
that's the
at
problem.
Spode. Catches people by surprise, Spode, sometimes. And they go past the,
Magnificent
just needs a little
driving
nudge
from the
there. You've
blue.
got to keep the power on.
Magnificent driving from the blue car, but
blue car's off
too
again at
fast.
Robbie
Got a
Williams.
little bit cocksure there and spun off the circuit.
And
as
again
in
spins
fact
off.
did the yellow car.
Past Wedgwood, coming through Spode now. Bit too tentative there past the
Crawling around
mini
the Spode.
stand.
The
Nicely
crowd
there.
going wild.
Can't be long left now. Must just be a matter of seconds. I think it's going to be very close, I think. Yellow there just doing nicely there through Robbie Williams. And going to Armitage Shanks. Down Stanley Matthews in front of the main stand. Past Wedgwood. Into Spode. Down Armitage Shanks. Stuck on the oil slick there on Stanley Matthews. Got to keep going and we finish racing.
This is going to be such
Time's
a tight
up.
race. Oh, and the time's up.
Time
but that,
is up.
to my mind, Craig, that was one of the closest races yet. I think we're absolutely neck and neck. I wouldn't like to call it the
No, I
moment.
think that's going to be very close. Two novice riders, of course, new to the Stoke Grand Prix. We're going to be seeing a lot of them in the future, though, I suspect, when we're back next
There's barely
year.
a hair's breadth, I suspect, between these two. I'm going to have to put my glasses on here because I think,
It's
am I right?
Elif with 14 laps, Jelen with 16 laps.
16.
Very close there, 16. Both there, very respectable scores for these young racers. And the crowd very appreciative. They know their motorsport here at the Potteries, and they know when they've seen a good
those
race.
scores put you right up there near the top of the leaderboard. So that's really, really good racing. Well
And,
done, you two.
Those two racers, they shake hands.
Shake hands.
Shake hands with
That's
each
it.
other. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, give each other a high five as well. High five
And a
and
hug.
a hug. That's it.
Very
Brilliant. Good sportsmanship from those two drivers. And we've got more young drivers who are stepping up to the grandstand. These are the from the Croc wearing team. Team Croc.
That's right, sponsored by Crocs, this particular race. Other shoes are available from two shoe shops not far from here. So if you like what you see with those Crocs, you can probably buy them at a local shoe shop here.
So we've got two drivers. We've got Katie and Amy from Cambridge. So they've come all the way from Cambridge to Stoke for the motor racing today.
St Neots, of course, the St Neots Grand Prix had to be closed down last year, so those people are now forced to come to Stoke to race.
Of course, that was the locals. That was objections from the locals, wasn't it, in St Neots?
They didn't like the noise in St Neots, but
No.
Stoke, they don't mind a bit of engine noise, a bit of industrial noise.
More like
Just
tractor
got to keep it
racing round
going.
in St Neots.
Keep it going on Stanley Matthews. It's a bit oily, the track there, so they're just getting the measure a little bit too tentative, I think. Need to give it a bit of gas down Stanley Matthews,
Oh, that's
and then
great
ease
driving
off
from the
round
blue
Robbie
car
Williams
there.
there. And past Wedgwood.
So,
the blue
Amy
car
and
goes
Katie,
through
can we just have a quick reminder as to which car is which? Amy is... Katie's in blue, Amy is in yellow. So Amy's in yellow, Katie is in blue. Amy and Katie on the blue and the yellow cars, which are lining up now.
Kater lines up the cars using the clipboard. That clipboard, of course, has been measured so that it's regular.
Everything is done to the strict protocol of the 1947 agreement, section 4,
DJ's ready on the flag.
subsection
Our
5.
St Neots drivers here, of course, both did very well in the Cambridge Grand Prix last year. How will they fare indoors in the Potteries? We're going to find out very soon. 3, 2, 1, go, and they're off. That's quite smart. They're
Cautious
both
but
round
very
Robbie
sensible
Williams.
driving. Both drivers anxious not to speed too much, otherwise they know that they'll spin off the track. But this is excellent driving from both, who both maintain a really good pace. The blue car's taking
just
a
comes
little
off near
stumble
Wedgwood.
there,
Into Spode for the blue car. Coming round to Armitage Shanks. Yellow car just catches up down Stanley Matthews. This is the way where you can put the metal to the pedal.
metal to the pedal, indeed, and as they go down the Stanley Matthews and round the Robbie Williams corner, round the Armitage Shanks U-bend and down again past the grandstand. This is magnificent driving from Amy and Katie here, and they are... Oh, there's a little
Stuck
bit of
on
an
the oil slick there. They've come off the track, I think.
It's a terrible tragedy. But
Luckily,
similarly,
yellow's come off at Robbie Williams. Past Wedgwood, into Spode, round Armitage Shanks now. A little bit tentative. Now's the time to go. Now's the time to go. Stuck on that oil slick again. You've got to really go for it down Stanley Matthews, round Robbie Williams.
Get some momentum on down the Stanley Matthews in order to get down through the oil slick, which is
again not quite giving it enough.
Proved a bit of a problem.
That's it.
But I think this is going to be a high-scoring match. This one, both cars neck and neck at the moment through the chicane, round the Armitage Shanks, and the yellow one has taken...
Just tried to overtake on Robbie Williams, which is never a very good method, really. You've got to take it easy
It's very
through Robbie.
high-risk strategy, but the oil slick again is stalling the blue vehicle.
They come together
up
there.
at Spode and tries to speed through the chicane, round the Spode corner and the Armitage Shanks. down, but the yellow one has come
This
off
is a
the
chance for
circuit.
blue now.
This is a
Can
chance
they
for
take
blue.
advantage as they go through Armitage Shanks, onto Stanley Matthews, past the stand, through Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, into Spode, through Armitage Shanks. Just seconds left now. Blue keep the momentum going. Stay on the track. Back into Spode. Armitage Shanks. Stanley Matthews past. Oh no, they got stuck on the oil slick again, and they will be ruined. And time is up. Oh, they will be ruined the day. They took the foot off the gas there.
In front of the grandstand to do a magnificent wave to the crowd, and a big round of big cheer from all the crowd. Excellent, great driving there. Well, that was something else. I think we're in for a high-scoring round
high
there.
scoring.
That
So
is magnificent. So Katie
in the blue car.
Katie in the blue car has a magnificent 16 circuits, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for Katie. But what about Amy? Has she done better or worse? What do you think?
Well,
can she beat Katie's 16?
It was close, and Katie's going to be a bit disappointed with this on the long journey back to St. Neots. It's a long way to come, but Amy takes it with 19 circuits there. And she pumps the air there.
Pumps the air.
With celebration. They
both
shake
drivers
hands.
to shake hands. And you can do a nice bow to the assembled audience here, because that puts Amy on the leaderboard.
That's right.
Remember, our top score in the 2 minutes is 21 circuits.
Amy's up there with 19 now.
19 it puts her in the top 5, I think.
The pride of St. Neots, where they don't have an H&M, so you have to come all the way to Stoke to go to H&M. But they can go back that long journey east this evening, feeling very proud of themselves.
And they will remember Hanley, that's for sure. The Stoke Grand Prix, magnificently executed there by Amy and Katie. And we just have a moment's breather there while we just do a recap on some of the highlights of this morning. Of course, we had a giant step into the crowd earlier on and tipped the grandstand over.
That's right.
But,
we managed to get things back on track. The grounds team worked very hard to get the grandstand back in order after that giant did invade the circuit. If you're listening at home, you're listening to the 2024 Stoke Grand Prix from the Potteries Shopping Centre. Yeah. And we've got, I suspect, father and son team here. So it could be a grudge match, this one here. And they're going to get their little practice lap first. But we've seen some great racing here today. 21 laps so far. The record 21 laps in 2 minutes, which by my reckoning is 10.5 laps per minute. 1 lap every 6 seconds, I would say. So that's the pace. If you can get a lap in under 6 seconds, then you're doing pretty well.
So we have Paul on the blue car and Harry in the yellow car.
So from Utoxeter, I've got some bad memories of Utoxeter after my clutch went in the retail park there. But I'm sure it's a very nice place if you're not stuck in the retail park.
And of course, it's quite challenging. Utoxeter, it's on the right, on the edge of the Staffordshire Hills. So you're used to some incline, whereas there's none here in Hanley. Obviously, not on this circuit anyway. It's completely flat, although there are plenty of perils in terms of
there is that little oil slick there,
turns,
so you've just got to power it through. It's just come off, I think, there. You've got to power down Stanley Matthews. Get through that oil slick now. Now he's tumbled off just at Wedgwood. But nicely there through.
And our drivers,
so we've got Paul in the blue
and
car,
Harry
in the yellow,
are just limbering up now, just mentally preparing themselves for this Stoke Grand Prix. And Jade, our checkered flag operator, is ready.
Drivers are ready.
Drivers are ready. Adjudicator is ready.
3, 2, 1. Oh, here we go. Harry there. Either that was just a little bit trigger happy or he was trying to steal it, but the adjudicator will not like that. If that happens again, there could be a penalty. So, here we go. That's the younger generation for you, always trying to steal a march on the older ones. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, and he was off to a flying start there, Harry. But he's just come undone on that oil slick, Tom, but he's got a chance now if he keeps the power on, down through Stanley Matthews. That's it. Beautifully done there, Robbie Williams. Into Spode. Round Armitage Shanks. Keep the power on through Stanley Matthews. This is good racing.
This is terrific racing, actually, Craig.
Beautifully done. Oh, he's going again. He keeps
the blue vehicle once again stalling on the oil slick there, but the yellow
keep the power on.
is
That's
really
it. Beautifully done.
in its stride now. You can tell that this is a seasoned driver who knows his onions. And once again, the blue car struggling a little bit, a few technical problems, and keeps stalling on the down the Stanley Matthews, round the Robbie Williams. And a terrible crash.
This could be to the advantage of the blue car now, but the pit team, blue
so
cars
the yellow
now.
car
Wasn't concentrating. He was trying to drive
cruising
and speak on a mobile phone at the same time, which we all know is illegal and also dangerous.
That'll be quite frowned upon by the adjudicators.
They might
suspect there
penalise
might
him
be
for
some
that.
penalty points in that. Another terrible.
Comes off again. That's been on the mobile phone. I
That's
think
interesting, and
not
this is on the
concentrating.
Armitage Shanks bend there. It seems to be causing all kinds of problems for the blue car at the moment, who is clearly accelerating into that bend.
Nice. Now got the measure of it. Into
too
Spode.
harshly.
Down Stanley Matthews. Past Wedgwood, back into Spode, and Armitage Shanks, past the main stand. It's the yellow car now, Shawley, who has got this covered. Again, comes off at Wedgwood, and into Spode, down Armitage Shanks for the yellow. Can the blue car... Oh, now this is an opportunity. Oh, no, both come off at the same place. Unprecedented there. Chance there for Tom and the blue car to steal a march on his son. Oh, stop driving. Racing over. Wow.
Well, that was magnificent driving. I think the like of which we have rarely seen this morning.
I think that could put
terrific.
Harry up there amongst our leaders, if not to the top. Oh, wow. And if you are listening at home or up there on the balcony, you are going to be very excited to hear this. Paul got a very healthy 17.
Very respectable
laps,
17.
Very respectable laps. But Harry wiped the shopping centre floor with his dad with a magnificent 23 laps, not only beating his dad, but beating Kareem and also Matt, who had 21 laps. So now 23 laps in 2 minutes. That has laid down a very impressive marker for anyone else. If you're listening at home and you think you can beat 23 laps in 2 minutes,
I think you
know
need to
where
get down
come.
to the Potteries shopping centre, because that is an extraordinary feat. And quite frankly, Craig, I didn't think it was possible.
I think what happened there was that Harry, he was consistent. He had very few crashes. We're looking at a matter of seconds to get round this. We were looking at 6 seconds a lap. I think Harry must have done a few 5-second laps there, helped by very few crashes. And so I think that is going to be difficult to beat. Very difficult to beat.
Absolutely. Now, when Jade got 18 laps early on in the first race, we thought
that was it.
We thought she'd basically set the template for the day. But progressively, as the days progressed, we had Sterling Moss come in with 20 laps. And then, of course, 2 contenders with 21 laps. But no, Harry has now broken the record with 23 laps in the 2 minutes. If you're listening at home, welcome. This is the Hanley Arena, and you are watching or listening to the Stoke Grand Prix. The inaugural Stoke Grand Prix. No, it isn't, because there was one. Unfortunately, last year's had to be cancelled because there was a terrible incident.
But this year, many more safety measures are in place, so we're confident that we will see through the 3 days here today. Keep the pedal on. You've got to keep going through down there.
And we've got a magnificent
I think it's come off.
Team of stewards and helpers around the circuit to help us keep everything smooth running and safety.
Yes, that's
of
all. You got to ease off
Safety
there before you get into there.
Is the watchword. That's the most important thing, isn't it? We want all of our all of our drivers to feel completely safe in this environment. So we've got an ambulance station at the side of the track here at Wedgwood.
New soft safety barriers have been installed as well after early morning crashes. The adjudicators lines them up millimetre perfect in front of the main stand there. Jade is, as always, on flag duty, ever reliable for us to get a clean start here. The escalators go up and down, the cars go round and round. It is the Stoke Grand Prix. Everyone's ready. Three.
Just check. Who have we got racing? We've got Sally and we've got Pete. Sally
in the
is
blue.
in the blue. Pete is in the yellow. Thank you for that. Sorry to
Sally
stall
and Pete,
the
sponsored
start
by
there. It's
Appetite.
important.
Appetite have
Details.
only recently got themselves into motor racing. Some say that's not what that funding is for, but levelling up is a great way to get into motorsport. So here we go.
And the two vehicles are levelled up right at the start line, and the adjudicator is ready. He's absolutely poised, isn't he?
He's
just
poised.
Ready,
He's ready to go there.
He's
His
ready to
arm
go.
is ready at the top. 3, 2,
Two,
1, go!
And the blue
It's a
car's
slow
away
start there
around
from,
the Robbie
Pete.
Williams corner and the chicane at
Gotta
Spode
keep
corner
powering
down
through. You're not
the
gonna
yellow
gotta
car
power through, Stanley
steaming
Matthews.
ahead along round the Robbie Williams.
Oh, she's off at Robbie Williams. Nice and gently through Robbie Williams past Wedgwood into Spode, round Armitage Shanks. Keep going into Stanley Matthews. Don't take the pedal off. That's it.
Blue car having a little snooze there.
Little
Up
tumble
and
at
hit.
Wedgwood past the press
We've got a
bank.
slight problem there, I
in front
suspect, with
of
the
keep
crash
it going,
barriers.
keep it going. That's it. Beautifully done now there. Oh, but then just up Wedgwood. And the crash barriers come undone, but I think we're not going to leave the safety car. We're just going to keep it going there, back onto the track.
And down the Stanley Matthews for the yellow car, around the Wedgwood,
Nicely
down
done there.
Armitage Shanks and round Spode corner, back into the circuit. It's beautiful driving here from the yellow car. Meanwhile, the blue car's having a little snooze just by the grandstand, but oh, terrible, terrible accident. At around at Armitage Shanks again, and the blue car in all sorts of problems there. Both cars, in fact, at the Robbie Williams corner. Now they've taken their foot off the pedal a little bit, but you have to accelerate into the Stanley Matthews. That's the problem, because you need to get some momentum on in order to get
That's the way.
through.
Down
But
to
there
Armitage
we
Shanks.
go,
Keep the
they're
pedal
neck
out. Keep the
and
pressure on.
neck.
No, again, that takes the pressure off. You've got to keep the finger on the button. Down Stanley Matthews past the stand. That's it. Nicely round there. Into Spode for the blue car. Armitage now. Power down, power down. That's it. Beautifully done there. Past Wedgwood.
Wonderful
past the
driving
press
from the blue car
office. Now keep going. That's it. Beautifully done again. Past Wedgwood. Into Spode. Round Armitage Shanks for the blue car. Now keep it going. Oh, and again, just taking the foot off the gas. But
Oh, the
an
yellow
opportunity.
car. Terrible, terrible accident there.
An opportunity now. Keep going. That's it. Down there. Oh, and too much there. A little bit overexcited into Robbie Williams. Everyone gets a bit overexcited at Robbie Williams. And time is up. I suspect that may be a win for yellow there.
I suspect perhaps because of that oil slick, which is a really difficult thing to get
Pretty
through.
close though. Sally there in blue gets 13 circuits.
Unlucky for
And
some.
the crowd go a little bit wild. No, absolutely wild. You can probably hear the screams on the effects mic there for Sally. Very popular here. Sally, of course. She was a big part of the aborted 2023 race, which had to be cancelled. Not all because of Sally's fault, though. But anyway, we don't talk about that. Pete gets a magnificent 16 laps there. So Pete is our winner. Big round of applause for him.
Big round of applause
from
for
the
Pete.
crowd.
Big smile on his face. But the winner, well, both competitors have a celebratory hug and a bow to the assembled throng. Yeah, it's near capacity audience here at the Hanley Arena. And in celebration, the sun has come out and the sky is blue once more. So a big thank you.
So it's going to be interesting to see whether this sunlight does cause any problems for our drivers. There might be moments of where they're dazzled by the sun driving around the track. But we've got 2 new drivers here.
And plenty of people just arriving at the stadium. Come and have a sit down, come and see what's going on. Because here we are in the Hanley Arena for the Stoke Grand Prix, a big fixture on the sporting calendar. And obviously Stoke is now recognised internationally as a centre of sporting excellence.
That's right, and it attracts crowds from all over the world. They've had to build the balcony above us here just to accommodate the crowds, and had to shut down some of the shops as well, just so that there's enough power getting to the track.
The drivers just having a little test circuit now, just to get the feel of the circuit.
Both
just to...
So we've got Via and Jeet here, of course, regular drivers on the circuit. We've got Via in the blue car, Jeet in the yellow. And you just got to keep the power on there if you've got that blue car. Keep the power on down Stanley Matthews. Just keep it going.
So let's give you a little tour of the circuit. In front of the grandstand, the yellow car comes round the Robbie Williams corner, through Wedgwood, down.
Oh, they both come off at Robbie Williams, which is Robbie Williams. Everyone gets a little bit excited round there. They just got to take it a bit easy past Wedgwood.
As the mini grandstand round Armitage Shanks corner, then the Spode corner onto the Stanley Matthews freeway.
So the adjudicator just getting lined up with the official clipboard. Jade is ready with the flag there.
Is the audience ready for this, for the race?
Audience is ready. Drivers are ready. Adjudicator's ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off,
they're
taking it nice and
early
easy.
there off the track. Blew one a little bit too fast. That's it, through there. You've got to go a little bit easy going into Robbie Williams. Now you need to power down in the blue. That's it. Beautifully done there into Robbie Williams, but just spinning off by the first A10 into Wedgwood. Now the barriers come off, and they're off again at Robbie Williams. Oh, and again the blue car off.
Part of the problem, obviously, is you need to power in round Spode corner into that Stanley Matthews straight, but you need to pull
Beautifully, that's the way to do it
off
there.
the pedal almost
there.
immediately in order to
get a bit of drift there, and flying off into our new soft crash barriers, which were installed earlier on in the morning. And thank goodness we put those in, because they have been pressed into action. That's the way. We've just got to take the power off.
Just as well, there's no audience, spectators at this corner round at Robbie Williams, because it really is quite terrifying. We've had some spectacular crashes throughout the course of the morning. The blue car coming down magnificently.
Oh, a bit of a drift there from the blue car coming off just in front of the smaller stand there. And yellow car coming off on
really
Stanley Matthews, which is unusual. Oh, another big crash at Robbie Williams' corner. The pit stop team put the blue car back on into Spode, past Armitage Shanks, down into Stanley Matthews. Now's the time, but again, a little bit too heavy on the throttle, going into Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood for the blue car, into Spode, round Armitage Shanks, back into Stanley Matthews in front of the main stand, and nicely there through Robbie Williams past Wedgwood, and this is looking good for blue now. Now they've got the measure of it, they've got the measure of this circuit. Take it nice and steady through Robbie Williams, power up through Stanley Matthews. This is looking good for blue. Yellow's got some work to do, I think, if they're going to catch up. This is looking very good. But oh no, they've got a bit over cocky there.
In fact, yeah, the yellow car actually tipped the blue car off the circuit then by going too fast and tipping his brother off.
Time is up. This is going to be close, I think. Stop racing.
Good.
Adjudicator does the maths.
Exhausting.
They're very keen to see what's happened, but they're not allowed to have a look.
I think the technical teams are going to have their work cut out in the pits.
So we've got Via and Jeet. We've got Jeet in the yellow car with a very respectable 13 laps, and the crowd appreciative there of some very nice driving. And we've got Via in the blue car. Via got in 2 minutes of driving around this track here at the Stoke Grand Prix. A very impressive number of laps.
How many?
Oh, yes, 14.
14
for Via. 14, that's Via. So just pipped at the post there, jeeped by Via.
That's as close as it gets, Craig. In fact, yeah, Jeep was just behind there. So close. That's sibling rivalry for you, but, you know, the secret is to keep
Very
practicing.
close. I think it was the crashes around Robbie Williams that did it there, I think.
Yeah, it's rather a
for
lot
Jeets,
of
I think.
aggressive.
The last few laps that it was neck and neck. So the last few laps.
So it turns out that race was just won in the final circuit there. Here we go. So we had Sterling Moss earlier racing.
James Hunt, is this James Hunt? Looks familiar.
No, who's it? Steve?
Steve.
Where are you from, Steve? Where are you from? Staffordshire. Which bit? Near Cannock. Cannock? Which bit near Cannock? Sorry?
Heath Ains.
Heath Ains near Cannock,
Heath
of
Ains.
course.
Near Cannock. Cannock boy Steve.
Steve in blue, Haley in yellow. Haley, another part of the Appetite Motor Racing Sports, motor racing team who've been taking...
So we've got Cheshire versus South Staffordshire here. And in the blue car, am I right in thinking? Yes, Steve on the blue car and Haley in the yellow. Just doing a little test circuit just to warm up the tyres and get a feel for the circuit. Obviously, it's important once you come around that corner by Spode Corner, you have to accelerate into the Stanley Matthews straight, but then pull up in time for the corner, otherwise you're going to spin off. And we've seen plenty of casualties for that, as Haley has just demonstrated there. You're yellow. Oh.
Oh, they've come together at Spode, and this could be interesting, but Steve just gets through there. Steve gets a bit overexcited at Robbie Williams. Past Wedgwood into Spode. Oh, he was trying to catch up there, and Haley's come off at Robbie Williams.
Are you then? Which bit of Cheshire?
Congleton.
Congleton versus Cannock.
Heath
Heath
Hayes. Yeah. Never to be
You don't wanna be
confused.
mistaken.
Cannock with Heath Hayes.
Definitely
That's,
don't want to be mistaken
no.
as a Cannockite.
So here we go. Cannock versus Staffs versus Cheshire. The Shires versus the Potteries. 2 minutes. Who could do the most laps in 2 minutes? So far the record is 23, which is less than 5 seconds a lap. Around 5 seconds a lap.
And Jade poised there with her checkered flag. She's been doing a magnificent job.
Looking majestic with the flag. 3, 2, 1, go.
Go. And the blue
nicely
car
off of
is
Steve
straight
there. There he
round the
goes.
circuit.
Got to keep the pressure on now.
Absolutely.
Keep going. Keep going, Steve. Fast through here. No, give it a nudge. You've got to go fast down Stanley Matthews. That's it. And there he goes round. Past Wedgwood into Spode. Armitage Shank. Now pressure on down there. Got to
Haley
not
nice
fast
and
enough.
easy round the Armitage Shanks and into the Stanley
This is
Matthews.
looking good now.
Both drivers
Both got the measure of it. Faster through there,
really
Steve.
cautious, but Steve needs to find a way of getting through that oil slick there by speeding around the Spode.
Yes,
and
now
that's
he's
it.
got it beautifully done.
He's
Now
got
he's
it.
got the
He's
measure
got
of
the
it into Spode. As
the yellow car.
Haley goes past Wedgwood. Oh, he
Nice.
overcooked it a little bit there on Robbie Williams.
Yeah, Haley adhering to the 30 mile an hour rule of around these, but
Slow and
cautious,
steady.
But, you know, cautious exactly slow and steady. It's the hare and the tortoise here, and actually, I think in the long run with Steve a little bit, you know, overzealously going around the 1 minute left of the circuit.
Halfway through this racing,
Steve's
nicely done by
speeding
Steve
round
there.
Now he's accelerating, whereas Haley
Now
nice
give it some
and
welly
steady.
through there.
Keep going
a little
through.
bit more. That's
And
it.
Excellent driving here from, Haley is coming around the Armitage Shanks into the Stanley Matthews, beautifully taking the Robbie Williams. Meanwhile, Steve gets stuck on the oil slick once more, and it's going to be neck and neck, I think. I think this is really
It's very
terrific driving
close.
from both. It's going
Steve's
to
had
look
oil
closer
slick
than you might
problems.
think.
Haley's been taking it nice and steady. Can't be much longer now. Must be just a matter of seconds now. Who can pull something out of the bag as Haley goes into Spoke
Steve's
through Armitage Shanks. Round probably. Oh, she's come off at Robbie Williams' corner. Has that?
That's
Could
the
she
excitement
regret
of
that?
reaching
Steve
the,
now
doing the final
spins off again at
circuit.
Wedgwood. 10 seconds left. Haley's come off at Robbie Williams. She's back on. She's past Wood. She's into
Can they
Spoke.
get
She's coming
through?
down Armitage
and
Shanks.
Steve manages
Down
another
Stanley
circuit.
Matthews. Beautifully
And-
done. Oh,
good
stop
heavens,
racing.
that was terrific racing. That was really nail-biting stuff there, Craig.
The crowd on the balcony appreciate that as well. Big round of applause from them for that race. And the drivers wave up to them. Well, this couldn't be closer because it is 15 laps each, 15 circuits each, Steve and Haley there. So congratulations to them. It's not going to trouble the leaderboard, I'm afraid, but still impressive racing nonetheless. Thank you very much. It's back to Cheshire and Staffordshire for those two. Heads held high, though. Heath Haynes will be proud of their son there. Oh, what's she done? So maybe Steve will have another go later on. Perhaps we're here all day. He might want to have another go. And travelled all the way from Heath Haynes there. Oh, we've got a new competitor sponsored by the prehistoric period. He's going to go for yellow. Sensible choice.
And these two look like they could be local. Dinosaur Boy, perhaps from a local prehistoric theme park. Both from Stoke, Paula and Jack. Paula is in the yellow, I believe.
Paula's in yellow, Jack's in
And
blue.
Jack's in the blue.
Another family affair. Jack's in yellow. Sorry, Paula is in blue. Sorry if you're listening at home. And we've got nanny and grandchild here. So another intergenerational affair. It's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. Who's got a feel for the track here? You've got to keep pressing. And this little practice lap before the real event. Now that's it, round Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, into Spode, Armitage Shanks, past the stand on Stanley Matthews. Again, overexcited at Robbie Williams. And past Wedgwood. And
these two
now just deciding against it's not for everyone, of course. The pressure sometimes. It's one thing racing at home in front of a friendly crowd. When you're here in the cauldron that is the Potteries Shopping Centre, sometimes it's a little bit does become a little bit too overwhelming.
But nevertheless, we've got some new contenders who are just stepping up to the grandstand here, getting a measure of the circuit. They're very keen, these two, and yes, blue and the yellow car have been allocated by our adjudicator. So here we are, just a quick reminder, we're here at the Hanley Arena for the Stoke Grand Prix. 3 days of motor racing. And we've had some magnificent racing so far this morning, but our latest two contenders are two friends.
Two friends, Jaden and Matthew. Jaden in the blue car, Matthew in the yellow car. They're going to have a little practice laps first, and just to get used to it. Of course, if you've been following the race at home, you'll know that Robbie Williams' corner has proved to be very problematic for everyone. You might have even hear the car hit our effects mic there as it came off. So you've got to go a little bit easy around Robbie Williams, and Spode past the press hut and the mechanics in nicely there down Stanley Matthews, but a little bit too heavy into Robbie Williams there. Past Wedgwood, nicely round Robbie Williams there into Spode for the blue car, and they come up to the start line where the adjudicator will use the regulation clipboard to line them up. He is a stickler. He'll make sure it's millimetre perfect. So every millimetre counts, of course, when you are racing at this scale. Jade is ready on the flag duty, and our 2 racers are ready as well. They're just being warned by the adjudicator. Oh, and already there now. This is going to be interesting. Is there going to be a penalty? I think he's allowing that one. He's in a good mood today.
Yeah, that's lucky. That's lucky, because that could have incurred a penalty point even before the race had started. But nonetheless,
Three,
2, 1.
Go. Flag goes
off.
down. The races go round.
Straight round into the Robbie Williams. Both cars surviving that little chicane and round the Spode corner. And the yellow one has come off.
They've
And
both
both
come
of
off.
them have come off. They got a
That's
little
Robbie
bit
Williams.
overzealous there. A little nudge of the blue car into the yellow car. But rightfully, the
Give it a
yellow car
nudge.
has slowed
Give it a nudge.
down into the Robbie Williams
Stuck
corner.
on the
But
oil
now
slick
seems to have
there.
stalled. It's stopped for a little snooze, I think. But the blue car is back on and chasing the yellow car down the Stanley Matthews straight round the Robbie Williams corner. That's the trick, you see. Around after Spode corner, you have to really accelerate into the Stanley Matthews straight. But it's
nicely
easy. Then you have to pull off. So you have to brake almost immediately. Otherwise, you end up off the circuit.
Past the main track again. You've just got to keep the pressure on coming into the Stanley Matthews straight. That's beautifully done. Just comes off at Wedgwood, past the mini stand. The yellow car now coming into Robbie Williams, past the medical hut, past Wedgwood, past the mini stand, into Spode, round Armitage Shanks, down the Stanley Matthews straight and the main stand, beautifully into Robbie Williams there. And again into Spode. The blue car just not quite got the measure of the Stanley Matthews straight, going into Robbie Williams there.
And the
now,
yellow
nicely
car
now. Keep
into
the pressure on in
Armitage
the blue
Shanks.
car. That's it. Keep
Lot of
going.
pressure,
Low.
but
You're just going to
that's
take. Oh,
it.
they both
So
come a cropper.
easy to come off the circuit at that Robbie Williams turn, and as the blue car has just demonstrated. Yeah,
And we must
yeah,
be
that's the
well
trouble.
into the race now. I should think probably only about 15, 20 seconds left. So can the blue car pull something out of the bag now? Just needs to keep going on Stanley Matthews straight.
Yellow car really.
Oh, yellow car stalls there. I think it was just trying to
really
please the
showing
crowd
its
in the
mettle.
main
Yeah,
stand there.
I think it's showboating.
Oh, and again off.
Showboating
Wrong
there.
track.
Oh, the blue car.
Oh, and
really
the technical
struggling
team have
with it.
really mucked this up now for the blue car, but and time is up. And stop racing, and they both come off the track at Robbie
Good
Williams.
heavens, that was quite a challenge, that race, Craig, because
It was close though, closer than
it's
you might have
so
thought
easy.
if you were watching that.
Yes, indeed, because Jaden has a magnificent 11 circuits, and Matthew has got 12 circuits. So a big round of applause for our 2 drivers.
The crowd there absolutely elated at that race there. They know they've seen something special here. 11 laps to 12.
Let's hope they remain friends, even though one of them has won. A nice, let's shake hands, you two, to show good sportsmanship. Excellent. That's
what we like to see here at the Stoke Grand Prix at the Potteries Centre.
And
people, some people still shopping, even though there is fantastic racing going on. Some people still finding time to go to River Island. It looks like he's come away disappointed there. They didn't quite find the thing that fit. Oh, here we go. Another member of the Appetite Motor Racing squad. They've come out in force today. And
so
invested
we've got
big
Pete,
money.
of course, who is one of our earlier victors. Pete, who beat Haley earlier, not so long ago actually. So he's still kind of buoyed by his victory adrenaline. And we've got Laura. Pete and Laura.
Pete and Laura from Appetite. Appetite, they're good showing today, but not enough to trouble. Nicely done there by Laura, as she on that blue car. That's the way to do
Laura's
it.
really got
That's
the
the way to
measure
do
of
it.
this.
That's not the way to do it at Wedgwood, but certainly the way to do it. Coming out of Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams. Round Spode nicely there.
The engineers have taken off some of the fencing on that corner because it seems to be causing drivers a lot of
Oh,
problems.
just give it a nudge. Just need to give that a nudge. That's where you got to go. Give it some welly into Stanley Matthews. That's it. Beautifully done.
And round the Spode corner into the Stanley Matthews straights. But of course, that blue car keeps hitting the oil slick there, so you've got to accelerate round that corner. And Laura obviously bottling it there because can feel that perhaps this isn't her rightful sport after all.
So a slight change of driver here.
The cars are nicely warmed up and revved up on the tarmac.
We'll have to give them another practice lap though, these two new drivers.
So we have two new drivers, young drivers from Stoke. Maya in the blue car
Ethan in the yellow.
and Ethan
You've got to keep
in
the-
the yellow. So we'll give Maya and
Keep it
Ethan
going, keep it going.
a little
Don't take your
practice
finger off,
run
that's it.
just to get used to the circuit.
So
You can have a go later. You can have the next go. You can have the next go.
so still on their practice laps. Nicely there for the blue car through Robbie Williams. Now she's got to keep it going through there. That's the way to do it.
That's
Just got to
the
ease
way.
off before you get into Robbie Williams, because that's where everyone is finding it difficult today.
So the conditions constantly changing here at the Hanley Arena. Now it's going a little bit gloomy again. We had beautiful blue sky earlier, but visibility keeps shifting, of course, which is tricky for the drivers. The adjudicator just giving some instructions to our driver duo. Make sure they know the rules, because it's very important to stick to the rules. Yeah, there's no stepping into the...
Just watch that cable, trying to get an unfair advantage there by having the cable dragging across the track. We've seen that one before, haven't we, Graham?
Oh, yeah, we've seen that. That's a...
Often
I
ends
used to
in
use that one
disaster.
myself, quite
Yeah.
frankly.
2, 1. Oh, there's a bit of cheating there. Restart, sorry. Yellow car there was way ahead. He went on 2 there.
I can see we're going to have problems here.
He's
There's
going to have problems with him. He's already tried the cable across the track, little trick. Now he's tried to power up before we've reached the go. So that's going to be his last chance saloon. He's in last chance saloon, I think. Go on, go.
That's the secret to this. You have to go on go and not before.
3,
Two.
2, 1, go.
And they're off.
That's
And
the way.
round
Nicely done there for both of them.
Round the Robbie Williams corner. Down. Oh, the
Oh,
Armitage
come off.
Shanks is causing a bit of a problem.
Nicely
there,
there
for the
through
yellow
the blue car.
The blue car. Nice and easy does it. Round Spode corner, but take it. Oh, and stalls on the oil slick there.
That's
down
the way.
straights.
Nicely done.
And
Yellow
that-
car now through past Wedgwood,
This
past
is
the
gonna be a
press
tough
office.
and tight contest, I suspect, but the blue car keeps stalling on the oil slick, so needs to
Got to
speed
keep the power
round
up down there,
Spode
blue
corner.
car.
Then
Keep the
speed
power
it,
going.
speed
Keep
up,
the
speed it
power.
up. Oh, yeah. Speed
That's
round
it.
that corner
Nicely
in order
done
to-
now.
That's
Yellow
it.
car
Oh, the yellow
spins
car's
off. That's
spinning.
what we know costs people valuable time. You got to keep it going round that corner into Robbie Williams. That's it now. Yellow car comes up through Spode. Armitage takes Armitage Shanks on the inside,
The
but
yellow
comes
car
off
seems to have-
on there, which gives the blue car an opportunity round Spode. Yes, takes him on Spode round Armitage Shanks. That's the way to do it. Beautifully
Wonderful,
done.
Beautifully done with the
lovely
blue car.
done now. Now got the measure of this track.
Round
Blue
Spode
car
corner.
now. Keep going, keep going, keep going. That's it. Oh, a little bit too much through Robbie Williams there, giving the yellow car a little bit of an opportunity on Stanley Matthews. Takes it nicely through Robbie Williams, and catching up now on the Stanley Matthews straight. Blue car comes tumbling off there,
And
past
they're
the
neck
press
and neck
office.
now.
Oh,
The
you've
yellow
got to
car
keep going,
spins
keep
off
going,
on
keep
the
going,
opposite
keep going.
shanks
This is
turn.
it. This must be very close now. Yellow car comes off at Robbie Williams. Blue car got a chance now through Armitage Shanks. Keep the power up. Keep the power up. That's it. Through Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood. Spode. Armitage Shanks. Robbie Williams. Spode. Armitage Shanks.
And there's a
Yellow car goes
terrible
past the main stand
collision
now.
for the blue car. It's spun off the
Spode,
track
Armitage
here
Shanks,
at the
past the
Wedgwood.
main stand, through Robbie Williams. This is looking good for Yellow now. This is looking very good. Only a few seconds left, but Yellow now leaves the track. Blue, can they take advantage? Yes, they can, but no, they both come up, even over the newly installed soft crash banister. That is going to cost the yellow car valuable time anyway. Lucky. Stop racing.
What a
Wow.
shame for the yellow car there.
Wow, that's going to be very close, I think. What was that? He's all in that crash at the end there, just coming off at Robbie Williams, which has been a
Absolutely
big problem.
nail-biting stuff here at the Hanley Arena.
So we had Mia in the blue car, and we had Ethan in the yellow car. Mia, 14 circuits in 2 minutes. Ethan, 14 as well. It was a
14
tie.
as well. It's an
14
absolute
each.
tie.
It was that crash at the end that cost Ethan, I think,
If only
probably one
Ethan
ahead
hadn't
there.
spun off at the Robbie Williams corner, then he might have completed the final circuit and just pipped the race. But sadly for him, it was a dead heat in terms of, well, yes.
Very respectable scores there for both racers, Mia and Ethan, but still we've got
Now we have a little person
Kareem
coming
and
forward
Matt.
who's determined to drive the blue car, and he's off already testing that circuit, just warming up those wheels. So this little person. Do we have a name for this little one? Oakley. Oakley is driving the blue car, and we've got Fearless Fred, Fearless Josh. Oakley in the blue car and Fearless Josh
in the yellow.
in the yellow car.
So they'll get their practice laps while they get to used to the track and used to the cars as well.
That's it.
Nicely done there.
Josh just
Josh
taking
a little
his
bit
yellow
too
car
fierce there.
round the circuit.
Nicely done there, yellow car. Blue car a little bit too vigorous, coming off the track. Oakley there. Josh nicely though. A little bit stuttery on the clutch, but
And round the Spode corner.
oh, they both come
and
off
the
there.
yellow-
Unusual place to come off.
The yellow car has spun off onto the blue circuit.
Oh, and Oakley goes flying off there. Josh just taking it nice and steady, and comes
And
off.
Oakley actually
That's
tipping
Spode.
Josh's
Not
car
quite on the
off
track
the
there, that
circuit.
yellow car, if you could put that back on. That's it, nicely done.
the yellow car's
And the
back.
adjudicator gets them lined up at the start line.
So here we are. The Jade, the checkered flag operator, is ready. And the drivers, are you ready, drivers? Excited? When the flag waves, when Jade waves the flag, that means you can start.
Go on, go. Oh, that was not it.
And I think a little bit of
A little bit of gamesmanship
overzealous
there from Oakley.
gamesmanship from Oakley. He's a bit trigger happy, Oakley.
Okay, now the crowd watching on the edge of their benches and gathering on the balcony above. It's getting very busy here. Jade's ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off, and the yellow car spins immediately
Nicely
off the
done there
circuit,
by
but the blue
Oakley.
car, no,
Josh
yes.
in the yellow there, just a little bit too much drift and off again. And Josh doing nicely there. It's pretty close. I think the crowd are off their seats, jumping up and down with excitement as they, as Josh goes past the main stand into Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, Oakley there just needs a little bit of help past that oil slick. Josh.
Oakley doing magnificently around.
Oh,
Armitage Shank
off.
spoke.
They both
the blue
come
car
off.
is spun off right into the crowd. It's a terrible, terrible scene, but both cars now back on the circuit and continuing. It's difficult to say who's in the lead at the moment. The blue car is taking a little stall there, but it's spun off the back wheels, swinging around there and clattering against the side hoardings. The blue car is off. I think it's off the tracks. Might need repositioning on the tracks. There it goes.
There he goes.
And both cars round.
Nicely down Stanley Matthews, but
The
again,
blue
overexcited
car
at Robbie Williams.
Off the tracks again.
Past Wedgwood.
Round. Yeah, that you need to take it nice and easy.
Oh, we've got a duck on the track, a giant duck. Early came on the track. But, I think the stewards there quickly sprung into action and stopped that giant duck interfering
Meanwhile,
with the
both cars doing
racing.
pretty well, but the blue car speeding too heavily into Robbie Williams' corner there. And
Josh taking it
round the
nice and steady,
Spode
just
corner.
finger on the clutch there, pumping the clutch. Probably going to need that clutch replaced quite soon, but it's proving a useful way of getting around the track with not too many crashes.
That's the secret. If you can stay on the track, I think at this stage, then you're likely to
Only
win.
seconds
We're
remaining.
Counting down.
Can the blue
Can
car,
the blue
can
get
Oakley
another-
pull something out? There's an
Oh,
opportunity
Oakley's done
now.
a
Josh is off the track.
magnificent
Opposite-
final round.
Time is
Oh,
up.
good
Stop
heavens.
racing. That is going to be close, I
Well,
think.
that was a terrific race and a lot
Oh,
closer.
and now
I
the crowd have
suspect.
started throwing the benches around with excitement, and this is getting a little bit out of hand here now with the excitement. And
It's a terrific race
Oh, very
because
close.
we have Oakley has completed 13 circuits.
Big
a
round
big
of
round of
applause
applause
for
for Oakley
Oakley.
and his 13 circuits. But Josh, fearless Josh, has completed 15. So
It's a win
for this
for Josh.
particular contest, Josh is the winner. Well done, yellow car.
Oakley can be very proud of that, though. He's very
Goodness.
new to this racing game.
Yeah, for the
And
first,
has
for his
done
first
very well.
attempt, his inaugural race. He's a star making in the future. So that's a terrific thank you. And can I shake your hands? Can I shake your hand? Yeah.
So here we are at the Stoke Grand Prix here at Hanley in the Potteries Shopping Centre. We've seen some magnificent racing here today. We've got two new competitors. Just need to give that car a little nudge, that bit of track. And the adjudicator just making sure that everything is in order, that the drivers are registered with the International Drivers Federation. That's the way to do it. Blue car coming down there nicely through Spode, down Armitage Shanks.
Yeah, it's important to make sure that all the licensing documents are in order for this kind of high-octane performance gamesmanship.
So we've got
The-
Paige from Stoke in the blue car. We've got Grace in the yellow car from Burslem. It's Burslem versus Stoke,
Burslem versus
as it's
Stoke.
always been. It comes down to this race here today. Burslem versus Stoke in the Stoke Grand Prix here in the Potteries Shopping Centre. They're on their last few practice laps now. And Grace there being a little bit trigger happy in that yellow car. Just got to take it a little bit steady as they millimetre towards the start line.
Starting line. So both in pole position, taking their place. It's nervous stuff. Both competitors looking a little bit edgy at the moment because it's high. It's difficult stuff, isn't it? It's high octane, high adrenaline stuff.
That's right. You can practice as much as you like, but it's when you get into the arena like this, in front of a live crowd, broadcast across the world, that the tensions start to rise. Grace, Jade is ready.
Ready with her checkered flag, and the adjudicator Dom
Raises
is
his
ready.
hand aloft.
Get ready,
Oh no!
drivers.
He spotted an infringement there. I
The
think that's
yellow
Grace in the
car,
yellow
yeah.
car, just trying to gain a little advantage. That's Burslem all over, isn't it?
It's typical,
That is
isn't it?
Burslem all over. And so the adjudicator won't have that. Hand is aloft. 3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
Go!
And they're off.
They're off.
And
Oh!
immediately the yellow car comes spinning off the track at the Robbie Williams corner, and the blue car is
Blue car
straight
just stuck
into
on there,
the
give it a nudge.
straight.
That's it. Round Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, into Spode, Armitage Shanks. It's neck and neck, past the main stand.
Past
They
the
both
Robbie
go
Williams
round Robbie Williams there.
and the
This is good
Wedgwood.
racing. Oh,
Oh,
out
the
off that
yellow
Spode.
car has spun off, but the blue car keeps going straight round the round
Yellow's off
Spode
at Robbie
corner.
Williams.
It's a little bit overzealous on the part of the yellow car at the moment as it speeds down the Stanley Matthews straights and round the Armitage Shanks corner, hotly pursued by the blue car. The blue car getting a nice momentum on as it comes round the Spode corner.
Chance for the
And
blue car now as the yellow comes off at Robbie Williams.
A little
Chance to
collision there,
overtake.
but
Blue car
seemed
now nicely down there, through there. Beautifully done.
Splendid
Can
driving.
he take it on the inside at Spode, the yellow car? Yes, on the Stanley Matthews straight, just stuck on the oil slick there, the blue car.
And the
spins
yellow
off, yellow.
car
Another chance for
spins
blue
off.
there to take a lead, but spins off as well at
But
Robbie
he couldn't
Williams.
take advantage of that little opportunity there because it also span off. And that's why it's so
Nicely
perilous.
done. Something's
have to-
happened at Spode. No, I think we're okay. And past Wedgwood for the yellow car, into Robbie
The
Williams
crowd
for
are
the
going
blue.
absolutely wild here at the Hanley Stadium.
Oh, a little bit of drift there on Robbie Williams, but managed to stay in control. And Spode, Armitage Shanks for yellow, past
Blue
the main
car
stands,
rolls
back
it,
into
but-
Robbie Williams. Oh, a big drift there, couldn't quite hold it on the track. But blue car then with a chance
I think this could be
to
a
make up some
high-scoring
ground here.
round.
Comes off themselves at Robbie Williams. Armitage Shanks spins off. Blue car past Wedgwood.
And the blue
takes the
car has
Spode.
overtaken the
Only a
yellow
few
car, and they
seconds
come
left.
down on the Stanley
It's neck and
Matthews
neck
straights
on the
round.
main line
They-
past
oh,
Wedgwood. Oh,
and
blue
the
car
blue
comes
car
off
has
at
spun off.
Wedgwood. Yellow car past the main stand, comes off at Robbie Williams. Must just be seconds left. Time is up. Time is up.
Oh,
Crowd
gracious.
applause there. Big round of applause from the crowd.
That was
who
a
have
hugely
gathered here.
entertaining round, and the crowd here at Hanley were really showing their appreciation.
Thrills
there.
and spills and some good racing as well,
My
which
goodness,
you can
this-
see in the score.
Is one of the highest scoring rounds that we've actually had this morning, Craig.
We've got
Oh.
Paige in the blue car with 17 laps.
17 laps is a magnificent score. 17 laps.
We've got Grace in the yellow car. Grace from Burslem. Is this going to be the day when finally the Stoke v Burslem Who Is Better contest is going to be finished once and for all?
It's an age-old contest.
It's an age-old contest, Burslem and Stoke, but I'm afraid we still don't know. We're none the wiser because it's 17 for Grace as well. 17 laps each. Lovely applause there from the rival team. So well done to both of them. 17 earlier in the day, you'd have been happy with that, but now we've got people getting 23 laps. 17 still good though. Very impressive racing indeed.
That's right, Craig. 17 is well up on the leaderboard, but as Jade, our checkered flag operator, already knows, because she's been very consistent with 2:18 scores, but 17 is splendid. So thank you very much, racing drivers.
And they
My
leave the arena
goodness.
now, flanked by flag wavers and cheering crowds.
And we've got a second tier of spectators up on the top there here at the Potteries shopping centre and on the south side as well. So all here to celebrate Stoke Grand Prix. And we a minor technical problem there in the commentary desk as my colleague tried to destroy in a fit of pique all of the equipment. But thankfully, our adjudicator was there to save the day. And we've got two more competitors. I suspect that we've got a representative of the Manchester United team and a representative of the, is it Real Sociedad? Who's this? Oh, is it? Al-Nasri? Al-Nasri. So two Ronaldo fans here, I suspect. We got Al-Nasri and Man United, who are about to come on. Oh, Jade! our celebrity flag-waving driver, Jade, has to leave us, sadly, so which is a great shame. Come back tomorrow and we'll see you. And we'll see if you can beat your 18. So big round of applause for Jade from the Mercedes Petronas team. Thank you, Jade. Meanwhile, these two, what do you can come around this way. What's your names? Maxwell and Elliot. Maxwell and Elliot.
Are you from Stoke?
From Stoke. Maxwell and Elliot from Stoke. Both Ronaldo fans, I suspect, are about to join us. They are now putting themselves through the test circuit. So, I think, is it Maxwell in the yellow? Oh, yeah. Maxwell will be on wearing the red, but operating the yellow car. And Elliot in the blue car. So, both drivers just taking their cars around the circuit, just getting familiar with the joys and the pitfalls of the circuit. Now, the blue car quite often will hit a little patch of oil just about there. So you have to try and speed into that if you can. The yellow car coming along the Armitage Shanks bend, round the Spode corner and down the Stanley Matthews Straights. This corner here is the most difficult corner. So you have to slow down in order to get round the Robbie Williams corner. Both cars at the moment. It's very easy to spin off on this corner. So you have to slow down for that. Elliott in the blue, Maxwell in the yellow. And
Nicely
the yellow
done there,
spins
the
off.
practice. So give it a little nudge, it gets stuck on that oil slick down there. That's nicely through there. They come off on that practice lap. So if you've been listening at home, you'll know that Robbie Williams has been causing a lot of grief here today at the Stoke Grand Prix. And drivers now being lined up at the starting line. The official clipboard used to ensure fair play. Crowd gathering now, their phones out. They want to miss moments like this, which could be racing history. Steve's back. He left his glasses. Any other day they'd have gone, but luckily today Steve was able to retrieve his glasses. Perhaps that's why he didn't quite win. He hadn't got his glasses on.
Okay, we're ready now.
Adjudicator's ready.
Checkered flag operator is ready. The drivers are ready, and the adjudicator is ready. 3, 2, 1, and they're off.
Nicely through Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, into Spode, Armitage Shanks. Yellow comes off just before Armitage Shanks. Not quite back on the track.
Roar from the crowd
Wedgwood
there.
comes off as well. That's it. Oh, too fast there into Robbie Williams. Give it a little nudge on that oil slick. Power it up nicely there through past the mini stand and the press room.
Get
into
some
Armitage
speed up
Shanks with the
round
blue.
by the Spode corner and slow down for the Robbie Williams corner. That's the trick. It's all too easy
Power
to
now,
spin
power,
off.
power, blue, power through. That's it. Keep power up. Lovely through there. Into Spode and Armitage Shanks. Keep the power up, blue. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Into Spode for the blue. Past Wedgwood for the yellow. And blue now really seem to get the measure of this track. It's going to be tricky for yellow now. Can they match the
Yellow
rhythm that
desperately
blue's
trying
got
to
now?
catch up on the blue, but that's the trouble. If you try and speed too fast around Robbie Williams' corner, then you get into trouble. But nonetheless, the yellow car is catching up on the blue car. And the blue car tries a little bit hard, too hard to get away from the yellow car. Now they're neck and neck as they come into the Stanley Matthews Straight. And the blue car spins off at Robbie Williams' corner, round the Armitage Shanks, down the Stanley Matthews Straights, hitting the oil slick there round the Robbie Williams corner. And the yellow car seems to be catching up and has overtaken the blue car. It's terrifyingly close here.
Oh, spinning off at Spode.
As both vehicles spin off the track.
Oh, nicely done down Stanley Matthews, but forgot to take the foot off the gas there, coming into Wedgwood, coming into Robbie Williams, the blue car. That's better. Into Spode, but loses it again at Spode. Keep it going, that's the way through Robbie Williams. It comes off at Wedgwood. They both come off. Just seconds left. Oh, it's time. Finish racing. Finish racing. The adjudicator has called time. And that's going to be close, I think, between these two. A lot of crashes for yellow, which may be ruining the day.
It's tight. It couldn't be tighter, could it? As these two, I wonder what kind of rivalries exist outside of the Grand Prix circuit for these two. These two, like.
So we got Man United versus
Al Nasser.
Al Nasser, yeah. So Elliott, 16 laps. Happy with that? Max. 16 laps as well. It's a complete tie. Wonderful racing here. The crowd very appreciative.
The two drivers shake hands in a very agreeable fashion. They're
Cheers
great
from the crowd now. And they know when they've seen a good race. May not have been highest number of laps, but there was certainly more than its fair share of thrills and spills here. And,
I thought we got two other competitors, but yes, we have. We've got two veterans of motorsports stepping up to the grandstand now.
There'll be familiar faces here, of course, in the Potteries Shopping Centre here most days. And today they will be racing in the Stoke Grand Prix. The crowds settle themselves down now. Standing room only here at the arena, and people coming down from River Island just to see what's happening as well. We've got
who've we got? We got two fellas.
Kevin and Hamid. Kevin in blue, Hamid in yellow. Two friends from Stoke.
Where are you from?
Two friends from Stoke.
Two friends from Stoke.
Like everyone, they will be racing under section 43, which is 2 minutes to do as many laps as you can. They get a practice first, of course. They've never seen these cars before. They've never seen this track before. It's the same for everyone.
But they have to use their guile and their wits to get round this circuit because it's got lots of hidden challenges.
There's a little oil slick there on Stanley Matthews, but Hamid's has got through that nicely.
Yeah, these two really know their onions. They've clearly done this before. They understand the intricacies of hitting the straight and slowing down for the bend, because this Robbie Williams corner is caused all manner of problems throughout the day. So the drivers really need to kind of slow down before they hit that corner in order to get through. But equally for the blue car needs to get through the Armitage Shanks bend pretty tidily and at some speed in order to gain traction. Anyway, the two cars are up at the starting grid now.
The official clipboard is used to line up. We've got some people who were racing before come back to see what's happening.
And we've got
celebrity flag waver again.
Eliza is our checkered flag operator.
She's back. If you were watching at home, you'll remember Eliza from earlier, from racing and flag waving.
Yeah, and she did magnificently well in her race earlier on. And now she's part of the technical team. And she's going to be, if she can just unfurl that flag a little bit, it's got a little bit caught up.
We've got Kevin in the blue car. We've got Hamid in the yellow car. The adjudicator just saying, reminding me of the rules. He doesn't take any nonsense. He's one of the most experienced adjudicators on the circuit at the moment. And Eliza's ready. Racers are ready. 3, 2, 1. Go!
And they're off, but
They
it's
both
a little
down,
bit
but
too
yellow comes
speedy on
off.
that first bend. And the
Blue
yellow
now,
car
nicely
came
through
spinning
Stanley
off.
Matthews, into Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, Spode, Armitage Shanks. This is looking good for Blue now. Nicely through there. Yellow a little bit tentative. Needs to go a little bit, but then over to cooks it at Robbie Williams. So does Blue though. So this is a chance for Yellow now to take some advantage. Going into Spode, into Stanley Matthews past the main stand, spins off at Robbie Williams. Yellow
Round the
now trying
Armitage
to
Shanks and the
catch up.
Spode junction. And the blue car again spins off. I think it's a little bit of a tactical manoeuvre there from the yellow car, which they took advantage of and spun the blue car off. The blue car safely round the Robbie Williams, but couldn't make the Wedgwood.
Wrong. They're on the wrong track.
Oh, they're on the wrong
there we
track.
go.
This is
That's
terrible,
okay.
terrible.
Okay. And it's Kevin in
they're
the blue
absolutely
car.
neck and neck
Probably
now.
possibly
the
got the
yellow car
advantage
has
here.
spun off at
Using the
Robbie
pump
Williams.
action method. And Hamid taking it nice and steady in the yellow, but again, too much drift going into Robbie Williams. They're both past Wedgwood, into Spode. They're neck and neck at Armitage Shanks. Past the main stand, they go and come off.
That's brutal.
Yellow there, drifts
Absolutely
off, knocking off the blue car. Oh, and again, too tricky there. And they're both off again at Robbie Williams.
Absolutely brutal driving here, knocking each other off the circuit. Quite willy-nilly. Of course,
Flying over those newly installed soft crash barriers. And they can't legislate for that kind of action. And down they go again at Robbie Williams.
The pump
comes
action
off.
technique can be very heavy on fuel, of course, but this is only a 2-minute circuit, this one, so they don't have to worry about fuel consumption.
Just a few seconds left now. Can one of these drivers take advantage in those dying seconds of this race? Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews, Robbie Williams.
To call this one at
Time,
all.
stop racing.
Right. And Eliza, give us a good wave of the flag just to prove that it's all over there. Past the grandstand finish, and the results are in from the adjudicator, who has duly tested the legality of the driving technique, and we are now
So we've got
ready to announce the winners.
Kevin in the blue car.
Hands up, Kevin.
Kevin in the blue car. Crowd, round of applause from the crowd. Kevin, 16 circuits for Kevin.
16 circuits, that is a
So will these two friends still be friends when we find out how many laps Hamid got? Hamid, 17. And the crowd go wild. Very popular figure here, of course. And they will be happy with that. They shake hands. And
they're still friends after all of that.
Still friends. So great racing there from Kevin.
Excellent. We got some new contenders. Potentially, would you like to join and race? Yeah, we've got a young driver who's here for the first time, and perhaps would Eliza like to join him for a race?
So
that's great.
We've gone back down the age rankings now to our more novice riders. Kevin and Hamid, obviously much more experienced than these two, but doesn't mean to say that we are not in for some spectacular and highly skilled racing here today. Sun's come out, might cause a little bit of problem for our two drivers, might be dazzled slightly by the sunlight, particularly as they come out of Wedgwood. We will see. They're going to have a little practice before they go.
So here we are. These two, obviously Eliza is no stranger to the Hanley Stadium, having had a great victory earlier on in the day. But the new contender, young pretender.
That's Alfie.
Alfie.
In the yellow.
This is his first race. So for those of you listening around the world and watching from up above, welcome to the Hanley Stadium. This is the Stoke Grand Prix, a new fixture on the motor racing calendar.
That's right, but this is, of course, being broadcast across the world today online, so we know that we are going to have spectators, racing fans from all over the world watching with interest today.
Our young drivers just
And
testing
Alfie there,
the
just
circuit.
a little
Alfie
bit
just getting
trigger heavy
feel
there.
for it.
He's got to do it gently, just do it gently. That's it. Oh, a little bit too heavy on the throttle there. That's the wrong track. So the pit stop team, they're not doing a very good job supporting their driver. Eliza, she's obviously got a bit more experience than Alfie. But again, she comes a cropper at Robbie Williams.
Well, Robbie Williams, he can get the better of the best of us. Yeah, just when you think you're...
Oh, straight into my
crikey.
shin there. And
That's causing injury to the spectators, that potentially. So both drivers, the yellow and the blue, both struggling a little bit at the moment to control their vehicles. I think perhaps the sunlight is blinding them a little bit. And nonetheless, we're going to start the race. And
got Eliza's mum, I think.
got
on the
Eliza's
flag
mum.
duty this time. Of course, Lauren raced earlier as well.
has the checkered flag. She's going to be starting the race once the countdown has concluded.
3,
3,
2, 1, go!
And the two cars are off round the corner. The blue
nicely
car
done
spins
there.
off at Robbie Williams' corner. The yellow car also struggling on that corner on the second lap. Yeah, both vehicles having a bit of problem with their traction at the moment. And
Eliza going nicely in the blue car
spinning
now.
off.
Just needs to keep the pressure on coming down Stanley Matthews.
Yes. Oh,
Alfie
my
comes off. They
goodness.
both come off at Robbie
That was
Williams.
a nasty crash there. But the cars are still mobile.
Nicely done now for Alfie in the yellow.
And
He's got the
Alfie
measure of
needs
it
to
now.
get a
Nicely
little
round
bit of-
there. Oh, he's got his path blocked there by Eliza in the blue car into Spode. Armitage Shanks. Now he's going. Oh, a little bit too heavy there on the gas through Robbie Williams. And again through past Wedgwood into Spode and Armitage Shanks. And Eliza then taking advantage through Stanley Matthews. She's just come a cropper at Robbie Williams past Wedgwood. Oh, and again.
For those listeners
Alfie
at home,
comes
the
off.
blue car is on the outside lane, the yellow car is on the inside lane. But the yellow car spinning off there at Armitage Shanks' corner, round the Spode, and down, zooming down Stanley Matthews.
Oh,
but it's
nicely done there by
it's far
Eliza
too
in blue
fast.
there on the outside. Beautifully
Yeah.
through Stanley
I think
Matthews.
Eliza seems to have the measure of this. Obviously, she's got greater experience having been in a race earlier. But yes, Alfie coming off the circuit again there at Robbie Williams' corner. It's a perilous corner there.
Off again at Spode.
There's a bit more consistency from the blue car at the moment. But Alfie's a bit trigger happy, I suspect. And it's a delicate thing, you know. You think you just have to put your foot down, but it's a lot more subtle than
Just
that.
seconds left now. Time is up. Stop racing.
Oh my
And
goodness.
Alfie comes off again at Robbie Williams. Eliza doing a lap of honour, but it might be premature. We don't know she's won yet. It's
Subject
close.
to the
It's close.
adjudicators'
It's close. The
judgment.
laps have been counted. They've been verified back in Geneva, and we can say Alfie in the yellow car with a very respectable, for a new racer, very respectable 12 circuits for Alfie.
Give us a
And
wave,
the
Alfie.
crowd very
Give us a
appreciative
wave.
there. They know they've seen a start in the making here today at the Stoke Grand Prix in the Potteries Shopping Centre. But we have a winner of that particular race in the blue car. It is Eliza with 15 laps and a massive round of applause for her. A little bit more experience than Alfie, but I'm sure we'll be seeing both of these races again next year in the 2025 Stoke Grand Prix. Well done them.
Well done, drivers. You've been a real credit to the city of Stoke. That's magnificent driving. Thank you so much for taking part. Well,
And they make their way through the cheering crowds, having to fight their way through. There's so many people want to say congratulations to them as they head towards the jewellers, possibly to spend some of their prize money on a new watch or possibly some diamonds. So, if you're listening at home, watching online, anywhere around the world, you are with us, the commentators, broadcasting live from the Stoke Grand Prix in the Potteries Shopping Centre. We've seen some epic racing here today, all ages, all skill levels, all degrees of experience. But one thing no one has been lacking has been determination and spirit here, Graham.
Which is, of course, great characteristics of this place in itself.
Indeed.
You know, grit and determination are long-standing characteristics of the city of Stoke.
Digging a result out of the ground like china clay, ready to be fired. That's what we've seen here today in the Potteries Shopping Centre.
Ground down into with fine bone and then fired.
You might push that metaphor a little bit too far there, but anyway,
Painted and
it's been exciting.
And
it's definitely been exciting. It's got a little bit quiet here now. I think it's getting towards the end of the afternoon. People, race fans, trying to get into the bars and restaurants before they get too busy. And they'll know that we'll be back tomorrow, of course. So some people, they prefer Friday, Saturday for their race days. They think maybe they're going to see a higher caliber of racing, but hopefully they won't be disappointed. Got a new racer there, just deciding whether they want to have a go or not.
of course, it's important to see the thing in operation first, isn't it, before you necessarily want to race. I mean, what is a great inspiration for young drivers other than to see the race and the excitement of the race itself?
So
it's not known for its motorsports, this part of the West Midlands. Obviously, normally the great centres of the motor industry would be Coventry or Birmingham, a bit further south. But we're going to change all that, aren't we? Because now Stoke is well and truly on the map.
The Primark racing team, they come in now. Primark, new sponsors of motor racing, and they've brought with them their safety car, just in case. So I think we've possibly got a husband and wife pairing here, maybe.
You could be on next. Have a look and see what you think.
They will, of course, get a chance to have a little practice first.
And now
Rach in blue, rich in yellow. Rach in blue, rich in yellow.
Rach and Rich.
Rach and rich.
Rach and Rich.
In blue, rich in yellow.
Rich in yellow. Rich has just spun off the circuit
Come off
at the
Spode.
Armitage Shanks corner.
Nicely done there for
Of course, from the outside,
Rach.
this may look
Rich there got a bit overexcited at Robbie
quite
Williams.
easy, but for anyone driving on this circuit, you'll find that there are lots of perils. It's not quite as easy as it looks. Just to take you through the circuit, the blue car is coming round Robbie Williams corner, Armitage Shanks round the Spode corner and down the Stanley Matthews straights. But of course, if you go too quickly into that Robbie Williams corner, then you come spinning off. Meanwhile, the blue car is on the outside lane and the yellow car is on the inside lane. The adjudicator is just lining the vehicles up. It has to be absolutely millimetre perfect for his exacting standards. And meanwhile, on the checkered flag, we've got a young fellow in... What's your name? Finley.
Finley on flag duty.
Finley on flag duty.
Finley the flag, they call him.
3, 2, 1,
go!
And they're off in the yellow car, steaming ahead, beautifully handled round the corners, round the Spode corner, down the straights, and round yellow in the lead at the moment, but blue can easily catch up. All it takes is a little bit of overzealous driving and a catastrophic crash, and any vehicle can catch up.
This is impressive stuff from both these drivers.
And indeed, the yellow,
Rich has come off.
Yellow one has come off.
He's come off at Spode, and he was... Oh, now he's come off at Robbie Williams. The pressure now is getting to him. These are unbelievable scenes here.
The crowd are going absolutely nuts.
I don't know if this kind of rivalry is repeated at home or not, or whether this is just comes out at race day, but these two certainly giving no quarter.
Yeah,
As
that's right. The blue
Rach
car
goes round Wedgwood, Rich round
the Armitage Shanks and the Spode corners, down the straights and round the Robbie Williams. It's steaming ahead. But both
Rich comes
vehicles
off
come
at Robbie Williams and Rach comes off at Spode. They're back on, they're neck and neck at Armitage Shanks. Down Stanley Matthews. Rach comes off this time. Rich, can he take advantage? Past the main stand.
Very
round
cleverly
Wedgwood.
slows down
Rach
before the Robbie Williams
into
turn.
Robbie Williams. Rich into Robbie Williams. Rach back into Robbie Williams. Through Spode. Armitage Shanks past the main stand. This is looking very impressive. 23 laps currently the record. Are we going to beat this today? It's going to be close, I think. There must only be seconds left. Rich now just comes off the track at Robbie Williams. Rach, though, she is solid. Oh, no!
The blue car is
Commentators
up and the yellow
curse.
car is also
Commentators
up at Robbie Williams.
curse as she comes off at Spode, but she's nice and safe through Robbie Williams. And she takes it nicely down Stanley Matthews. Rich in hot pursuit through Spode. Armitage Shanks past the main stand. Can he take her over?
This is magnificent racing.
No,
And the
he
yellow
takes a
car is
tumble
off
at
the
Spode.
circuit.
Oh,
And the
but
blue
Rich
car
at
also,
time.
it's
Stop
terrific.
racing.
Oh,
Stop racing. Well,
that has been one of the most
incredible
exciting
scenes. That was
races.
quite a race.
Oh,
The crowd, they
absolutely
cannot
awesome.
believe that. And the Primark support team are here as well. They're appreciative. Oh, my goodness. Well, I can't believe
In
it.
all our day of racing, there has never been as high a scoring match as this. As the official results get verified by Geneva, we
just got to, I think we're going to have to double check these because it is unprecedented. Just waiting for confirmation in my earpiece.
I think it's coming through. I can hear it coming through. Are the
Yes,
crowd ready?
no, the results are confirmed. So, Rachel in the blue car, 22 laps.
Bearing in mind that our day's record is 23 laps, which was driven by Camille earlier on. That was 23.
Yeah.
So Rachel has 22 laps, which is our second.
But what about Rich? Who is going to get bragging rights? Who is going out to get the fish and chips tonight or to cook dinner? Is it going to be Rachel with 22 laps or is it going to be Rich?
On tenterhooks, Craig.
Is it going to be Rich with 23 laps?
23 laps.
Goes to the top of the leaderboard with Kareem and Matt, I think, with 23 laps.
That is absolutely magnificent driving here at the Hanley Arena. We've not had a race which had as high a score as that, in truth. So that's terrific. Well,
and they go through a crowd now. They try to make their way through the crowd, but the crowd are just wanting to congratulate them as they go past the Primark support crew there. New to racing, but they'll be very pleased with that first row. Here comes Finley the Flag. Finley the Flag is here now.
Finley the Flag and his little brother, perhaps, or do we have anybody? Another contestant? We do indeed. We have a driver. Now, Finley, where are you from?
I'm born in Australia, but I'm from Market Drayton.
Australia.
Shropshire lads.
Australia.
An Australian
via
Shropshire
Market
lad.
Drayton. So we've got a Shropshire lad. And who else have we got?
Omar.
Where are you from, Omar?
Bangladesh.
And Omar from Bangladesh.
Bangladesh versus Market Drayton. That's not often that contest happens. Bangladesh versus Shropshire.
Omar has got a big crowd of supporters in today.
Oh, Finley the Flag has just knocked over one of the adjudicators there.
Yeah, that's one of the fans who got a little bit close to.
This is good, though. This is looking good. This is looking good. We've got two
warm-up
people who know what they're doing here.
They really know
That's
what
for
they're
sure.
Doing. Oh, little collision there on the Robbie Williams corner. And they're learning a lot about the circuit as they go round. Obviously, we've got the difficult Robbie Williams corner here, so you have to kind of slow down before you hit the corner in order to get round properly.
So
But
the
two
adjudicator lines them up
vehicles.
on the start line. The crowd have their cameras out, their phones out. They don't want to miss this moment. This could be history in the making. Bangladesh versus Shropshire here today at the Stoke Grand Prix in the Potteries Shopping Centre. So the adjudicator ready with the flag.
We're ready with the
with the flag. Finley, you've got a lot in your hands there. Are you okay with all that? As a fellow Shropshire lad myself, I don't want you to be disadvantaged by having too much stuff in your hands. Okay. 2, 1, go! And Finley's off to a flyer.
The blue
but then
car
too
comes
much of a flyer
straight
coming off just outside the
circuit.
forest.
And the yellow car derails at the Robbie Williams turn, but they're back round the Armitage Shanks and the
Omar there
corner.
comes spinning off in the yellow car at Robbie Williams.
There.
But he's back on track.
But they're both back.
Armitage Shanks past, and he's going to get off again at Robbie Williams.
Yes.
He's just got to take it easy.
I think the driver's got to just take it nice and easy, get to know the circuit.
Nice one from Finley
and
there,
keep
nicely
going.
there past Wedgwood.
That's it.
Omar nicely as well now.
Just know how to regulate
can he
the
step
power.
on the gas round Armitage Shanks? Can he catch up? He's on the inside lane. Finley's stuck on the oil slick, just needs to keep the power up. Oh, he's lucky though because Omar's come off at Robbie Williams. They're into Armitage Shanks now, neck and neck past the main stand. Finley round Spode. Omar
And
catching
into
up
the
past the main
Stanley
stand.
Matthews
Oh, he
straight,
spins
but
off.
Omar's come off again at the...
Oh, he's stuck on the oil slick there,
Yeah.
Finley.
we've got a
this
problem
is
on
a
the oil
chance
slick. He's
for
got to really
Omar.
speed into that straight there before hitting the Robbie Williams corner.
Nicely
but
there for
both
Finley.
vehicles now in their stride. They seem to be really getting a measure of this circuit.
This
and
is
it's
going to be
continuous.
close and high scoring, I suspect.
I think you're absolutely right, Craig.
Omar beautiful there through Robbie Williams. Finley likewise past Wedgwood into Spode. Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews past the main stand, back into Robbie Williams. Omar right on his tail through Armitage Shanks.
Oh, and
he's taken on the inside past Robbie Williams.
and
no,
it's
the
a
pressure's got to
terrible-
Finley and he has come
Finley's
off the track.
over on his-
Omar, massive grin on his face now. Finley, a picture of Shropshire concentration. And Omar again just pips Finley there, but it's still
Bangladesh
going to be
almost doing a
close.
circuit of
5 seconds
joy.
left. Oh, and
and
Omar's
Bangladesh
off
is
there.
off the
Come on, Finley,
rails.
can he get through to that
Oh,
last
and
one?
again,
And
he's
they
trying
through. Time. This is going to be very
It's
close
gonna be
indeed.
very tight.
Big round of applause from the watching crowds there.
terrific racing.
And from the balcony as well. Thumbs up from the balcony. They like that up there as well. They know racing when they see it. Goodness me. Very high scoring for two
And
new
very
racers.
tight as well.
Finley from Shropshire, 18 circuits. Big round of applause. Omar, Bangladesh via Stoke, 19 laps. Bangladesh just win it. Bangladesh is bigger than Shropshire though, so you know there are more people to choose from, I suppose, for the team. They shake hands and good sportsmanship here. And good racing. Those have been high scores earlier on. They would have been very high scores. But we've got 23 laps.
Well, we're coming into the final half hour of our racing here at the Hanley Arena here for the Stoke-on-Trent Grand Prix.
Ruben's
and
back.
It really is accelerating towards a magnificent conclusion. I think that's fair to say, Craig. The last two races have been
Phenomenal.
dynamic and phenomenal to watch. Really terrific racing, great entertainment for the crowd. And we've got two more drivers who have stepped up to the grandstand.
We've got Ruben back. Ruben in blue.
Ruben returning.
Ruben in yellow.
Ruben driving the yellow car.
Ali, Bangladesh team, they are very well represented today here in Stoke. Motor racing, quite new sport to Bangladesh, so it's good to see them travelling all the way over here today to compete in this Stoke Grand Prix.
And it's
Ruben,
hardly
of course,
surprising, really, because Stoke Grand Prix is getting a bigger reputation these days, so you want to travel across the world for it. Sorry, Craig.
it's a proving ground, Graham, isn't it? It's a proving ground for young racers and for those who are more experienced. Ali will be new to people watching at home. Ruben, you will have seen earlier on if you're watching online around the world. So, just reminding the racers of the rules. 2 minutes, most laps. Flag waver, are you ready? Ready?
Flag waver at the ready. 3,
2, 1, go!
And they're off, and the
Nicely,
yellow car zooms ahead at the moment. It's a few lengths ahead, but has taken a tumble at Robbie Williams' corner. Round the Armitage Shanks and the Slow corner onto the Stanley Matthews straights, and both vehicles take a tumble at the Robbie Williams once again, but they're back on, and at the moment I think it's the yellow car taking the advantage. Round the Robbie Williams and the Spode corner straight into the straight. Oh, and the blue car has taken a tumble, spun off tragically at the Wedgwood. Now round the Armitage Shanks and into the home straight. The blue car hitting the oil slick there, but it keeps going, and it's neck and neck at the moment. This is a really fine one to split between. Both cars have got small technical problems, but they're keeping going, and it's too difficult to call it at the moment.
That's right, it's close stuff, Graham. Oh, and again, Ali stuck on that oil slick. He's got to keep the power up down Stanley Matthews. Comes a cropper at Robbie Williams. It's Ruben now ahead, just a neck, but then Ali just takes the outside at Armitage Shanks. They're neck and neck down Stanley Matthews, but Ruben comes off at Wedgwood. Now they are side by side now round Spode. But Ruben just comes off, overcooks it a little bit at Spode. Oh, now he's overcooked it at Robbie Williams. It's a chance now for Ali to come back at Spode, round Armitage Shanks, past the main stand. Robbie Williams, he comes off again and past the Wedgwood. And Ruben off at Robbie Williams. Now, Ali. He just
Ruben's taken a tumble again on the
this
Armitage
is
Shanks.
looking good for Ali now. Has he managed to take advantage of that? He's stuck on the oil slick, and they're just coming together there at just in front of the main stand, mini stand.
Vehicles there.
Time's up. Stop racing.
Well, that was
impressive. The
neck
crowd
and
like
neck.
that.
Aggressive
Thrills
and
and
tight.
spills and aggressive racing from the start. That's going to be close.
I wouldn't like to call that one, Craig.
That's
That's
going to be
really
close.
too tight to call.
Wow,
in fact,
very
good
high
grief,
scoring.
That's extraordinary. Extraordinary scenes here at the Hanley Arena.
They'll be dancing on the streets of Bangladesh tonight for that one. But they'll also be dancing on the streets of Stoke because Ruben, 20 circuits. That's a record for him. Personal best for Ruben today. And Ali, also 20 circuits. Phenomenal scenes. They shake hands. There's applause from both teams. And lots of smiles from both teams and crowd alike here.
There'll
at
be
the
some
Stoke
celebrating,
Grand Prix.
as you say, tonight, Craig, because that is a truly magnificent score. And it just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? This Stoke Grand Prix is...
It does. And international as well, which is what is so exciting, that teams have travelled from across the world to compete. I don't know whether they're flying back tonight or tomorrow, or they're going to stick around for more racing. There's more racing Friday and Saturday here, of course, as we come to a close here today. Just a few minutes left, but still plenty of time for plenty of action.
And we got two new contestants have come up to the grandstand.
That's right, they'll get a little practice.
I suspect there might be a bit of sibling rivalry here.
Caleb and Kaylin.
Caleb and Kaylin.
Caleb and Kaylin. Is that right? Kaylin with the yellow car, Caleb with the blue car. And they're going to get a little practice first, as always. As the more people...
Caitlin.
Oh, Katie. Caitlin, the adjudicator there, just having a problem with the paperwork. And reading his own handwriting. So
it is a
it's
problem actually when you've got the noise of motorsports in the background.
That's
It's
right,
quite
and the
difficult to
fumes as
hear.
well. I think the fumes have got to him a little bit today. Oh, and doesn't matter what they're called, they need to slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, because one
Going
of this
into,
commentator in particular has just nearly been crippled by a vehicle coming off, spinning off the circuit and crashing into my poorly ankle. But
Caleb in
never
the blue
mind.
car, Caitlin in the yellow car. I think we finally got the names right. So apologies if you're listening at home around the world and you were expecting Kaylin. It's actually Caitlin today.
And where are these
instead.
two from? Do we know, Craig? Stoke. They're
Stoke.
both from Stoke, local drivers.
So we're
here.
expecting big things. Of course, our Stoke drivers so far have been very impressive.
They've got a big local following. Obviously, a lot of the crowd will be behind them
That's
for
right.
this race.
And that goes for a lot. But it also does mean you are in the middle of a pressure cooker here today when you're on home territory, because the expectations are going to be so high. It's Caleb in the blue car. It's Caitlin in the yellow car. They're just getting their instructions from the adjudicator. 2 minutes. Who can do the most laps in 2 minutes?
Meanwhile, the crowd are whipped
Flag
up into
waver
a
is
frenzy
ready, I
of
think.
excitement. Flag waver.
Drivers are ready. Ready. Three, two, one. Go! And they're off.
And immediately
they
both cars
come
are straight off
Robbie
at the
Williams,
Robbie Williams
corner there.
And
It's
down
Caitlin in
past
yellow
the
who's got the advantage at the
Armitage
moment. Going
Shanks.
into Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, into
blue car
Spode.
spins
and
off again.
Armitage
Oh, it's a
Shanks.
terrible,
She's taking it
terrible
steady.
roll.
But now she takes blue car on the inside. But blue car's now got a little chance now to take the lead, or at least catch up with Caitlin in yellow. Can he do it? Caleb in blue. He just needs to go a little bit easy going into Robbie Williams there. And so does Caitlin, though. She frustrated with herself there. She knows she should have just eased off going into Robbie Williams. But now that's it. She's got the measure of it now. Past Wedgwood, into Spode. And coming round Armitage Shanks in front of the main stand. It's looking good for Caitlin at the moment. Can Caleb do something here? He just needs to relax a little bit, take it easy, and hope that Caitlin might have a catastrophic accident at some point on this circuit.
Not that anybody would want to will that, obviously, on Caitlin, because when nobody wants a catastrophic accident, do they?
Yeah,
not,
Caitlin.
Not after last year, anyway. We want there to be good, wholesome,
Oh,
secure.
they both come off sibling rivalry there at
racing.
Robbie Williams. And Caitlin's come off there at Spode. This could be an opportunity for Caleb. Can he pull something out of the bag now? Caitlin now just needs to recompose herself past Wedgwood, into Spode, Armitage Shanks, back into Robbie Williams. They are neck and neck now. Oh, and Caitlin there just toying with Caleb, I think. He's under pressure. It's causing him to make a few mistakes here that normally he probably wouldn't make. He's stuck on the oil slick now. Off again at Robbie Williams. Caitlin's off at Robbie Williams as well.
It's going to be tight, but I
time
suspect
is up.
that is it.
That's
I know
going to be
where
close.
I'd put my money, Craig, but
I know,
let's
I
see.
think it's the pressure there might have got to Caleb a little bit there. And so Caleb with a very respectable 13 circuits. Big round of applause
for
from the
Caleb.
crowd there. But we got a winner with Caitlin with 16 circuits there. And yep, she knows that was in the bag. They shake
Competitors,
hands.
if you'd
though.
like to shake
They
hands.
shake hands.
Yeah, show good
As,
sportsmanship.
no
That's
hard
magnificent
feelings.
driving.
Well done there. We'll
Well
be seeing both of these
done
two again,
indeed.
I suspect, in the 2025 Stoke Grand Prix next year, or maybe even in the next 2 days.
Now there's 15 minutes left of driving, so I suspect that we have time for another 2 or 3 races, perhaps. But we got 2 new drivers here. Let's see where they're. Where are you from, fellas? Chesterton versus Newcastle here in this contest.
Ancient rivalries reborn here at the Potteries for the Stoke Grand Prix. And Kian in the blue car, Riley in the yellow car. Kian in blue, Riley in yellow. Riley driving for BMW today. And Kian driving for
Moschino,
Friedrich.
I think. Is it? Or no.
Stuck on the oil slick there, just need to give that a nudge. It's just practice. That's it.
Both drivers
Keep
getting
the
a
power
measure
up, that's
of the
it.
circuit. Oh, the blue car spun off there a little bit too fast into the Robbie Williams turn. Round the Spode corner and down the straights. You've got to get some momentum up, down the Stanley Matthews straights, but of course pull off right at the end before you hit the nasty 90-degree turn. We're struggling to find anybody to take responsibility for the checkered flag at the moment, but with this little person. So, as the adjudicator passes on their pearls of wisdom to the drivers, we are all ready for the next bout.
2, 1,
And
go!
they're off. The yellow car zooms straight into the first corner, but the blue one takes it, and the yellow one spins off at Robbie Williams' corner.
Kian in blue
And he's now
now
behind
is
blue.
looking solid here.
Yeah, Kian.
Just a little bit of drift going
the
into Robbie
advantage.
Williams. Riley now has got the measure of this, and Kian just getting stuck on that oil slick. Riley there nicely through Spode, coming into Armitage Shanks, back into Robbie Williams.
As both drivers really take it in their stride, they're getting the measure of this and a nice pace, not too quick. You need to pull back just as you head into the Robbie Williams corner, otherwise you end up spinning off. But I think they're quickly getting the idea there. And now this is going to be a high-scoring round. I can tell.
These are fast
Absolutely.
laps. We're looking for around 5-6 seconds a lap if we're going to get up onto the top of the leaderboard at the moment, and the way to do that is not to crash, and that's what these two are doing here today. A little bit of drift for the blue car there coming out of Robbie Williams, and they overcooked that, but support team getting quickly back on track. And it's Kian in the blue, Riley in the yellow. Riley there with that very familiar pump action, and Kian there with a more gentle approach. And he's come off the track at Spode, giving Riley a chance there to make up some ground or
And
maybe
Riley is
increase the
indeed
lead.
catching up straight down the Stanley Matthews into the curve, and he's a little bit too much there, too much acceleration.
Get it back on track, then knocking through Spode. Armitage Shanks, yellow takes the lead. I managed to jump back on track there. The spectacular rewriting, but they both come off.
In fact, the yellow one actually tipped the other one off onto the off the track there, which is a little bit naughty. It might sustain some penalty points there, but we'll have to wait for the adjudicator's final judgment on that.
Great stuff there. Consistent around the track. No points deducted. There was a little issue there.
This
as
is
we
an
suspected.
absolutely magnificent result. In fact, this result matches our top scoring result of the day. And I can tell you that Kian has completed 22 laps.
Phenomenal. Very impressive indeed.
And Riley
Riley.
has only completed 23 laps.
Well done, Riley. Very, very close.
That was magnificent.
And that puts Riley
driving.
in the at the top of the leaderboard with Kareem and Matt and someone else whose name we can't remember. But if you are listening at home, Rich, of course, Rich. Who could forget Rich with those 23 impressive laps?
Right, we're coming to the end of our racing. We've got a couple more races before we have to finish, before our broadcast is concluded, but it's been absolutely magnificent. It's just gone from strength to strength as the day has gone on. So do you want to feel free to come and have a sit down on our benches in the arena if you like. There's no obligation to race, but we are now
Yes,
one
here
of
we
our
go.
very final races.
Another member of the Primark racing team, new sponsors here today with their support crew.
Annabelle
In the yellow
in
car
the yellow.
with Poppy
Annabelle
in the
and
blue.
Poppy. Poppy is in the blue car, Annabelle in the yellow car.
So they get a little practice
We're just
first.
going to allocate the the checkered flag operator is ready. The adjudicator has completed all their pre-race checks. Annabelle and Poppy look like they're just putting their cars through their paces just to warm up the tyres, get used to the circuit.
Poppy in blue, Annabelle in yellow. Poppy in blue, Annabelle in yellow if you're watching at home. And the adjudicator just lines them up at the start line. Poppy in the blue car. Oh, Poppy, they're just trying to sneak a little advantage there. Annabelle, cool as a cucumber. The adjudicator reminding of the rules. Most laps in 2 minutes. Flag wavers ready. Oh, on go. He did say go, but
That was very cheeky there. I suspect that was a miscommunication on the part of the adjudicator.
I don't think that will count as a strike this time, so no penalties will be
no
incurred.
penalties.
So go on go, but not that go. Wait for the go that's after the 3, 2, 1 go. Go. That go. 2, 1, go.
And the vehicles are off and straight
Oh, this
round
is
the Robbie
looking
Williams
good
corner.
already. This is looking
Armitage
very
Shanks
good.
in
They
the
are
spoke
neck
corner.
and neck.
Oh, the yellow
both
car
off.
spins off. Both cars spin off actually, but they're both neck and neck now. Spoke too soon. The Robbie Williams corner always takes its casualties, as it has done once more. The yellow car slightly behind there due to those little spins, but the blue car doing magnificently well. The yellow car has taken a tumble, is now on its roof.
It's
but
an
will be
unusual place to
rectified
take
by
a
the
tumble. We
stewards.
don't often see that. And that's Annabelle, I think yellow just needs to relax a little bit. And
They're getting a bit boisterous on the
she looks
circuit
cool, but
there.
underneath there's a lot of fire. And she just needs to calm it down a little bit. That's better through Robbie Williams into Wedgwood.
Terrific
Spode,
driving there
Armitage
from
Shanks.
Annabelle.
Now she comes up through Robbie Williams. Can she take advantage now?
Oh, and Poppy great
pressure
down
there.
the Stanley Matthews straights and round the Armitage Shanks into the Spode corner.
This is looking good for both drivers now.
I think Poppy's done this before, clearly. She's really terrific. Really got this sewn up. But
Yes, now can Annabelle take
can't
advantage? Going into Armitage Shanks, power down through Stanley Matthews. Oh, she comes off there at Robbie Williams, but there's a chance she's killed one of the stewards there. They're back on their feet. And,
Fortunately, we're quite close to the ambulance station here in this corner at the Wedgwood.
off comes Annabelle there, and but that's safer there through Robbie Williams. Oh, she's come off again at Spode. Into Armitage Shanks,
Oh,
down
goodness.
Stanley Matthews, into Robbie Williams. Oh,
Neck and
and there's
neck.
a coming together there
Oh,
at Spode. We've seen that a few times. Annabelle there. Oh, just trying to take advantage, but she's going to. Oh, and that's that
And
time.
that's
Stop
it.
racing.
The race is over. Some of the crash barriers.
Very impressive. That was a thrills and spills race. A great way to bring our afternoon to a conclusion there. And very close.
Absolutely.
Very
Well,
close.
would you credit it? Look at that.
Poppy there,
Annabelle.
and Annabelle.
Ooh.
Annabelle, 17 circuits.
17.
Very impressive. Beginning of the day, that would have been a leaderboard topping score. Poppy with co-driver, 19 circuits, which would have been a leaderboard topping figure at the top of the day. Thanks to both our drivers there. A crowd-pleasing race, if not leaderboard challenging, but plenty of action nonetheless.
I think it's probably safe to say that concludes our racing for the first day. That's day one of the Stoke Grand Prix at Hanley Arena. Thank you to all of the magnificent spectators who've spent all day, and the stewards. A big special thank you to the stewards who've been on hand to correct, shall we say, and rectify some awful catastrophes in the making.
Yes,
But,
indeed. We'll be back tomorrow here at 10 o'clock, live from the Potteries with Stoke Grand Prix Day 2. Who knows what we'll see. Today we've had giants invading the track. We've had thrills and spills. We've had records made and records broken. Tomorrow is going to be more thrills, Graham, here at the Stoke Grand Prix.
I can't wait for that. Bring it on, that's what I say.
Join us tomorrow. Good night.